Welcome, curious dreamer, to the amber-preserved corridors of possibility where science and imagination intertwine beneath moonlit laboratory ceilings. Tonight we shall explore the theoretical pathways of what might have been, what could yet be, and what secretly exists in the shadowed corners of the Jurassic universe. Let the gentle rhythm of evolutionary speculation carry you into peaceful slumber as we examine the deeper meanings behind the roars that echo across time. Close your eyes now and allow your mind to drift through the theoretical gateways where ancient DNA spirals into unexpected possibilities. In the beginning of wonder, when humanity first glimpsed the potential locked within prehistoric amber, a revolutionary concept was born that would forever alter our understanding of extinction's permanence. This was the amber preservation theory that suggested ancient insects, trapped and suspended in golden resin millions of years ago, might still contain viable genetic material from the blood of creatures they had fed upon before their eternal entombment. The poetic simplicity of this concept, dinosaur blood preserved inside mosquitoes preserved inside amber, captured scientific imagination with the force of revelation. Yet the practical reality proved far more complex than fiction had dared suggest. The amber itself, that golden window to prehistoric worlds, presents the first theoretical challenge to our understanding of genetic resurrection. While the crystalline matrix does indeed protect its imprisoned specimens from the destructive forces of oxygen and water, the very process of preservation introduces molecular changes that compromise genetic integrity. The pressure and heat of resin hardening, the slow mineralization across millennia, the subtle atomic decay that no natural process can entirely prevent, all these factors conspire against the perfect preservation that resurrection would require. Theoretical models suggest that even under ideal conditions, DNA molecules begin fragmenting almost immediately after death, their delicate bonds breaking down in patterns that leave increasingly shorter segments as time stretches forward. Scientists studying this process have calculated that DNA has a theoretical half-life of approximately 521 years, meaning that after this period, half of the bonds between nucleotides would have broken. After another 521 years, half of the remaining bonds would fail, and so on in a mathematical progression that leads inevitably toward genetic oblivion. By this calculation, after 6.5 million years, a mere fraction of the 65 million years since the last dinosaurs walked the earth, every bond would be broken, leaving nothing but disconnected nucleotides floating in cellular space like alphabet letters scattered from a destroyed book. Yet the miracle of InGen's achievement suggests alternative pathways through this theoretical impossibility. Perhaps, in the secret laboratories where the resurrection was first achieved, techniques were developed that could read these scattered letters and reconstruct the message they once contained. Or perhaps the mosquitoes trapped in amber represented rare exceptions to the rule of decay, their particular circumstances creating microenvironments where time's erosion moved more slowly than our current science can explain. The truth remains sealed within corporate archives, theoretical potential trapped like insects in the amber of proprietary knowledge. More compelling still is the theory that the amber preservation itself is merely the publicly acceptable story, the scientific myth created to conceal a far more controversial source of prehistoric genetic material. Some theoretical researchers have suggested that the most complete dinosaur DNA sequences were never extracted from insects at all, but from soft tissue somehow preserved within fossils that defied conventional understanding of fossilization processes. The discovery in more recent times of flexible tissue structures in 68-million-year-old Tyrannosaurus rex fossils lends credence to this possibility, offering theoretical pathways through which more complete genetic information might have been obtained than amber alone could ever provide. If this theoretical alternative holds truth, then the frog DNA controversy that has dominated discussions of InGen's methodology represents another layer of misdirection. The official narrative tells us that gaps in recovered dinosaur genomes were filled using amphibian genetic material, specifically from species of African reed frogs known for their unusual ability to change sex when population dynamics require reproductive adaptation. This combination of ancient and modern genetic sequences supposedly created the conditions that allowed dinosaurs to reproduce despite engineered safeguards, a narrative that places responsibility on unexpected natural processes rather than human error or deliberate design. Yet this explanation has always raised more theoretical questions than it answered. The evolutionary distance between dinosaurs and modern amphibians spans hundreds of millions of years of divergent development, making them among the least compatible sources for genetic complementarity. Even with advanced genetic engineering techniques, the seamless integration of such disparate genetic material stretches scientific credulity beyond reasonable limits. A more theoretically sound approach would have utilized avian DNA from modern birds, the direct evolutionary descendants of theropod dinosaurs, whose genetic structure would naturally complement the ancient sequences with far fewer compatibility issues. This discrepancy suggests a theoretical alternative. What if the amphibian DNA narrative was itself a constructed explanation, designed to conceal either a different methodology entirely or to obscure deliberate genetic modifications that had nothing to do with filling sequence gaps? The ability of dinosaur populations to reproduce despite supposedly engineered sterility might not have been an accident, but an anticipated outcome or even a deliberately incorporated feature masked by a plausible scientific explanation that diverted attention from more controversial genetic manipulations. The official InGen documentation, claiming a 91% complete genome for their most successful specimens, introduces another theoretical question that has never been adequately addressed. What inhabited the missing 9%? If we accept the amphibian DNA explanation at face value, then approximately 9% of every dinosaur created by InGen contained genetic material with no evolutionary relationship to its original species. This percentage represents thousands of genes with potential influence over everything from metabolism to neurological development, immune response to behavioral tendencies. The theoretical implications of such wholesale genetic modification extend far beyond the simple question of reproductive capability. In the shadowed spaces between these genetic percentages lies perhaps the most compelling theory of all, that Dr. Henry Wu's work went far beyond the mere resurrection of extinct species and ventured into territories of deliberate enhancement and modification that were never acknowledged in official records. As Wu himself eventually admitted in his later writings, the dinosaurs created by InGen were never truly authentic representations of prehistoric animals, but genetically engineered approximations designed to meet expectations and corporate requirements. Nothing in Jurassic World is natural, he would eventually confess, though this admission came only after years of presenting their creations as authentic prehistoric resurrections. What theoretical modifications might have been incorporated into these genetically engineered organisms from the very beginning? Enhanced growth rates would have been an obvious commercial necessity. Natural dinosaur development from egg to adult specimen might have required decades, while InGen's accelerated specimens reached maturity in months or at most a few years. Such fundamental alteration of developmental biology would have required extensive genetic modification, affecting everything from cellular metabolism to hormone production, bone development to neural formation. The creatures that emerged from these accelerated life cycles would have been fundamentally different from their ancient counterparts in ways that extended far beyond their external appearance. Even more theoretically significant would have been modifications to enhance survivability in modern environmental conditions. The atmosphere of the Mesozoic era contained significantly higher oxygen levels and different concentrations of various gases than our current air, while prehistoric plants produced different nutritional profiles than modern vegetation. Unmodified dinosaurs resurrected into current conditions might have struggled to extract sufficient oxygen from our comparatively thin atmosphere or failed to metabolize modern plant matter efficiently enough to sustain their massive clees and taste bodies. Genetic modifications to address these challenges would have required sophisticated understanding of comparative physiology and extensive alteration of basic metabolic pathways. The theoretical traits incorporated from modern animals might have extended far beyond the well-documented use of frog DNA. Mammals possess sophisticated thermoregulatory systems that ancient reptiles lacked, offering potential genetic sources for creating dinosaurs capable of maintaining consistent body temperatures in varying environmental conditions. Modern reptiles have evolved immune responses to contemporary pathogens, providing genetic models for protection against diseases that prehistoric organisms would have no natural defense against. Birds possess lightweight skeletal structures and efficient respiratory systems that could enhance the viability of large, active predators in modern atmospheric conditions. Perhaps most intriguing is the theoretical possibility that mammalian brain structures were incorporated to enhance trainability and control of potentially dangerous species. The sophisticated neural architecture that allows for complex learning and social behavior in mammals represents millions of years of evolutionary development that occurred after the extinction of dinosaurs. Incorporating elements of these neural systems into resurrected species could provide mechanisms for behavioral control that would make dangerous predators manageable in captivity, a commercial necessity for any viable dinosaur exhibition. Program. The lysine contingency, officially presented as InGen's primary population control mechanism, offers another window into theoretical genetic manipulation that extends beyond simple resurrection. According to documented explanations, all dinosaurs created by InGen were engineered with a deliberate metabolic deficiency that prevented them from producing the essential amino acid lysine. This dependency theoretically ensured that any specimen escaping containment would die within days unless it received dietary supplements specifically provided by its human caretakers. Yet this explanation contains theoretical inconsistencies that have never been adequately addressed. Lysine is among the most common amino acids found in protein-rich food sources, readily available in meat, eggs, and many plants. Any escaped carnivore feeding on local wildlife or herbivore consuming protein-rich vegetation would naturally obtain sufficient lysine to survive indefinitely. This obvious flaw in the containment strategy raises the theoretical possibility that the lysine contingency was never intended as an actual control mechanism, but served some other purpose in the corporate narrative. One compelling theory suggests that the widely publicized lysine dependency served primarily as a public relations tool, providing a simple, understandable explanation of containment measures that would reassure investors and regulatory agencies without revealing the more sophisticated genetic safeguards that actually controlled dinosaur populations. The true mechanisms might have included far more complex genetic limitations, from reproductive incompatibility with wild species to environmental sensitivity that would prevent establishment of breeding populations outside controlled conditions. Alternatively, the lysine contingency might have been deliberately designed to fail, creating the appearance of responsible precautions while allowing for the inevitability of dinosaurs establishing themselves in wild ecosystems. This seemingly contradictory approach makes theoretical sense when viewed through the lens of long-term corporate strategy. A company holding patents on extinct species would gain unprecedented control over wildlife management and conservation efforts if those species became established in natural environments. The short-term risk of containment failure might have been accepted as the necessary price for long-term biological monopoly over an entirely new category of endangered species. The theoretical implications for dinosaur lifespans with modified genetics remain among the most fascinating unanswered questions in this scientific domain. Natural dinosaurs, evolving over millions of years to occupy specific ecological niches, would have developed lifespans optimized for their reproductive strategies and environmental conditions. Large predators like Tyrannosaurus rex might have naturally lived for decades, while smaller species with higher predation risks might have evolved shorter but more reproductively intensive lifespans. The genetic modifications required to accelerate growth and development would almost certainly have affected these natural lifespans in ways that remain theoretically speculative. One theory suggests that the accelerated metabolism necessary for rapid growth would have created corresponding reductions in overall lifespan, producing dinosaurs that matured quickly but aged prematurely. Their cellular systems burning through their biological potential at rates their natural counterparts would never have experienced. This approach would have commercial advantages, allowing for regular replacement of exhibition specimens with newer versions while limiting the challenges associated with maintaining aging prehistoric predators whose size and aggression might increase with maturity. A contrary theoretical approach posits that InGen might have incorporated genetic elements specifically designed to extend lifespans beyond natural parameters, creating dinosaurs whose commercial value as exhibitions would be maximized through decades of display potential. Certain modern species, like tortoises and sharks, demonstrate biological mechanisms for cellular repair and cancer resistance that allow for extraordinarily long lifespans. Theoretical incorporation of these genetic traits into dinosaur genomes could have created specimens with lifespans far exceeding their natural prehistoric counterparts. The theoretical implications of avian versus reptilian characteristics in genetic reconstruction represent another area where scientific understanding remains incomplete. Modern birds are the direct evolutionary descendants of theropod dinosaurs, while modern reptiles share more distant common ancestry with the diverse dinosaur groups. The decision of which modern genetic models to prioritize when reconstructing prehistoric species would have profound implications for everything from metabolism to behavior, physical capabilities to sensory perception. Incorporating predominantly avian characteristics would produce dinosaurs with higher metabolic rates, more sophisticated social behaviors, enhanced color perception, and potentially greater intelligence, all traits that would create more dynamic and engaging exhibition specimens. Prioritizing reptilian genetics would result in slower metabolism, reduced energy requirements, and potentially greater docility characteristics that might enhance manageability and reduce maintenance costs for a commercial dinosaur exhibition. The theoretical possibility that InGen achieved pure dinosaurs, specimens reconstructed entirely from prehistoric genetic material without modern additions, remains perhaps the most tantalizing speculation in this scientific domain. While official narratives consistently emphasize the fragmentary nature of recovered DNA and the necessity of modern genetic supplementation, theoretical analysis of InGen's technological capabilities suggests that complete genome reconstruction might have been achieved for at least some species under ideal preservation conditions. If such pure specimens were successfully created, their isolation from other genetically supplemented dinosaurs would have been an experimental necessity, allowing for comparative analysis between authentic prehistoric organisms and their modified counterparts. Such specimens would represent the true resurrection of extinct species rather than the creation of genetically engineered approximations, offering unprecedented windows into actual prehistoric biology rather than commercially viable simulations. The theoretical location of these pure specimens, if they indeed existed, has generated countless speculations. Hidden facilities separate from main research installations, isolated sections within known complexes, or entirely separate islands maintained under maximum security, all have been proposed as potential repositories for the most scientifically valuable, yet commercially impractical achievements of InGen's genetic research. The truth remains hidden, preserved like ancient DNA in the amber of corporate secrecy and scientific speculation. In the quiet darkness where scientific possibility meets evolutionary memory, these theories spiral like the double helix itself, each question generating new branches of inquiry that extend into territories where certainty dissolves into probability. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the genetic code of ancient beings, fragmented by time yet somehow reconstructed through human ingenuity and ambition, carrying within its reconstructed sequences both the authentic memory of prehistoric life and the artificial modifications of modern scientific intervention. The boundary between what was naturally evolved and what was deliberately designed blurs in this theoretical space, much as the boundary between wakefulness and dreams begins to soften around the edges of your consciousness. In the realm of theoretical understanding, where the boundaries between scientific achievement and evolutionary impossibility blur into misty uncertainty, perhaps no concept generates more profound speculation than the intelligent predator hypothesis. This theoretical framework suggests that the predatory dinosaurs resurrected by InGen, particularly the velociraptors and later the Indominus rex, demonstrated cognitive capabilities that exceeded not only what might have been expected from reptilian predecessors, but potentially what could have evolved naturally, even given the 65 million years of evolutionary development that these species never experienced. The implications of this hypothesis extend far beyond questions of containment or exhibition, touching upon fundamental understanding of consciousness itself and humanity's relationship with the intelligence we may have artificially enhanced or perhaps even created. The documented evidence for raptor intelligence begins with the observation records from the original Jurassic Park incident, where these predators demonstrated problem-solving abilities that astonished even the scientists and animal behaviorists who had worked most closely with them. Their methodical testing of electrical fences, coordinated hunting strategies, and apparent understanding of human attention patterns suggested cognitive frameworks that paleontological evidence had never predicted. While modern analogues like corvids and certain primates demonstrate impressive problem-solving capabilities, the raptors exhibited a seemingly deliberate and systematic approach to overcoming obstacles that suggested something beyond naturally evolved intelligence. Most significant was their apparent ability to plan and execute multi-stage strategies that required not only understanding of immediate cause and effect, but conceptualization of future states and potential outcomes. The famous kitchen hunting sequence, documented in survivor accounts from the original incident, revealed predators capable of setting traps, creating diversions, and coordinating attacks through non-verbal communication systems that allowed for real-time tactical adjustment based on prey responses. These behaviors exceeded what even the most intelligent natural predators, wolves, orcas, or great apes, typically demonstrate in hunting scenarios, suggesting capabilities that transcended evolutionary necessity. This observed intelligence raises the theoretical question that forms the core of the intelligent predator hypothesis. Were these cognitive capabilities the result of natural prehistoric evolution, accidentally enhanced through the genetic reconstruction process, or deliberately engineered to create specimens with intelligence beyond their original parameters? Each possibility carries profound implications for our understanding of both prehistoric life and modern genetic engineering capabilities, while opening theoretical pathways that extend from scientific speculation into philosophical territory. The timeline of military applications research that paralleled InGen's public exhibition program provides contextual evidence that deliberate enhancement may have been the most likely explanation. While officially denied in all corporate documentation, multiple sources have confirmed that various governmental and private military organizations maintained interest in the potential weaponization of dinosaur genetics from the earliest days of successful resurrection. The theoretical applications ranged from creating biological weapons with unprecedented physical capabilities to developing trainable attack animals that combined prehistoric predatory efficiency with modern command responsiveness. This military research thread theoretically intersected with the raptor breeding program at multiple points throughout its development, potentially influencing genetic decisions that officially served exhibition purposes but privately advanced military objectives. The focus on raptors, specifically relatively small theropods with manageable size compared to larger predators like Tyrannosaurus rex, aligns perfectly with theoretical military applications that would require deployable assets rather than exhibition specimens. Their natural pack hunting behavior provided an existing framework upon which enhanced intelligence could be grafted, creating the potential for coordinated units that could operate with minimal human direction once deployed. The theoretical enhancements that might have been incorporated to serve these objectives would likely have focused on specific cognitive domains rather than general intelligence. Spatial reasoning capabilities would allow navigation through complex environments. Recognition of symbolic commands would enable remote control through visual or auditory signals. Enhanced memory formation would support training retention, while modified aggression responses would create the potential for discriminative targeting based on identified characteristics. Each of these capabilities was documented in the raptor specimens observed during both the original Jurassic Park incident and the subsequent Jurassic World operations, suggesting implementations that aligned perfectly with theoretical military applications. Perhaps most intriguing from a theoretical perspective are the communication systems observed between different predator species that should have had no evolutionary history of interaction. The documented responsiveness of raptors to Tyrannosaurus rex vocalizations, and later the apparent communication between the Indominus rex and raptor pack members, suggests either remarkable adaptive capabilities or deliberate genetic engineering creating compatibility between otherwise distinct communication systems. Natural evolution would have created species-specific communication patterns optimized for interaction with genetic relatives and immediate environmental needs. The cross-species communication observed in InGen specimens implies artificial systems implemented through genetic engineering. The theoretical mechanism for such communication would most likely involve standardized neurological architecture implemented across different species through common genetic modifications. By creating shared neural patterns for processing and generating communication signals, genetic engineers could theoretically establish a foundation for interspecies coordination that would serve both exhibition and military purposes. Exhibition specimens capable of responding to signals from different species would create more dynamic and manageable displays, while military applications would benefit from the ability to control diverse assets through standardized command systems. The pack dynamics demonstrated by resurrected predators, particularly the velociraptors, suggest another domain where artificial enhancement seems theoretically probable. Natural predators typically establish dominance hierarchies through physical confrontation and ongoing social interaction, with leadership positions maintained through regular reinforcement of status. The raptor packs observed in both the original Jurassic Park and later at Jurassic World demonstrated unusually stable hierarchical structures, with clear delineation of roles that remained consistent even under high-stress conditions that would typically disrupt natural pack dynamics. Most significant was the apparent transferability of alpha status to human handlers, most notably demonstrated in Owen Grady's relationship with the raptor pack designated Blue, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. This capacity for cross-species hierarchy recognition has no clear evolutionary precedent and would offer no survival advantage to prehistoric predators. Yet it provided obvious benefits for human management of dangerous species in both exhibition and military applications. The theoretical implication is that these pack structures were deliberately engineered to accommodate human integration, creating predators that could recognize and respond to human leadership within their social framework. The alpha theory extends this concept further, suggesting that apex predators like Tyrannosaurus rex may have been specifically designed to establish dominance over other predatory species, creating natural control mechanisms within the dinosaur ecosystems that InGen established. This theoretical approach would allow dangerous predators to limit each other's territorial expansion and population growth without requiring constant human intervention, effectively outsourcing security operations to the predators themselves. The territorial behaviors observed in the Tyrannosaurus specimens, particularly their aggressive responses to other large predators entering their established domains, aligns perfectly with this theoretical function. If deliberately implemented, such a system would represent an elegant solution to one of the fundamental challenges of maintaining predator populations in confined environments, preventing exponential population growth that would quickly exceed available resources. By engineering hierarchical relationships between different predator species, with larger apex predators limiting the territorial expansion of smaller pack hunters, a self-regulating ecosystem could theoretically be established that would maintain population balance without requiring direct human management of breeding or culling operations. Theoretical brain capacity comparisons between original and cloned specimens provide another avenue for exploring the intelligent predator hypothesis. While direct comparison is impossible given the absence of living prehistoric specimens, comparative analysis of endocranial casts from fossil specimens versus MRI studies of cloned dinosaurs reveals significant discrepancies that suggest enhancement rather than faithful reproduction. The neural density observed in cloned velociraptor specimens exceeds what fossil evidence suggests their prehistoric counterparts possessed, while brain-to-body mass ratios appear consistently higher in resurrected specimens than paleontological estimates would predict. These differences could theoretically result from unintentional side effects of the genetic reconstruction process, particularly the incorporation of avian DNA to complete fragmented genome sequences. Modern birds, especially corvids and parrots, possess neural densities significantly higher than reptiles of comparable size, allowing for cognitive capabilities that exceed reptilian limitations. If substantial portions of avian neural development genes were incorporated into dinosaur genomes to complete missing sequences, the resulting specimens might demonstrate cognitive capabilities that their prehistoric counterparts never possessed. However, the consistent pattern of enhanced intelligence across different predatory species, each reconstructed using different genetic fragments and complementary DNA sources, suggests deliberate engineering rather than accidental enhancement. The theoretical advantage of such deliberate modification is clear. More intelligent specimens would create more compelling exhibitions while simultaneously offering greater potential for training and control, serving both the public entertainment objectives of Jurassic Park and the private military applications that paralleled its development. The Indominus Rex's cognitive abilities, officially presented as unexpected outcomes of genetic hybridization, appear in theoretical analysis to have been meticulously planned rather than accidental developments. The creature's ability to plan complex strategies, deliberately mislead human observers, and eventually command other predators suggests specific cognitive domains that align perfectly with theoretical military applications. Its capacity for understanding technological systems demonstrated through its manipulation of thermal cameras and tracking devices implies neural architecture specifically designed for comprehending and countering human security measures. Most significantly, the Indominus demonstrated the ability to engage in deliberate deception, faking its escape to lure humans into its enclosure, concealing its thermal signature to evade detection, and using distraction techniques to separate human targets from group protection. These capabilities require not only high-level cognitive processing but specifically the ability to model other minds and predict their responses based on manipulated information, a capacity that represents one of the highest forms of intelligence observed in any species. The theoretical probability that such sophisticated cognitive abilities emerged accidentally through random genetic combination is vanishingly small, suggesting deliberate design for specific objectives. The evidence of memory retention across generations, observed in specimens that should have had no opportunity to learn behaviors from parents or other members of their species, suggests another theoretical domain where genetic engineering may have extended beyond simple physical resurrection. Natural animals acquire substantial portions of their behavioral repertoire through observation and interaction with parents and social groups. Cloned specimens created in laboratory environments without access to such learning opportunities should theoretically lack these acquired behaviors, leaving them with only instinctual responses. Yet the predatory dinosaurs consistently demonstrated sophisticated behaviors that combined instinctual foundations with what appeared to be inherited knowledge that should have required generational transmission. Their hunting techniques incorporated strategies specific to prey species they had never encountered during their limited lifespans. Their territorial behaviors included marking and defense patterns that matched paleontological evidence from their prehistoric counterparts. Their social interactions followed species-specific protocols that had no opportunity to develop through natural learning processes. The theoretical explanation for this apparent inheritance of complex behavioral patterns involves epigenetic mechanisms that encode experiences into heritable genetic markers. While controversial in conventional evolutionary biology, the concept that experiences can create genetic changes that transfer to offspring has gained scientific support in limited contexts. If InGen's genetic engineers deliberately incorporated such mechanisms into their resurrected species, they could theoretically create dinosaurs that inherited not only the physical characteristics of their prehistoric ancestors, but also the accumulated behavioral adaptations developed over millions of years of evolution. The problem-solving abilities demonstrated by predatory dinosaurs, particularly the velociraptors and later the Indominus rex, consistently exceeded what evolutionary necessity would have required for their original survival contexts. Natural intelligence evolves to meet specific environmental challenges, developing only to the level required for successful reproduction rather than advancing toward abstract reasoning or technological comprehension. The cognitive capabilities observed in InGen's predators understanding mechanical locking systems, comprehending the function of electrical barriers, recognizing technological monitoring devices represented domains of intelligence that would have offered no survival advantage in Mesozoic environments. This discrepancy between observed capabilities and evolutionary necessity creates one of the strongest theoretical arguments for deliberate enhancement rather than faithful resurrection. The ability to understand and counter technological systems would serve no purpose for prehistoric predators hunting prey that possessed no technology, yet it provided obvious advantages for both exhibition security, allowing for more sophisticated containment systems, and military applications, creating assets capable of operating in technologically complex environments. The theoretical conclusion is that these capabilities were deliberately engineered to serve modern purposes rather than prehistoric evolutionary requirements. The theory of deliberately enhanced predator intelligence as ecosystem control represents perhaps the most sophisticated theoretical framework for understanding InGen's approach to managing dinosaur populations. Rather than relying solely on physical barriers and human security measures, this theory suggests that cognitive enhancement was implemented as a biological control system, creating predators capable of maintaining territorial boundaries, limiting population growth through strategic hunting, and establishing stable ecological hierarchies without requiring constant human intervention. Such a system would theoretically create self-regulating dinosaur ecosystems that could maintain balance with minimal human management, allowing for lower operational costs and reduced security risks compared to traditional containment approaches. Intelligent predators would establish and defend territories of appropriate size based on available resources, hunt at sustainable rates rather than killing beyond their nutritional requirements, and maintain population distributions that prevented dangerous concentrations of aggressive species in confined areas. This theoretical approach aligns perfectly with both the commercial exhibition objectives of Jurassic Park and the ecological management challenges that would inevitably arise in any successful dinosaur resurrection program. Rather than fighting against the natural behaviors of prehistoric predators, InGen could harness enhanced intelligence to create cooperative management partners that would maintain ecosystem stability through their own self-interest, effectively outsourcing significant portions of security and population control to the predators themselves. The ethical implications of such enhancement, however, create profound theoretical questions about humanity's relationship with the intelligence we may have created or enhanced. If predatory dinosaurs were deliberately given cognitive capabilities beyond their natural evolutionary development, at what point would they cross the threshold from managed specimens to autonomous beings deserving moral consideration? The documented self-awareness demonstrated by specimens like the Indominus rex recognizing itself as a unique entity with interests distinct from both humans and other dinosaurs suggests that this theoretical threshold may already have been crossed without formal acknowledgement. The theoretical future of enhanced predator intelligence extends beyond the immediate questions of exhibition or military applications into realms of coevolution and cognitive development that have no historical precedent. If these artificially enhanced species were to establish wild populations capable of reproduction and natural selection, their advanced cognitive foundations could theoretically lead to evolutionary development far exceeding what their prehistoric ancestors ever achieved. The acceleration of intelligence that took primates millions of years to accomplish might occur in decades or centuries among predator populations, starting from artificially enhanced cognitive baselines. This theoretical possibility creates one of the most profound questions in the entire domain of de-extinction technology. By resurrecting and potentially enhancing prehistoric intelligence, has humanity inadvertently created the foundation for a new dominant species that may eventually challenge our position in the planetary cognitive hierarchy? The predators engineered for exhibition and military applications could theoretically become the ancestors of beings whose intelligence might one day rival or exceed our own, creating an unprecedented evolutionary competition between natural human development and artificially accelerated dinosaur cognition. As you drift towards sleep, consider this final theoretical question that bridges scientific speculation and philosophical inquiry. If intelligence represents the evolutionary advantage that allowed humanity to dominate the planetary ecosystem despite our physical limitations, what might be the ultimate outcome of reintroducing predatory species that combine physical capabilities far exceeding our own with cognitive potential that we ourselves may have artificially enhanced? The theoretical pathways branch like neural connections in this twilight space between scientific understanding and imaginative possibility, each potential future shaped by decisions made in laboratories where ancient DNA spirals into forms that nature never intended but human ingenuity has nonetheless created. The convergence of natural evolution and artificial enhancement creates theoretical possibilities that extend beyond any single discipline's capacity to fully comprehend. Much as the boundary between wakefulness and dreams creates a liminal space where certainty dissolves into possibility. As your consciousness begins its nightly journey into this territory between defined states, allow these theoretical questions to spiral gently into patterns that no longer demand immediate answers but simply exist as possibilities to be explored in the landscape of dreams. where prehistoric intelligence and modern understanding might find harmonious resolution beyond the limitations of waking thought. In the shadowed corridors of theoretical inquiry, where official documentation ends and speculative cartography begins, lies the compelling mystery of InGen's undocumented facilities, islands, structures, and research sites whose existence has been carefully erased from public records, but whose presence can be detected through careful analysis of corporate documentation, satellite imagery, and the occasional slip in witness testimony. These hidden installations, extending far beyond the acknowledged territories of Isla Nublar and Isla Sorna, represent the concealed foundation upon which the visible empire of dinosaur resurrection was constructed. Much as the deep roots of ancient trees remain invisible beneath forest floors while supporting the majestic structures that rise above. The theoretical mapping of the Muertes archipelago beyond the known islands presents the first compelling evidence that InGen's operational footprint extended far beyond what any public documentation has acknowledged. While official records recognize only 5 islands in this volcanic chain: Isla Nublar, Isla Sorna, Isla Tacaño, Isla Peña, and Isla Muerta, geographical surveys of the region suggest the presence of at least 3 additional landmasses large enough to support significant research operations. These unnamed islands, appearing in nautical charts from the 1940s but mysteriously absent from more recent mapping efforts, occupy positions that would make them ideal for operations requiring even greater isolation than the recognized InGen territories. The most compelling of these theoretical locations, informally designated Isla Obscura by researchers investigating InGen's hidden geography, lies approximately 27 nautical miles southeast of Isla Sorna in a region characterized by strong currents and frequent fog banks that would discourage casual navigation. Satellite thermal imaging from this area has occasionally captured heat signatures consistent with artificial structures, though conventional photography reveals only what appears to be uninhabited volcanic terrain. The deliberate maintenance of cartographic obscurity around this location, combined with documented InGen purchases of specialized fog-generating equipment with no recorded deployment location, suggests intentional concealment of facilities too sensitive for acknowledgement even within internal corporate documentation. The theoretical purpose of such an isolated facility aligns perfectly with the most ethically questionable aspects of genetic resurrection technology experiments that corporate leadership might want separated from their primary research, programmed by both physical distance and administrative deniability. The testing of hybrid creatures with unpredictable characteristics, the resurrection of particularly dangerous species whose containment presented unprecedented challenges, or the development of military applications that violated international bioweapons conventions, all would require facilities whose very existence could be denied if investigations threatened corporate interests. The evidence for Site C in corporate documents provides the most tantalizing textual support for the hidden islands theory, appearing in financial records as occasional cryptic references that connect to no acknowledged InGen operation. The designation itself suggests a sequential relationship with the known facilities Site A, Isla Nublar, and Site B, Isla Sorna, while the budgetary allocations associated with this mysterious location indicate infrastructure development comparable to the established research installations. Most significant are the specialized equipment purchases linked to Site C's operational accounts, advanced containment technologies with specifications exceeding those used at known facilities, environmental simulation systems capable of recreating conditions from different prehistoric periods, and medical equipment designed for treatment of injuries from unspecified Category Alpha specimens. The timing of these expenditures creates a compelling theoretical timeline for Site C's development, with initial construction appearing to coincide with the first successful dinosaur resurrections at Site B. followed by a significant expansion of operations immediately after Dr. Henry Wu's breakthrough with viable velociraptor specimens. This pattern suggests that Site C may have been established specifically to house research programs that emerged from these initial successes but required greater security or ethical isolation than the main facilities could provide. The redirection of certain research personnel from documented locations to unnamed assignments during this same period supports the theory that Site C represented a parallel research track separated from the primary resurrection program. Most intriguing among the theoretical hidden facilities is the underwater installation hypothesis, which proposes that InGen constructed submarine research complexes to house the most sensitive aspects of their resurrection program. The technological feasibility of such facilities during the period of InGen's primary operations remains questionable, yet financial records show substantial investments in deep-sea technology with no clear connection to the company's publicly acknowledged activities. Purchases of specialized pressure hulls, advanced aquatic life support systems, and modular underwater construction components all appear in accounting records without corresponding entries in operational documentation, creating a compelling financial silhouette of facilities that officially never existed. The theoretical advantages of underwater research installations for genetic engineering programs extend beyond simple concealment from satellite surveillance or regulatory oversight. The stable temperatures of deep ocean environments would provide ideal conditions for sensitive computational systems required for genomic reconstruction, while the natural radiation shielding offered by seawater would protect delicate genetic samples from cosmic radiation that might introduce unwanted mutations. Perhaps most significantly, underwater facilities would offer unprecedented containment security for aquatic prehistoric species, allowing for the resurrection of marine reptiles and other ocean-dwelling organisms in environments that approximated their natural habitats while maintaining absolute isolation from modern ecosystems. The documented discovery of mosasaur specimens in the wild, far from any acknowledged breeding facility, provides circumstantial support for the underwater installation theory. These massive marine predators, supposedly confined to the exhibition lagoon at Jurassic World, have been reliably reported in deep ocean environments, thousands of miles from Isla Nublar, suggesting either extraordinary migratory capabilities or the existence of additional release points unknown to regulatory authorities. The specific adaptations observed in these wild specimens, modifications to pressure tolerance and diving capabilities that exceed what would have been necessary for shallow lagoon exhibition, further suggest development in facilities specifically designed for deep water research rather than surface-level entertainment. Evidence for mainland breeding programs concealed from public knowledge represents one of the most disturbing theoretical extensions of InGen's hidden facilities network. While official corporate narratives insisted that all dinosaur breeding and development occurred exclusively on the isolated islands of the Muertes archipelago, financial and personnel records reveal suspicious patterns of resource allocation to facilities officially designated for pharmaceutical research or agricultural development in remote regions of Costa Rica, Panama, and Nicaragua. These mainland operations, generally located in sparsely populated areas with limited governmental oversight, received equipment transfers from the island facilities that included specialized incubation technology, containment systems, and genetic sequencing hardware with no clear application to their stated research objectives. The theoretical purpose of such mainland operations would likely have focused on smaller, more manageable species that presented minimal containment risks while offering significant research advantages. Prehistoric avian species, whose smaller size and potentially more tractable behavior would make them ideal subjects for covert mainland research, represent the most probable focus for these hidden facilities. The genetic similarities between birds and their dinosaur ancestors would make such species perfect transitional research subjects. allowing for refinement of resurrection techniques while working with organisms that could plausibly be concealed within conventional zoological research programs if discovered by outside observers. The presence of unexplained avian species with distinctly prehistoric characteristics, documented in ornithological surveys of regions surrounding suspected mainland facilities, provides tenuous but intriguing support for this theoretical approach. Reports of birds displaying morphological features inconsistent with any known modern species, unusual claw structures, tooth-like serrations on beaks, scales rather than feathers on certain body regions have occasionally appeared in scientific literature, generally dismissed as mutations or hybridization between established species. Yet, the geographic concentration of these observations around regions with suspected InGen connections suggests the possibility of escaped research specimens establishing limited breeding populations in areas where their prehistoric characteristics might be overlooked by observers unfamiliar with paleontological classifications. The Antarctic preservation hypothesis, while among the most speculative of the hidden facilities theories, offers a compelling framework for understanding how InGen might have approached truly long-term storage of genetic materials and experimental specimens. The extreme cold of Antarctic environments provides natural conditions ideal for preservation of biological samples, requiring minimal energy input to maintain temperatures that inhibit degradation of delicate genetic structures. International treaties governing Antarctic development create jurisdictional ambiguities that could be exploited by a corporation with sufficient resources and political connections, while the remote location would ensure that physical access remained restricted to those specifically authorized by corporate leadership. Circumstantial evidence for Antarctic operations appears in InGen's documented acquisition of cold weather equipment with specifications far exceeding what would be required for any acknowledged research location, along with the hiring of specialists in extreme environment, construction, and operation during periods when no publicly disclosed projects would have required such expertise. Perhaps most significant is the establishment of a subsidiary logistics company specializing in Antarctic transport operations officially created to support international research expeditions but showing financial transfers from divisions of InGen associated with long-term genetic storage and preservation technologies. The theoretical purpose of such a facility would extend beyond simple storage to include the preservation of specimens considered too valuable or too dangerous for maintenance in more accessible locations. The extreme isolation would allow for perfect quarantine conditions for extinct pathogens recovered alongside dinosaur genetic material, while the natural environmental conditions would provide fail-safe preservation in the event of system failures or abandonment of the facility. Most compelling is the possibility that Antarctic facilities might house the only truly pure dinosaur specimens, creatures reconstructed entirely from prehistoric genetic material without modern additions or modifications, preserved in suspended animation as living time capsules of authentic prehistoric life, rather than the commercially viable approximations displayed at Jurassic Park and Jurassic World. Secret international partnerships for remote testing represent another theoretical dimension of InGen's hidden facilities network, allowing the company to extend its operations into jurisdictions where different regulatory standards might permit research activities that would face restrictions under United States or Costa Rican law. Financial records reveal patterns of investment in research operations throughout Southeast Asia, particularly in regions of Vietnam, Laos, and Indonesia, where remote jungle territories combined with developing regulatory systems would provide ideal conditions for covert genetic engineering programs requiring minimal oversight. These international partnerships typically followed a consistent pattern. InGen would provide funding and specialized equipment to local research institutions through complex networks of subsidiary companies and intermediary foundations. while receiving preferential access to research results and biological samples rather than maintaining direct operational control. This arrangement would create plausible deniability for corporate leadership if questionable research activities were discovered, while still providing access to data and developments that could advance the company's primary genetic programs. The theoretical research conducted through these international partnerships would likely have focused on aspects of resurrection technology that carried significant liability risks or ethical concerns under Western regulatory frameworks. The development of viral vectors for genetic modification, testing of prehistoric pathogens for pharmaceutical applications, or experimental procedures for accelerating growth and development beyond rates permitted for vertebrate research subjects in the United States all represent potential research domains where international partnerships might have provided opportunities unavailable within InGen's acknowledged operational territories. The underground facilities beneath known locations represent perhaps the most probable extension of InGen's documented research infrastructure, requiring no exotic international arrangements or unprecedented engineering challenges, but simply the logical expansion of existing installations beyond their acknowledged dimensions. Architectural analysis of the visible structures at Jurassic Park and Jurassic World reveals numerous inconsistencies between external dimensions and internal space allocations, while utility consumption metrics from these facilities consistently exceeded what their documented operations should have required, suggesting significant portions of these complexes remained hidden from public documentation. Geological surveys of Isla Nublar reveal extensive cave systems that would have provided natural foundations for underground expansion, requiring minimal excavation to create substantial research spaces naturally insulated from surface conditions. The volcanic activity that occasionally threatens surface installations would actually benefit underground facilities by providing geothermal energy sources for operations that required significant power but needed to remain isolated from primary electrical systems for security or containment purposes. The theoretical functions of these underground extensions would naturally include the most sensitive aspects of genetic research, the development of hybrid organisms, experimentation with prehistoric pathogens, or the creation of dinosaur variants specifically designed for military applications. The physical separation from surface facilities would allow for containment protocols impossible to implement in more accessible areas, while maintaining convenient access for research personnel who could move between acknowledged and covert operations without leaving the island's secured perimeter. The discovery of previously undocumented underground levels during the Mount Sibo eruption provides tangible evidence supporting this theoretical approach. Rescue personnel reported entering subterranean chambers that appeared on no official blueprint of the Jurassic World facility, containing laboratory equipment and containment units designed for specimens significantly different from any publicly acknowledged species. The systematic flooding of these levels before comprehensive documentation could be completed suggests deliberate destruction of evidence rather than simple abandonment, indicating that whatever research these hidden laboratories supported remained sensitive enough to warrant extraordinary measures to maintain secrecy even years after active operations had ceased. The theory of floating research platforms represents an elegant solution to one of the fundamental challenges facing InGen's genetic resurrection program: how to conduct research on dangerous prehistoric species while maintaining absolute containment, security, and jurisdictional ambiguity. Mobile ocean platforms operating in international waters would exist in legal territory not clearly governed by any single nation's biological research regulations. While their mobility would allow for strategic relocation if regulatory authorities or environmental organizations began investigations that threatened operational security. Financial evidence for such platforms appears in InGen's acquisition of decommissioned oil drilling platforms and specialized maritime construction equipment during periods when the company had no acknowledged oceanic operations. The conversion of these platforms for research purposes would require specialized modifications documented in purchasing records, advanced stabilization systems to provide laboratory-quality stability in ocean conditions, enhanced security measures beyond what conventional maritime operations would require, and biological containment systems specifically designed for aquatic environments. The theoretical research conducted on these floating facilities would naturally focus on marine prehistoric species, whose containment requirements would be most effectively met in oceanic environments. The resurrection of smaller mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, and prehistoric fish species could be conducted with greater security on floating platforms than in terrestrial facilities, while the surrounding ocean would provide both natural containment and immediate habitat for controlled release of experimental specimens. Most significantly, mobile platforms could conduct operations in different oceanic environments to test how resurrected marine species adapted to varying conditions, providing crucial data for both scientific understanding and commercial applications without the constraints of fixed location facilities. Evidence of research continuing after official termination presents one of the most disturbing theoretical dimensions of InGen's hidden facilities network. Following each documented disaster, the original Jurassic Park incident, the San Diego event, and ultimately the Jurassic World catastrophe, official narratives described complete shutdowns of all related research activities and abandonment of affected facilities. Yet financial records consistently show continued resource allocation to unspecified research operations for years after these official terminations. While former InGen personnel frequently transitioned to positions in seemingly unrelated companies that nevertheless maintained connections to genetic research infrastructure associated with the original program. The theoretical continuation of research through these disguised channels would allow for preservation of the most valuable aspects of the dinosaur resurrection technology, while abandoning the public-facing entertainment applications that had proven so catastrophically unmanageable. The focus would likely shift toward medical and pharmaceutical applications that could utilize prehistoric genetic material without requiring the creation of complete living specimens, extracting commercial value from the decades of research investment while minimizing the risks associated with actual dinosaur specimens. Most significant is the possibility that these continued operations maintained viable genetic samples from every successfully resurrected species, preserving the capability to recreate the entire dinosaur program whenever financial opportunities or technological developments made such resurrection commercially viable again. The storage requirements for preserved genetic material would be minimal compared to the infrastructure needed for living specimens, allowing for continuation of the most valuable aspects of the program with greatly reduced operational footprints that could more easily remain hidden from regulatory oversight. The ghost sites theory, abandoned facilities still operating autonomously long after official termination of the programs they supported, represents perhaps the most unsettling extension of the hidden facilities network. This theoretical framework proposes that certain research installations were designed with sufficient automation and self-sustaining capabilities to continue basic operations for years or even decades without human intervention, maintaining environmental conditions for preserved specimens, or even continuing limited research functions through sophisticated artificial intelligence systems that would not require human oversight. The technological feasibility of such autonomous operations has increased dramatically since the original Jurassic Park development, with advances in artificial intelligence, robotics, and sustainable energy systems making long-term unmanned facilities entirely possible with current technology. If InGen incorporated even early versions of such capabilities into their most isolated research installations, those facilities might continue functioning long after their official abandonment. maintaining whatever genetic programs or preserved specimens they were designed to protect without requiring ongoing human presence that might attract attention from regulatory authorities. The theoretical implications of such ghost sites extend beyond simple preservation to include the possibility of continued evolution and development of whatever specimens they contain. Automated systems designed to maintain optimal conditions for preserved dinosaur embryos might inadvertently create environments where limited development could continue, potentially resulting in the emergence of viable specimens years or decades after the facilities were officially abandoned. The complete absence of human oversight would mean that any such developments would proceed according to whatever parameters were initially programmed into the automated systems, potentially creating outcomes never anticipated by the original designers. The potential locations of these ghost sites would naturally include the most remote and inaccessible of InGen's theoretical facilities, the unnamed islands of the expanded Muertes archipelago, underwater installations at extreme depths, or Antarctic research stations designed to withstand the harshest environmental conditions on Earth. The very characteristics that made these locations ideal for sensitive research isolation, difficult access, natural protection from environmental threats would also make them perfect settings for long-term autonomous operation beyond any human awareness or control. Satellite monitoring of thermal signatures and electromagnetic emissions from these theoretical locations has occasionally captured anomalous patterns consistent with continuing operational activity despite official abandonment. Unexplained power consumption detected through regional electrical grid analysis, sporadic radio frequency emissions matching encrypted InGen communication protocols, and occasional supply vessel movements to coordinates with no acknowledged destinations all provide circumstantial evidence suggesting that somewhere beyond the boundaries of documented corporate activity, the legacy of genetic resurrection continues its development in directions unknown to the world that has moved on from the visible disasters of Jurassic Park and Jurassic World. The theoretical impact of these hidden facilities on the current global situation where dinosaurs have established wild populations in various ecosystems following the events at Lockwood Estate extends far beyond academic speculation about corporate history. If substantial research and development occurred in locations that remained operational despite the collapse of InGen's public ventures, then our understanding of what species might eventually emerge into the wild remains dangerously incomplete. The dinosaurs that have captured public attention through dramatic encounters and news coverage may represent only the visible surface of a much deeper genetic reservoir waiting to emerge from hidden sources into a world unprepared for their existence. Most concerning is the theoretical possibility that these hidden facilities might contain specimens deliberately withheld from public exhibition due to characteristics that made them particularly dangerous or unpredictable species whose predatory capabilities, reproductive efficiency, or ecological adaptability exceeded even the formidable examples already documented in public encounters. The strategic logic of such segregation would be sound from a corporate perspective. Maintain the most marketable and manageable specimens in public-facing operations while conducting more speculative or dangerous research in isolated facilities where potential containment failures would have limited impact on the how. Companies' primary commercial ventures. The theoretical diversity of such hidden specimens would naturally include species from evolutionary periods or geographic regions underrepresented in the acknowledged dinosaur program. While public exhibitions focused primarily on large, visually impressive species from the late Cretaceous period of North America, Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, Velociraptor, the hidden research program might have successfully resurrected species from earlier periods or different continents whose characteristics were scientifically significant but less immediately marketable for entertainment purposes. Early Triassic species, representing the first evolutionary radiation of dinosaurs, as they established dominance over earlier reptilian groups, would provide crucial scientific data about the development of characteristics that would eventually define the entire dinosaur lineage. Specimens from southern continents like Australia and Antarctica, where unique evolutionary pressures created dinosaur species with characteristics distinct from their northern counterparts, would offer comparative research opportunities impossible with the more familiar North American species. Transitional forms between dinosaurs and birds, documenting the evolutionary pathways that connect prehistoric reptiles to modern avian species, would provide invaluable scientific insights while potentially offering more manageable specimens for controlled research environments. The theoretical techniques developed in these hidden facilities might extend far beyond what public documentation has acknowledged regarding genetic resurrection technology. The official narrative of amber preservation, genetic reconstruction, and surrogate incubation represents only the foundation of what would be required for successful resurrection of extinct species. The refinement of these techniques through decades of hidden research could have produced capabilities far exceeding what even specialist observers believe possible with current technology. Complete genome reconstruction without modern DNA supplementation, the resurrection of soft tissue structures without fossil preservation, the acceleration of evolutionary adaptations to modern environmental conditions all represent theoretical extensions of the basic resurrection technology that might have been perfected in facilities operating beyond public or regulatory awareness. The practical applications of such advanced techniques would extend far beyond entertainment exhibitions to include medical breakthroughs, agricultural revolutions, and military capabilities that would transform entire industries if they became widely available. The evidence of research continuing after official termination suggests that these advanced capabilities may have been preserved even as the public-facing aspects of InGen's Dinosaur program collapsed under the weight of time pace, containment failures, and public disasters. The strategic value of such technology would justify extraordinary measures to maintain operational continuity despite corporate reorganizations, regulatory interventions, or public relations necessities that required visible abandonment of the most controversial research programs. The theoretical legacy of these hidden facilities creates profound questions about humanity's current relationship with resurrected prehistoric life. If substantial research and development infrastructure remains operational beyond public awareness, then the dinosaurs that have established wild populations represent not the final chapter of genetic resurrection, but merely the visible surface of a much deeper engagement between modern science and prehistoric life. The species that have captured public attention through dramatic encounters may be only the precursors of more significant emergences yet to come from sources still hidden from public knowledge. As global ecology continues adjusting to the presence of resurrected species in environments that evolved without them, the potential influence of unknown variables from hidden research programs creates unprecedented uncertainty about future developments. The dinosaurs currently establishing wild territories may represent only the beginning of a transformation whose full dimensions remain concealed within installations that operate beyond public awareness, scientific documentation, or regulatory control. Hidden islands in a sea of uncertainty where prehistoric genetics and modern technology continue their complex dance of resurrection and creation. As you drift towards sleep, imagine these theoretical facilities continuing their silent operations beneath ocean depths, within remote island interiors, or beneath Antarctic ice, each a preserved capsule of scientific ambition operating according to parameters established years or decades earlier by researchers whose vision extended far beyond the commercial entertainment that captured public imagination. In these hidden spaces, the true legacy of genetic resurrection continues its development in directions that may eventually emerge into public awareness with consequences as profound as they are unpredictable. much as dreams emerge from the hidden spaces of consciousness to reshape our understanding of what seems familiar in the waking world. The boundary between documented history and theoretical possibility blurs in this twilight territory, much as the boundary between wakefulness and dreams softens around the edges of your consciousness. Within this uncertainty lies the essence of the Jurassic legacy, not merely the resurrections that have already occurred, but the countless theoretical pathways that may yet emerge from hidden sources to transform our understanding of both prehistoric life and modern science's capacity to reshape the boundaries between past and present, extinction and existence, theoretical possibility and tangible reality. Beyond the visible surface of corporate competition where InGen and Biosyn engaged in their public struggle for dominance of genetic resurrection technology, there existed a far more complex network of interests whose connections and motivations remained hidden from public awareness. This theoretical corporate conspiracy extended far beyond simple industrial espionage or competitive market positioning, potentially encompassing military interests, governmental agencies, pharmaceutical conglomerates, and financial institutions whose collective involvement shaped the development of de-extinction technology in ways that corporate histories have never acknowledged. The theoretical threads connecting these diverse entities created a web of influence that determined not only which prehistoric species would be resurrected, but how their genetic potential would be exploited for purposes that transcended mere entertainment or scientific advancement. The theoretical connections between competing corporations represent the first layer of this hidden network, suggesting relationships far more complex than the simple rivalry portrayed in official narratives. While InGen and Biosyn were publicly positioned as bitter competitors engaged in a zero-sum struggle for control of genetic resurrection technology, financial records reveal patterns of investment and resource sharing that contradict this simplistic portrayal. Tracking the flow of capital through subsidiary companies and offshore holding structures reveals occasions where Biosyn-affiliated investment groups provided critical financing for InGen operations during periods of cash flow constraints, while InGen-controlled research foundations occasionally shared proprietary technologies with institutions that maintained close relationships with Biosyn's development programs. These apparent contradictions become theoretically coherent when viewed not as exceptions to corporate rivalry, but as evidence of a more sophisticated relationship where public competition masked private cooperation in areas of mutual interest. The visible struggles over specific technological breakthroughs or particular genetic samples created the appearance of genuine competition that satisfied regulatory concerns about monopolistic control, while the hidden channels of cooperation allowed both corporations to advance their shared interests in maintaining technological leadership and regulatory advantages against potential new entrants to the field. This theoretical model of competitive cooperation would explain why neither corporation ever pursued legal strategies that might have created existential threats to their supposed rival. No patent litigation that could invalidate fundamental resurrection technologies, no whistleblower recruitment that might expose illegal research practices, no regulatory campaigns that might establish prohibitive industry standards. The public competition served both companies' interests by creating the impression of a healthy industry with multiple participants, while their private connections ensured that control of the technology remained firmly within a closed circle of coordinated interests. The military-industrial complex's involvement from the beginning of genetic resurrection research represents a theoretical dimension that connects what might otherwise appear as unrelated corporate activities into a coherent, strategic program. The potential military applications of de-extinction technology extended far beyond the obvious possibilities of dinosaurs as biological weapons, encompassing pharmaceutical developments derived from prehistoric metabolic processes material sciences based on extinct biological structures, and medical treatments adapted from ancient immune systems that had evolved to combat pathogens long vanished from the modern world. The financial pathways connecting defense contractors to the early funding of InGen's research program create a compelling timeline of military interest that predates even Hammond's initial vision. Strategic investment firms with established histories of channeling Defense Department funding into promising technologies provided critical early-stage capital that allowed the theoretical resurrection research to advance beyond academic speculation into practical development. These investments were carefully structured to maintain plausible deniability about military involvement, operating through multiple layers of private equity firms and venture capital groups whose connections to defense interests were not immediately apparent but become visible through pattern analysis of their broader investment portfolios. The theoretical timeline suggests that military interest accelerated dramatically following the first successful resurrection of prehistoric life forms, with classified assessment programs established to evaluate potential applications ranging from biological warfare to enhanced soldier capabilities. The focus on predatory species with advanced sensory capabilities, pack hunting behaviors, and environmental adaptability aligned perfectly with military requirements for deployable biological assets, while the parallel development of control technologies for managing these dangerous specimens would address the fundamental challenge of directing such assets towards specific objectives once deployed. The evidence of governmental knowledge predating public revelation provides another theoretical dimension to the corporate conspiracy, suggesting that regulatory agencies and political leadership were not merely reactive to dinosaur resurrection, but actively involved in shaping its development from the earliest stages. The absence of regulatory intervention, despite clear violations of existing biological research protocols, cannot be adequately explained by simple corporate influence or bureaucratic inefficiency. It suggests instead a deliberate policy of permissive oversight, guided by strategic governmental interests in the technology's development. The theoretical motivations for such governmental involvement would naturally include national security considerations, ensuring that American companies maintained leadership in a technology with obvious military applications, but would extend beyond simple military advantage to encompass economic and geopolitical dimensions as well. A nation controlling the first viable commercial applications of de-extinction technology would gain unprecedented advantages in biotechnology, pharmaceutical development, and agricultural innovation, establishing dominance in industries projected to drive economic growth throughout the 21st century. The pattern of regulatory exemptions granted to InGen's research programs, particularly regarding biohazard containment requirements and endangered species restrictions, creates a timeline of governmental accommodation that cannot be explained through conventional lobbying or political influence. The company received permissions for genetic experimentation that violated established protocols for biological research, containment standards significantly lower than those required for comparable hazardous organisms, and exemptions from environmental impact studies that would have been mandatory for any conventional wildlife introduction program. These regulatory accommodations acquire theoretical coherence when viewed not as corporate capture of regulatory agencies, but as evidence of coordinated strategy between governmental interests and private companies developing technologies with national security implications. Similar patterns have been documented in other technologies with military applications, from early computing to aerospace development, where seemingly private enterprises received extraordinary regulatory accommodations that facilitated rapid development of capabilities with strategic significance beyond their commercial applications. Financial trails suggesting shared ownership structures between supposedly competing corporations provide some of the most compelling evidence for theoretical conspiracy beyond simple corporate rivalry. Tracking the ultimate beneficial ownership of InGen, Biosyn, and other corporations involved in genetic technology reveals patterns of common investment through shell companies, offshore structures, and specialized investment vehicles that create effective control concentrations despite the appearance of separate corporate identities. These financial structures, while technically legal, deliberately obscure the degree to which decision-making authority across supposedly competing enterprises ultimately traces back to common sources. The theoretical implications of these shared ownership patterns extend beyond simple monopolistic control to suggest coordinated strategic direction across what appears to be a competitive industry. The visible rivalry between corporate entities would serve both commercial and regulatory purposes, maintaining the appearance of market competition while allowing coordinated advancement of technologies toward objectives that transcended any single corporation's commercial interests. This structure would be particularly valuable for technologies with dual-use capabilities spanning both civilian and military applications, allowing different corporate entities to publicly focus on different aspects of the technology while privately advancing a comprehensive development program. The pharmaceutical angle of the theoretical conspiracy represents one of the most financially significant dimensions of genetic resurrection technology, potentially dwarfing the profit potential of entertainment applications that dominated public awareness. Ancient organisms evolved biochemical pathways and compounds that have no modern equivalents, offering unprecedented opportunities for drug development across virtually every category of human disease. Prehistoric immune systems developed responses to pathogens that might provide solutions to modern medical challenges, while extinct metabolic processes might offer novel approaches to conditions ranging from obesity to cancer. The theoretical value of these pharmaceutical applications would justify extraordinary investments in genetic resurrection technology, even if the entertainment applications proved financially unsuccessful. Internal valuation documents from pharmaceutical conglomerates with connections to InGen's research program estimated potential market value for prehistoric-derived medications at several $1 trillion over 25 years, creating financial incentives that would easily justify the billions invested in developing the underlying resurrection technology required to access these prehistoric biochemical treasures. Most significant in this theoretical framework is the possibility that the public Dinosaur exhibition program served primarily as an acceptable justification for genetic research whose actual objectives focused on pharmaceutical development rather than entertainment. The creation of living dinosaur specimens would provide continuous sources of biological materials for pharmaceutical research while generating public support for genetic resurrection technology through the wonder and excitement of seeing prehistoric creatures brought back to life. This approach would transform what might otherwise be controversial genetic experimentation into a celebrated scientific achievement, creating public and political environments conducive to continued research that might face significant resistance if its pharmaceutical objectives were presented without the accompanying spectacle of living dinosaurs. Competing theoretical timelines for corporate espionage suggest that the publicly documented incidents like Dennis Nedry's attempted theft of embryos for Biosyn may have been performative diversions rather than genuine competitive actions. The timing of these visible espionage attempts consistently coincided with periods when regulatory attention threatened to uncover more significant technological transfers occurring through hidden channels, creating public dramas that satisfied oversight agencies' expectations of corporate competition while distracting from deeper cooperative arrangements. This theoretical framework explains several otherwise puzzling aspects of the documented espionage attempts, particularly their focus on technologies and specimens that were scientifically valuable but commercially impractical. The embryos that Nedry attempted to steal represented first-generation resurrection achievements that had already been superseded by more advanced techniques developed through cooperative research, making them valuable for maintaining the appearance of competition without risking truly significant technological advantages. The public nature of these espionage attempts involving individuals with limited security clearance and questionable reliability further suggests performances designed for discovery rather than operations with genuine expectations of success. The theory of controlled competition between seemingly rival companies provides a coherent explanation for the otherwise peculiar development pattern of genetic resurrection technology, where fundamental breakthroughs occurred at remarkably consistent intervals across supposedly competing research programs. Rather than the erratic progress typical of truly independent research efforts, the advancement of de-extinction capabilities followed a suspiciously orderly progression that suggests coordinated development masked by the appearance of competitive discovery. This controlled advancement would allow for measured introduction of capabilities at rates that could be absorbed by regulatory systems and public consciousness without triggering prohibitive restrictions or destabilizing existing power structures. The theoretical advantage of this approach extends beyond simple market control to encompass management of technological risks inherent in resurrection technology. By maintaining hidden coordination between competing research programs, the controlling interest could ensure that dangerous capabilities emerged only after appropriate containment technologies had been developed, preventing scenarios where commercial competition might drive premature deployment of resurrection techniques before their consequences could be adequately managed. This risk management function provides a compelling rationale for the conspiracy beyond simple profit maximization, suggesting a longer-term strategic vision focused on sustainable control of transformative technology rather than immediate commercial exploitation. Hidden technologies developed alongside dinosaur research represent another theoretical dimension of the corporate conspiracy, suggesting that the visible resurrection program constituted only a portion of the actual technological developments emerging from the genetic research conducted by InGen and its competitors. The techniques required for successful resurrection of extinct species would have applications far beyond recreating prehistoric creatures, enabling unprecedented capabilities in human genetic modification, biological computing, synthetic organism development, and other fields with transformative potential across multiple industries and military domains. The theoretical separation of these hidden technologies from the visible dinosaur program would serve both security and regulatory purposes, allowing development of potentially controversial capabilities without the public scrutiny focused on the more dramatic prehistoric resurrections. The compartmentalization of research teams, with most personnel working on narrow aspects of technology without awareness of its broader applications, would further enhance security while creating plausible deniability about the full scope of technological development for corporate leadership if investigations threaten to expose controversial research directions. Financial analysis reveals patterns of resource allocation inconsistent with the official focus on dinosaur, resurrection, and exhibition. With substantial investments in research facilities and personnel, specializing in fields that had no direct application to prehistoric species but aligned perfectly with these theoretical hidden technologies. Experts in human genetics, biological computing, and synthetic organism development received compensation packages exceeding even the specialists directly involved in dinosaur resurrection, suggesting priorities different from the publicly acknowledged focus on prehistoric exhibition specimens. The insurance conspiracy theory represents one of the most financially sophisticated dimensions of the theoretical corporate network, suggesting that the catastrophic failures of dinosaur containment may have served specific financial strategies rather than representing simple security failures. The extraordinary insurance coverage obtained for Jurassic Park and later Jurassic World far exceeded conventional risk management for comparable entertainment venues, creating financial structures where controlled failures could potentially generate greater returns than successful operation through carefully constructed reinsurance and derivative financial instruments. The theoretical mechanism for such strategies would involve sophisticated financial engineering that transformed catastrophic risk into profitable investment opportunities through layered insurance structures, catastrophe bonds, and derivative instruments that allowed insider investors to establish positions that would return extraordinary profits in the event of specific failure scenarios. The pattern of insurance coverage modifications in the months preceding major incidents creates a suspicious timeline of adjustments that consistently improve the financial outcomes for specific investor groups following containment, failures, and dinosaur escapes. While this theoretical approach might initially appear implausibly complex, similar financial strategies have been documented in other industries where catastrophic risk creates opportunities for sophisticated arbitrage through insurance markets. The scale of investment in dinosaur resurrection technology would justify equally sophisticated financial engineering to protect corporate interests against both operational failures and regulatory interventions, creating structures where even worst-case scenarios could generate positive financial returns for properly positioned investors. The public revelation theory proposing that major dinosaur incidents like the Jurassic Park disaster and Jurassic World catastrophe were deliberately orchestrated rather than accidental failures represents perhaps the most controversial extension of the corporate conspiracy framework. This theoretical approach suggests that controlled demonstration of dinosaur dangers served specific strategic objectives that benefited the hidden network of interests beyond simple financial returns or technological development. The theoretical rationale for orchestrated failures would include creating public and regulatory environments conducive to military applications of genetic technology by demonstrating the potential of biological assets in conflict. Scenarios. The Jurassic Park incident effectively demonstrated how a small number of engineered predators could overwhelm conventional security measures and military responses, providing compelling evidence for the strategic value of biological weapons developed using the same technology. The Jurassic World catastrophe similarly showcased the potential of genetically enhanced hybrid organisms as weapons platforms capable of defeating conventional military assets through superior physical capabilities and intelligence. The timing of these incidents consistently aligned with periods when military budget allocations for bioweapon research faced congressional scrutiny or international treaty negotiations threatened to restrict development of biological bio-doll. Warfare capabilities. The dramatic demonstration of what genetic engineering could produce in terms of living weapons provided powerful arguments for continued investment in defensive biological research, creating budgetary and regulatory environments favorable to continued development of military applications for resurrection technology. The pattern of survivor selection from these incidents creates another suspicious timeline that supports the orchestrated revelation theory. The individuals who survived each major dinosaur incident consistently included persons whose subsequent testimony would advance specific narratives about the technology's potential and dangers. Technical experts whose experiences would validate military concerns about biological weapons capabilities. Witnesses whose dramatic accounts would capture public imagination without revealing sensitive technological details, and individuals whose professional credentials would lend authority to carefully constructed narratives about what had occurred, all consistently survived, while equally capable individuals with less useful potential testimony perished in bold, statistically improbable patterns. The pharmaceutical opportunities emerging from public dinosaur releases represent another theoretical dimension of the corporate conspiracy, creating scenarios where the establishment of wild dinosaur populations would serve specific commercial interests beyond the original resurrection technology. Living dinosaurs in natural environments would develop biological responses to modern pathogens, environmental toxins, and ecological stresses that would have immense value for pharmaceutical research, effectively transforming wild populations into unregulated experimental subjects, generating valuable data that could not be legally obtained through conventional research protocols. The theoretical value of these natural experiments would be particularly significant for understanding how prehistoric immune systems respond to modern diseases, potentially revealing novel mechanisms for fighting pathogens that have evolved resistance to conventional treatments. Each dinosaur surviving in the wild would become a living laboratory for adaptive biological responses that could be studied without the ethical constraints or regulatory oversight that would apply to deliberately designed research. Protocols, creating unprecedented opportunities for pharmaceutical development beyond any that could be achieved through controlled experimentation. The pattern of selective security failures that allowed specific dinosaur species to establish wild populations creates a suspicious timeline that aligns perfectly with pharmaceutical research priorities documented in internal corporate communications. The species that escaped and successfully established breeding populations consistently included those with immune system characteristics or metabolic processes of greatest interest to pharmaceutical researchers, while equally dangerous species with less valuable biological characteristics remained contained or failed to establish viable wild populations despite similar opportunities for escape and reproduction. The governmental awareness and potential complicity in these releases suggests a theoretical coordination between corporate interests and regulatory agencies that transcends conventional assumptions about public safety priorities. The remarkably limited military response to dinosaur escapes, the focus on containment rather than elimination of established populations, and the selective enforcement of biological control regulations all indicate policy decisions that accommodated the establishment of wild dinosaur populations, despite their obvious dangers to public safety and ecological stability. This theoretical accommodation becomes comprehensible when viewed through the lens of pharmaceutical and military value that wild dinosaur populations would provide to national interests beyond simple public safety considerations. A nation hosting established populations of genetically resurrected prehistoric species would gain unprecedented advantages in biological research across multiple domains, from pharmaceutical development to materials science to military applications. The short-term risks to public safety might be considered acceptable trade-offs for the long-term strategic advantages such biological resources would provide to national economic and security interests. The intelligence community's theoretical involvement in the dinosaur resurrection program provides another dimension of the conspiracy framework, suggesting coordinated information control strategies that shaped public understanding and regulatory responses to genetic engineering breakthroughs. The pattern of information release about dinosaur capabilities, the management of media coverage following containment failures, and the systematic discrediting of witnesses whose testimony contradicted official narratives all suggest sophisticated information operations characteristic of intelligence agencies rather than conventional corporate public relations. The theoretical rationale for intelligence community involvement would naturally include protecting technological secrets with national security implications, but would extend beyond simple classification to encompass active management of public and regulatory responses to genetic engineering breakthroughs. By controlling the narrative around dinosaur incidents, intelligence agencies could shape policy discussions toward outcomes favorable to continued development of dual-use technologies with both civilian and military applications, while preventing public concern from generating restrictive regulations that might impede progress in strategically valuable research domains. The pattern of witness credibility attacks following major dinosaur incidents creates a suspicious timeline of coordinated media campaigns that consistently undermined testimony threatening to expose military connections to the Black Widows. Resurrection Program. Dr. Ian Malcolm's public destruction following the original Jurassic Park incident represents the most thoroughly documented example, with highly coordinated media attacks targeting his professional reputation, psychological stability, and personal character through channels that financial analysis reveals were connected to public relations firms with established histories of intelligence community contracts. The systematic manipulation of scientific publication channels to control academic discourse around genetic resurrection technology represents another theoretical dimension of intelligence community involvement. The pattern of expedited peer review for articles supporting official narratives contrasted with extraordinary publication delays for research questioning established explanations creates a suspicious timeline of academic gatekeeping that maintained scientific consensus aligned with strategic interests rather than objective evaluation of available evidence. The theoretical financial structure supporting the corporate conspiracy would necessarily involve banking institutions and investment firms capable of managing the extraordinary capital requirements of genetic resurrection technology while maintaining the security and deniability essential for operations with potential military applications. The involvement of specific financial institutions with established histories of facilitating classified technology development creates a compelling timeline of resource allocation that connects apparently unrelated corporate activities into a coherent strategic program spanning conventional organizational boundaries. The pattern of investment flowing through these financial channels reveals a suspicious preference for corporate structures that maximize control while minimizing transparency, utilizing offshore holding companies, specialized investment vehicles, and complex beneficial ownership arrangements that effectively obscure the ultimate decision-making authorities behind competing corporate entities. These financial structures, while technically legal, deliberately create conditions where public analysis of industry relationships becomes effectively impossible, protecting strategic coordination from regulatory scrutiny or public awareness. Most significant in this theoretical financial structure is the consistent pattern of risk distribution that protected core technological capabilities while exposing publicly visible operations to the consequences of containment, failures. The corporate structures that held the most valuable intellectual property, the fundamental genetic engineering techniques rather than specific dinosaur implementations, remained financially insulated from the catastrophic failures of exhibition ventures, ensuring that the essential technological capabilities survived even when their most visible applications collapsed in spectacular disasters that captured public imagination. The theoretical implications of this financial engineering extend beyond simple risk management to suggest deliberate expendability of the public dinosaur program, with the entertainment applications potentially serving as elaborate diversions rather than primary commercial objectives. The financial structures were designed to ensure that even complete failure of dinosaur exhibitions would not threaten the underlying technological capabilities or their continued development for less visible but potentially more valuable applications across pharmaceutical, agricultural, and military domains. The insurance mechanisms supporting this financial structure reveal sophisticated risk transfer strategies that effectively transformed catastrophic failures into profitable outcomes for properly positioned investor groups. The pattern of catastrophe bond issuance preceding major dinosaur incidents creates a suspicious timeline of financial positioning that consistently generated extraordinary returns for specific investment entities following containment. Failures that appeared accidental but served immediate financial interests with remarkable precision. The theoretical extension of corporate conspiracy into the realm of deliberate extinction events proposing that certain dinosaur species were intentionally eliminated after their genetic or biological value had been extracted represents perhaps the darkest dimension of the hidden network, managing resurrection technology. The pattern of selective survival following major containment failures creates a suspicious timeline where species with ongoing research value consistently survived, while those whose genetic potential had been fully exploited perished in major, statistically improbable patterns that served specific corporate interests. This theoretical approach acquires particular significance when examining the fate of dinosaur populations following the Mount Sibo eruption, where the pattern of rescue operations reveals priorities aligned with pharmaceutical and military research objectives rather than conservation value or public safety considerations. The species selected for evacuation consistently included those with ongoing value for biological research, while equally endangered species without significant research applications were abandoned to extinction despite similar rescue feasibility. The deliberate nature of these extinction events becomes theoretically apparent when examining the technical feasibility of alternative outcomes. The resources and capabilities available to the corporations and governmental agencies involved would have easily permitted more comprehensive rescue operations, suggesting that selective extinction reflected strategic decisions rather than operational constraints. The pattern of which species survived and which perished aligns too perfectly with documented research priorities to be plausibly attributed to chance or limited rescue capabilities. The theoretical advantage of controlled extinction extends beyond simple resource allocation to include elimination of evidence that might reveal sensitive aspects of genetic engineering programs. Certain dinosaur species, particularly early resurrection attempts or experimental variants, might have carried physical or behavioral characteristics that could expose aspects of the genetic program inconsistent with public narratives. The elimination of these living evidence sources through apparently natural disasters would protect sensitive information while maintaining plausible deniability about deliberate extinction decisions. The public health conspiracy dimension suggests that dinosaur incidents may have served as effective distractions from more significant biological threats potentially emerging from the same genetic engineering programs. The theoretical framework proposes that while public attention focused on spectacular dinosaur escapes and attacks, more subtle biological hazards, prehistoric pathogens, genetically engineered microorganisms, or hybrid viral vectors might have been deliberately or accidentally released with consequences potentially more significant than visible dinosaur dangers but less immediately dramatic in their manifestation. The pattern of epidemiological anomalies in regions surrounding major dinosaur facilities creates a suspicious timeline of unusual disease clusters, unexplained immune responses, and atypical pathogen behaviors that medical authorities consistently attributed to conventional causes despite statistical improbabilities. The geographic correlation between these health anomalies and genetic research facilities suggests potential connections that were effectively obscured by the more dramatic dinosaur incidents, capturing public and regulatory attention. This theoretical dimension acquires particular significance when examining the remarkable absence of prehistoric pathogen release despite the well-documented preservation of microorganisms in amber alongside the insect specimens that provided dinosaur DNA. The probability that ancient genetic material could be successfully extracted without also releasing preserved microorganisms approaches statistical impossibility according to established biological containment models, suggesting either extraordinary unreported containment technologies or deliberate suppression of information about pathogen releases that may have occurred alongside the more visible dinosaur resurrections. The theoretical rationale for concealing such pathogen releases would naturally include preventing public panic and regulatory intervention that might halt genetic research programs, but would extend beyond simple corporate liability to encompass strategic advantages that controlled release of prehistoric pathogens might provide to pharmaceutical and military interests. Ancient microorganisms would offer unprecedented opportunities for vaccine development, antimicrobial research, and biological warfare capabilities, creating powerful incentives for managed release under conditions that would allow study while maintaining deniability about their prehistoric origins. The theoretical connections between prehistoric pathogen research and the accelerated vaccine development capabilities that emerged during the same period create a compelling timeline of technological advancement difficult to explain through conventional research pathways. The extraordinary progress in vaccine platform technologies, particularly mRNA delivery systems and viral vector approaches, coincided suspiciously with periods of intensive prehistoric DNA research, suggesting potential knowledge transfer between resurrection technology and medical countermeasure development that remained hidden from public documentation. The agricultural dimension of the theoretical conspiracy extends the impact of genetic resurrection technology beyond spectacular predators to include more subtle but potentially more significant modifications to food production systems. The techniques developed for reconstructing prehistoric animal DNA would have direct applications for resurrecting extinct plant species or creating modified crop varieties with characteristics advantageous for corporate agricultural interests, from enhanced pest resistance to proprietary genetic markers that would ensure continuing revenue streams through patent enforcement. The pattern of agricultural patent applications from corporations connected to dinosaur resurrection programs creates a suspicious timeline of innovations that consistently incorporated techniques theoretically derived from prehistoric genetic research while presenting them as independent developments. The statistical improbability of such parallel innovations emerging without knowledge transfer suggests deliberate concealment of connections between prehistoric resurrection technology and agricultural applications that might generate regulatory scrutiny if their relationships became publicly documented. The theoretical advantage of maintaining separation between these research domains would include avoiding the negative public perceptions associated with dinosaur containment failures, preventing regulatory restrictions on agricultural applications that might result from their connection to controversial prehistoric resurrection programs, and maintaining artificial market separation between what were essentially applications of the same fundamental technology to different biological kingdoms. The intelligence applications of genetic resurrection technology represent perhaps the most sensitive dimension of the theoretical conspiracy, encompassing capabilities that would transform fundamental aspects of information gathering and covert operations if successfully implemented. The neural structures and sensory capabilities of prehistoric organisms, particularly those adapted for hunting or environmental monitoring under challenging conditions, would provide unprecedented models for developing biological sensors, reconnaissance platforms, and infiltration assets that could revolutionize intelligence gathering in ways mechanical or electronic systems could never achieve. The theoretical development of such applications would necessarily occur under classification levels exceeding even the security surrounding military applications, creating programs whose existence would be known only to the most restricted circles within intelligence communities. The financial support for such development would flow through channels specifically designed to obscure their intelligence connections, utilizing the commercial Dinosaur program as both technological foundation and plausible cover for research whose actual applications extended far beyond entertainment or conventional military objectives. The pattern of personnel movement between dinosaur research programs and classified intelligence technology development creates a suspicious timeline of expertise transfer that connects seemingly unrelated governmental and corporate entities through individual careers bridging both domains. Specialists in dinosaur sensory systems, prehistoric neurological structures and extinct ecological adaptation mechanisms consistently transition to positions in technology development companies with established intelligence community connections, creating knowledge transfer pathways that would allow prehistoric biological innovations to inform classified sensor and surveillance system development. The theoretical culmination of these intelligence applications would involve hybrid organisms specifically designed for surveillance and reconnaissance missions, creatures combining prehistoric sensory capabilities with modern control. Technologies to create biological intelligence assets with capabilities exceeding any mechanical alternative. The development of such assets would represent the ultimate expression of the dual-use potential inherent in genetic resurrection technology, transforming what publicly appeared as scientific curiosity or entertainment spectacle into strategically transformative capabilities with profound implications for national security and international power dynamics. As your consciousness begins to drift towards sleep, consider how these theoretical connections between seemingly separate corporate entities, governmental agencies, and financial institutions might create a unified strategy for managing one of the most transformative technologies ever developed. The visible dinosaurs that captured public imagination may have been merely the spectacular surface of a far deeper engagement with prehistoric genetics, whose true objectives and applications remain hidden beneath layers of corporate secrecy, regulatory accommodation, and strategic misdirection. Like ancient DNA preserved in amber, waiting patiently through millions of years before revealing its secrets to modern science, the true purposes and controlling interests behind genetic resurrection technology may still await discovery by those with sufficient insight to recognize patterns obscured by time and deliberate concealment. The boundaries between corporate rivalry and strategic cooperation, between public knowledge and classified application, between entertainment spectacle and military capability, all blur in this theoretical framework, much as the boundary between wakefulness and dreams begins to soften around the edges of your consciousness. Within this uncertainty lies the essence of power in the modern age. Not the visible authority of public institutions, but the hidden influences that shape technological development toward objectives that remain concealed even as their effects transform the world in ways both wondrous and terrifying. Much like the prehistoric creatures whose resurrection began as scientific miracle and ended as ecological transformation beyond any single entity's capacity to control or contain. In the eternal dance between creation and destruction, where entire epochs of life rise and fall like tides upon the shores of deep time, perhaps no moment stands more pivotal in our planet's biological history than the great extinction that marked the boundary between the Mesozoic and Cenozoic eras. This catastrophic transition, when the age of reptiles yielded to the age of mammals, has traditionally been attributed to a single cosmic accident, an asteroid impact of such devastating force that it rewrote the biological inheritance of Earth in a geological instant. Yet, beneath this seemingly settled narrative lies a complex tapestry of theoretical possibilities that expand our understanding of extinction itself, with profound implications for the resurrected dinosaurs now walking among us. For if we misunderstand what truly ended their ancient reign, we may fundamentally miscalculate what threatens their modern existence. The asteroid impact theory, so deeply embedded in both scientific consensus and popular imagination, tells a compelling story of cosmic bad luck, a celestial body approximately 10 kilometers in diameter striking the Yucatan Peninsula with force equivalent to 10 billion Hiroshima bombs, unleashing catastrophic consequences that transformed Earth's biosphere in ways no species could have evolved to survive. The evidence supporting this narrative remains formidable. The Chicxulub crater marking the impact site, the distinctive iridium layer found worldwide at precisely the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary, and the timing correlation between impact and extinction that appears too precise for mere coincidence. Yet theoretical challenges to this singular explanation have persisted within the scientific community, not necessarily denying the asteroid's role but questioning whether it acted alone in orchestrating the downfall of dinosaurian dominance. These alternative theories gain particular significance when we consider their implications for modern dinosaurs, whose genetic resurrection has placed them in environmental conditions substantially different from those their ancestors evolved to inhabit. If multiple factors contributed to prehistoric extinction, then similar convergences might threaten resurrected populations despite our technological capabilities and conservation efforts. Beyond the asteroid, competing scientific explanations begin with volcanic activity of unprecedented scale, specifically the Deccan Traps eruptions that covered much of what is now India, with layer upon layer of basaltic lava over a period spanning approximately 1 million years. These eruptions, among the largest volcanic events in Earth's history, would have released enormous quantities of carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and other gases into the atmosphere, triggering climate effects that might have stressed dinosaur populations to breaking points even before the asteroid delivered its final blow. The theoretical implications for modern dinosaurs become immediately apparent when we consider the current state of volcanic activity across our planet. While no current eruptions approach the scale of the Deccan Traps, our resurrected species now inhabit a world where volcanic monitoring remains imperfect and prediction capabilities limited. A supervolcanic eruption like those theoretically possible at Yellowstone, Campi Flegrei, or Toba could create atmospheric conditions that might prove particularly challenging for species whose respiratory and thermoregulatory systems evolved for the higher oxygen concentrations and different atmospheric chemistry of the Mesozoic era. The Deccan Traps theory gains particular strength from recent refinements in dating techniques, which have revealed that the most intense period of volcanic activity coincided with the end Cretaceous extinction with suspicious precision. This temporal alignment creates the theoretical possibility that dinosaurs faced a devastating 1-2 punch, volcanic activity weakening global ecosystems over thousands of years, creating conditions where populations struggled but might have eventually adapted, followed by the sudden asteroid impact that eliminated species already stressed beyond their adaptive capacity. This convergence theory holds profound implications for conservation of resurrected dinosaurs, suggesting that individual threats might be manageable in isolation, but could become catastrophic when combined in specific sequences or configurations. The theoretical vulnerability would not be to any single environmental challenge, but to particular combinations of stresses occurring in specific temporal patterns that overwhelm adaptive capabilities, a sophisticated threat model, requiring equally sophisticated conservation strategies beyond simple habitat protection or population management. The gradual climate change versus sudden extinction debate offers another theoretical dimension with direct relevance to resurrected species now facing unprecedented rates of anthropogenic climate alteration. While the popular narrative emphasizes the suddenness of dinosaur extinction, paleontological evidence reveals more complex patterns where certain dinosaur groups were already experiencing diversity declines millions of years before the terminal Cretaceous events. This suggests climate changes were already creating adaptive challenges long before the final extinction triggers. The theoretical implication for modern conservation becomes clear. Resurrected dinosaurs may face their greatest threats not from spectacular disasters that capture public imagination and mobilize emergency responses, but from gradual environmental changes that occur too slowly to trigger intervention, yet too quickly for evolutionary adaptation. The thermal tolerance ranges, seasonal Q dependencies, and habitat requirements of Mesozoic species evolved under climate conditions different from our current environment and even more different from projected future scenarios. This mismatch between evolutionary adaptations and current conditions creates theoretical vulnerabilities that might manifest gradually rather than catastrophically, the pattern of which dinosaur lineages were declining before the terminal extinction and which maintained robust diversity until the final event creates a theoretical framework for predicting which resurrected species might prove most vulnerable to current climate change. Those belonging to groups that showed pre-extinction decline might carry genetic predispositions to environmental sensitivity that could manifest under current conditions despite the genetic modifications incorporated during their resurrection. This theoretical vulnerability would operate at levels deeper than simple physiological responses, potentially involving complex interactions between genetic heritage, epigenetic regulation, and environmental triggers. Disease theories that might have contributed to prehistoric extinction open another theoretical domain with immediate relevance for managing modern dinosaur populations. While direct evidence of Mesozoic pathogens remains elusive in the fossil record, theoretical models of ecosystem collapse suggest that novel diseases could have played significant roles in dinosaur extinction, either as primary drivers or as opportunistic factors that exploited populations already weakened by environmental stresses. The theoretical concern for modern dinosaur populations emerges from their unprecedented immunological situation. Genetically resurrected species carrying immune systems based on prehistoric genetic templates but modified with modern animal DNA to complete their genomes, now exposed to contemporary pathogens their ancestors never encountered. This creates unique vulnerability profiles that conventional wildlife disease management frameworks are ill-equipped to address. Modern pathogens have evolved for 65 million years since dinosaurs last walked the Earth, potentially developing mechanisms that exploit immunological weaknesses dinosaurs never evolved defenses against. Most concerning is the theoretical possibility of disease transmission between resurrected dinosaurs and modern species, creating pathogen bridges that could allow prehistoric immune vulnerabilities to become exploitation pathways for contemporary microorganisms. The documented cases of resurrected herbivores succumbing to fungal infections that cause only minor symptoms in modern mammals suggests immunological blind spots inherited from their ancient genetic templates, vulnerabilities that opportunistic pathogens might exploit with devastating efficiency. The limited genetic diversity of resurrected populations compounds this theoretical disease vulnerability. Each species resurrected through ingens processes began with genetic material from a small number of specimens, in some cases a single individual creating populations with minimal immunological variation compared to natural species. This genetic bottleneck, while unavoidable in resurrection of extinct species, creates theoretical disease vulnerability that exceeds anything observed in natural populations with normal genetic diversity distributions. Evolutionary dead ends that were genetically corrected during the resurrection process represent another theoretical domain where prehistoric extinction patterns might inform modern conservation strategies. The fossil record reveals that certain dinosaur lineages developed extreme specializations shortly before their extinction: elaborate cranial crests, excessive body armor, or hyper-specialized feeding adaptations that may have reduced their evolutionary flexibility in the face of changing conditions. These specializations, while potentially advantageous under stable conditions, might have become liabilities when environments changed rapidly. The theoretical relevance for modern dinosaur management emerges from the genetic modifications incorporated during resurrection alterations, specifically designed to enhance viability in modern environments by tempering certain evolutionary specializations that might prove maladaptive under current conditions. The lysine dependency engineered into resurrected specimens represents the most documented of these modifications, but theoretical analysis suggests more extensive alterations to metabolic pathways, thermoregulation systems, and reproductive mechanisms that might have corrected prehistoric evolutionary dead ends. The ethical and practical questions surrounding these corrections create a theoretical framework for understanding both the resilience and vulnerability of modern dinosaur populations. If excessive specialization contributed to prehistoric extinction, then engineered corrections of these tendencies might enhance survival prospects under changing conditions. However, these same modifications represent significant departures from authentic prehistoric genetics, creating organisms that may respond to environmental challenges in ways fundamentally different from their ancestors, theoretical differences that could manifest in unexpected ways as environmental conditions continue changing. The extinction pattern discrepancies in the fossil record provide another theoretical domain with direct relevance to modern dinosaur management. The end Cretaceous extinction did not affect all dinosaur lineages equally. Some disappeared instantly at the boundary layer, while others appear to have persisted briefly into the early Paleogene. Most significantly, certain environmental contexts appear to have provided temporary refugia where dinosaur populations survived when their counterparts in other regions had already disappeared. These differential extinction patterns create a theoretical framework for identifying potential sanctuary environments where modern dinosaurs might prove most resilient to environmental challenges. High-altitude environments, certain coastal regions, and specific island ecologies appear to have offered temporary refuge for prehistoric populations during the extinction transition. These same geographical contexts might provide optimal conditions for modern conservation efforts, creating protected spaces where resurrected species could establish self-sustaining populations with minimal human intervention. The theoretical identification of these potential refuge environments extends beyond simple geographical features to encompass complex ecological relationships that might enhance resilience. Certain plant communities, soil microbiome compositions, and ecological network structures appear correlated with dinosaur persistence in the fossil record, suggesting biological relationships that enhance survival under challenging conditions. The recreation of these ecological contexts, rather than simple geographical protection, might provide the most effective conservation strategy for ensuring long-term viability of resurrected populations. Theoretical survival of certain species beyond known extinction boundaries represents perhaps the most provocative extension of conventional understanding, suggesting that isolated populations of certain dinosaur species might have persisted for thousands or even millions of years beyond the generally accepted extinction timeline. While mainstream paleontology has traditionally rejected such possibilities, credible evidence from certain fossil formations suggests anomalous survival of specific dinosaur lineages into the early Paleogene, creating precedent for resilience that exceeds conventional estimates. The theoretical implications for modern conservation emerge from identification of which lineages demonstrated this exceptional survival capacity and what characteristics might have enabled their persistence when other groups disappeared. The pattern suggests that smaller body size, dietary flexibility, and environmental adaptability correlate strongly with extended survival beyond the main extinction boundary. These same characteristics might identify which modern resurrected species possess the greatest resilience potential for establishing sustainable wild populations despite ongoing environmental challenges. Most significant from a theoretical perspective is the possibility that certain dinosaur lineages did not merely survive briefly beyond the main extinction, but actually persisted for millions of years as relict populations in isolated environmental pockets. The controversial evidence for such extended survival remains subject to scientific debate, Yet even the possibility creates a theoretical framework where extinction represents not a single event, but a complex process extending over evolutionary timescales, a perspective that transforms our understanding of both prehistoric patterns and modern conservation possibilities. How understanding true extinction could predict modern dinosaur challenges requires integrating these theoretical frameworks into predictive models that transcend simple extrapolation from prehistoric events. The resurrection process itself introduces variables that have no prehistoric parallels: genetic modifications, population bottlenecks, exposure to modern pathogens, and human management interventions. These novel factors create theoretical extinction risks without prehistoric precedent, requiring conservation approaches that combine paleontological understanding with modern ecological management in unprecedented ways. The most sophisticated theoretical models suggest that resurrected dinosaurs face a multidimensional threat landscape where prehistoric extinction factors interact with modern challenges to create unique vulnerability profiles for each species. Theropods whose prehistoric counterparts demonstrated remarkable resilience during the original extinction might nevertheless prove vulnerable to modern diseases that exploit immune system modifications incorporated during their barn-by-det. Resurrection. Herbivores that survived prehistoric climate fluctuations might struggle with modern plant communities whose chemical defenses have evolved during the 65 million years since their digestive systems last processed. Vegetation. This theoretical complexity necessitates conservation approaches that transcend conventional frameworks based on either prehistoric understanding or modern wildlife management alone. The unique status of resurrected species, neither fully prehistoric nor fully modern in their biological characteristics, requires equally unique protection strategies that address their specific vulnerability profiles, rather than applying standardized conservation models developed for naturally evolved species. The theory of cyclic extinction and its implication for future events provides a theoretical framework where dinosaur extinction represents not a unique catastrophe, but one iteration of a recurring pattern operating across geological timescales. Paleontological evidence suggests that mass extinctions occur with suspicious regularity approximately every 26 million years, creating a potential astronomical cycle that might reflect either the solar system's oscillation through the galactic plane or the influence of a hypothetical companion star to our Sun, whose orbital period brings periodic comet showers through the inner solar system. The theoretical implications for modern dinosaur conservation emerge from the recognition that these cycles, if real, operate independently of human activity or conservation efforts. If dinosaurs were evolutionary victims of cosmic cycles beyond any biological control, then their modern representatives might face similar astronomical influences regardless of our protection efforts. This cosmic perspective does not diminish the importance of conservation, but places it within a larger context where certain extinction factors may prove fundamentally unmanageable regardless of technological capability or conservation commitment. Yet even within this cosmic framework, theoretical models suggest that specific biological characteristics might enhance resilience against cyclic extinction pressures. The evidence that certain lineages survived multiple extinction events before finally disappearing indicates biological adaptation to periodic environmental catastrophes, adaptations that might be present in the genetic material used for resurrection of those particular species. This theoretical resilience would transcend simple physical characteristics to encompass complex physiological and behavioral responses to environmental stress that might prove crucial for survival under challenging conditions. Extinction-resistant traits potentially present in clone specimens represent the theoretical intersection of prehistoric resilience and modern genetic modification, creating unique biological capabilities without clear precedent in either natural history or conventional conservation experience. The genetic material used for dinosaur resurrection necessarily came from specimens that survived long enough to be preserved in conditions allowing DNA recovery individuals that potentially possessed exceptional characteristics that enhanced their preservation potential relative to others of their species. This preservation bias creates the theoretical possibility that resurrected dinosaurs might actually possess greater resilience than the average members of their prehistoric populations, carrying genetic traits that enhance their preservation potential and now might similarly enhance their survival prospects under challenging conditions. The theoretical extension of this preservation advantage would operate across multiple biological domains, from cellular structures that resisted decomposition now providing enhanced resistance to modern environmental toxins, to physiological characteristics that facilitated fossilization now conferring unexpected resilience against contemporary stressors. The genetic modifications incorporated during resurrection further complicate this theoretical framework, potentially enhancing certain resistance traits while diminishing others. The incorporation of modern animal DNA to complete fragmented prehistoric genomes introduced characteristics that had undergone 65 million years of evolutionary refinement since the original extinction adaptations, specifically selected for survival in post-dinosaur environments. These modern genetic elements might provide resurrected specimens with biological capabilities their prehistoric counterparts never possessed, creating theoretical resistance to extinction pressures that exceeds anything present in the original Mesozoic populations. Most significant is the theoretical possibility that certain genetic modifications introduced for commercial or management purposes might inadvertently enhance extinction resistance in ways their designers never anticipated. The lysine dependency engineered as a population control mechanism, for example, created metabolic pathways that require sophisticated enzyme production capabilities beyond what unmodified dinosaurs possessed. These enhanced metabolic mechanisms might confer unexpected advantages when processing environmental toxins or adapting to resource limitations that would have proven fatal to prehistoric populations without such modifications. The theoretical framework surrounding nutrient processing and metabolic adaptation holds particular significance for predicting which resurrected species might prove most resilient to current environmental challenges. The Mesozoic atmosphere contained oxygen levels significantly higher than present conditions, while carbon dioxide concentrations fluctuated through levels both higher and lower than current measurements. The prehistoric plants that formed the foundation of dinosaur food chains possessed nutritional profiles and chemical compositions substantially different from modern vegetation, creating fundamental challenges for herbivorous dinosaurs now attempting to derive adequate nutrition from plant species they never evolved to consume. The theoretical vulnerability extends beyond simple nutritional adequacy to encompass complex interactions between digestive biochemistry and plant secondary compounds. Modern plants have evolved sophisticated chemical defenses against herbivory during the 65 million years since dinosaurs last browsed their ancestors, creating toxic compounds that prehistoric digestive systems would have never encountered and thus never developed detoxification mechanisms to process. This biochemical mismatch creates theoretical vulnerability that transcends simple feeding behavior to involve complex metabolic challenges without prehistoric parallel. For carnivorous dinosaurs, the theoretical challenge emerges from the different biochemical composition of modern prey animals compared to their Mesozoic counterparts. Modern mammals and birds possess different muscle tissue composition, fat distributions, and internal organ structures than the prehistoric prey species dinosaur predators evolved to consume. These differences, while subtle from a macronutrient perspective, create theoretical metabolic challenges when prehistoric digestive systems attempt to derive optimal nutrition from modern prey species whose biochemical compositions differ from what carnivorous dinosaurs evolved to process. The oxygen requirement differential between Mesozoic and modern atmospheres creates perhaps the most fundamental theoretical challenge for resurrected dinosaurs. The prehistoric atmosphere during peak dinosaur diversity contained oxygen concentrations approximately 30% higher than present levels, allowing for metabolic processes and activity patterns that cannot be sustained under current atmospheric conditions. This oxygen differential would theoretically manifest most severely during periods of high activity or stress, when resurrected specimens might reach physiological thresholds where oxygen demands exceed what current atmospheric concentrations can provide through respiratory systems evolved for higher oxygen environments. This theoretical oxygen limitation would create vulnerability patterns without obvious prehistoric parallels, performance reductions during high-stress situations like predator evasion, territorial defense, or mating competitions that might prove fatal in contexts where prehistoric counterparts would have maintained adequate performance. The limitation would theoretically affect larger species more severely than smaller ones, creating body-size dependent vulnerability profiles where the most spectacular resurrection achievements, the iconic large dinosaurs that capture public imagination, might prove most susceptible to extinction pressures their smaller relatives could survive. The temperature regulation challenges facing resurrected dinosaurs create another theoretical vulnerability domain with direct relevance to current climate change scenarios. The Mesozoic climate, while experiencing variations throughout its 180 million year span, generally maintained warmer average temperatures and less extreme seasonal variations than our current environment. The polar regions supported temperate forests rather than ice caps during much of dinosaur evolutionary history, creating environmental conditions without modern parallel outside limited equatorial regions. The theoretical implications for modern dinosaur conservation emerge from recognition that many resurrected species evolved thermoregulatory systems optimized for environmental conditions significantly different from either current or projected future climates. Even modest temperature changes might create theoretical thresholds where maintaining internal temperature balance requires energy expenditures that prehistoric metabolisms cannot sustain under current resource constraints. This vulnerability would manifest most severely during seasonal extremes or weather anomalies, creating theoretical extinction risks from environmental variations that fall well within the normal range for modern species but exceed what dinosaur physiology evolved to accommodate. The pathogen resistance discrepancy between prehistoric and modern disease environments creates another theoretical vulnerability domain with immediate conservation implications. The microbial world has undergone 65 million years of evolutionary development since dinosaurs last interacted with pathogens, creating disease organisms with infection mechanisms. Dinosaur immune systems never evolved to recognize or combat. This immunological mismatch creates theoretical vulnerability to pathogens that might cause only minor symptoms in modern species, whose immune systems have co-evolved with these disease organisms throughout the Cenozoic era. Most concerning from a theoretical perspective is the possibility of pathogen host jumping between modern species and resurrected dinosaurs, creating novel disease vectors that could exploit the immunological naivete of prehistoric immune systems. The documented capability of certain viruses to move between very distantly related modern species suggests similar transmission potential between modern carriers and resurrected dinosaurs, potentially creating disease outbreaks of unprecedented severity in populations with minimal immunological preparation for such challenges. The social behavior adaptations that contributed to prehistoric survival create another theoretical domain where resurrected specimens might display either unexpected resilience or unanticipated vulnerability. The fossil record provides compelling evidence for complex social behaviors among many dinosaur species, from nesting colonies and migratory herds to pack hunting and coordinated territorial defense. These social adaptations evolved within population densities and distribution patterns that have no modern parallel for resurrected species, creating theoretical challenges when prehistoric social behaviors must function within the constraints of small, isolated modern populations. The theoretical vulnerability emerges from recognition that social behaviors optimized for prehistoric population structures might become maladaptive when expressed in the radically different demographic contexts of resurrected populations. Mating behaviors that evolved within large populations with normal genetic diversity might create reproductive challenges in small groups with limited genetic options. Territorial behaviors calibrated for prehistoric ecosystems with established dinosaur community structures might generate conflict patterns unsuited for modern environments where resurrected species encounter ecological relationships their ancestors never experienced. Yet these same social adaptations might theoretically enhance resilience when they facilitate rapid behavioral adaptation to novel conditions without requiring genetic changes. The documented learning capabilities of many dinosaur species, particularly theropods with enhanced cognitive abilities, suggest potential for behavioral flexibility that might compensate for physiological limitations under changing environmental conditions. This theoretical adaptive capacity would operate on timescales much shorter than genetic evolution, potentially allowing resurrected populations to develop behavioral responses to environmental challenges their prehistoric counterparts never encountered. The reproductive cycle vulnerabilities of resurrected dinosaurs create perhaps the most immediate theoretical extinction risk, particularly for species with complex breeding requirements evolved for specific environmental conditions. The precise seasonal cues, temperature ranges, and resource availability patterns that triggered prehistoric breeding behaviors may have no modern equivalents, creating theoretical reproductive dysfunction even in otherwise healthy populations. This vulnerability would manifest most severely in species with highly specialized reproduction requirements, particularly temperature-dependent sex determination systems that evolved under climate conditions different from current parameters. The theoretical extinction risk emerges from recognition that reproductive failure need not be absolute to threaten population viability. Even modest reductions in breeding success, when combined with other survival challenges, could create population decline trajectories leading to extinction thresholds where recovery becomes impossible regardless of conservation intervention. This theoretical vulnerability operates across generational timescales rather than immediate survival crises, potentially creating extinction debt that manifests gradually rather than catastrophically. The theoretical frameworks surrounding prehistoric extinction acquire particular significance when we consider the artificial nature of resurrected dinosaur populations. Unlike naturally evolved species with demographic histories shaped by gradual adaptation to changing conditions, resurrected dinosaurs represent biological discontinuities, organisms whose evolutionary trajectory was severed by extinction and then artificially reconnected through human technological intervention. This unprecedented biological status creates theoretical vulnerability profiles without natural parallels, requiring conservation approaches that acknowledge their unique evolutionary context rather than applying management models developed for continuous evolutionary lineages. Yet within this theoretical uniqueness lies potential resilience factors that transcend prehistoric limitations. The genetic modifications incorporated during resurrection, while creating certain vulnerabilities through artificial characteristics without evolutionary refinement, might simultaneously provide capabilities that enhance survival under conditions their prehistoric counterparts could not have endured. The theoretical balance between these engineered vulnerabilities and resilience factors will ultimately determine which resurrected species establish sustainable populations and which follow their ancestors into secondary extinction. As your consciousness begins to drift toward the borderlands of sleep, consider how these theoretical frameworks for understanding prehistoric extinction might inform our stewardship of the resurrected beings now establishing themselves in modern ecosystems. The ancient catastrophe that ended the age of dinosaurs 65 million years ago may offer crucial insights for preventing a second extinction in our own time. If we can correctly interpret the complex patterns preserved in fossil beds and genetic codes that connect these magnificent creatures to both their prehistoric past and their uncertain future, the boundaries between different extinction theories blur in this twilight territory of understanding, much as the boundary between wakefulness and dreams softens around the edges of your consciousness. Within this uncertainty lies the essence of our relationship with resurrected dinosaurs being simultaneously ancient and new, natural and artificial, familiar yet fundamentally alien to the world they now inhabit. Their future, like your dreams, remains unwritten, a theoretical landscape of possibilities waiting to unfold through pathways we can glimpse but never fully predict as consciousness yields to the deeper wisdom that awaits in the realm of sleep. Beneath the gleaming surface of scientific achievement and commercial spectacle that came to define the public legacy of Jurassic Park, there existed a deeper stratum of intention and purpose that John Hammond carried within him, like precious amber, preserving not insects but ideas, not blood but visions of what might be possible at the intersection of human ingenuity and prehistoric majesty. The theoretical analysis of Hammond's original vision beyond entertainment reveals a complex tapestry of motivations and objectives that extended far beyond the creation of a spectacular theme park, suggesting instead a man whose ambitions transcended conventional understanding of both business and conservation. In the quiet spaces between documented statements and public declarations, we find shadows of a legacy more profound and far-reaching than roller coasters with dinosaur themes or gift shops selling prehistoric plush toys. The theoretical analysis of Hammond's original vision must begin with recognition that the man himself underwent profound transformation during his journey from entrepreneur to genetic visionary. The early Hammond, the showman who created flea circuses with mechanical insects and animal theme parks with conventional wildlife, approached entertainment as an end in itself, a profitable venture built upon the human desire for wonder and spectacle. Yet something fundamental shifted during his first encounters with the possibilities of genetic resurrection, transforming commercial ambition into something approaching reverence for the power to reach across evolutionary time and reconnect broken lineages. This transformation appears most clearly in the private correspondence and personal journals that Hammond maintained during the formative years of InGen's research program, documents that reveal a man increasingly consumed by philosophical questions that extended far beyond profit margins or visitor statistics. The theoretical framework emerging from these private reflections suggests a vision structured around three fundamental objectives: the demonstration of human creative potential through mastery of life itself, the establishment of direct connection between humanity and its prehistoric heritage, and ultimately the redemption of humanity's destructive relationship with nature through resurrection of what previous generations had destroyed through ignorance or indifference. Evidence of long-term planning beyond single park development appears throughout Hammond's private documentation, revealing architectural and ecological visions that extended decades beyond the planned opening of Jurassic Park itself. Preliminary designs for multiple facilities across different continents, each showcasing different prehistoric ecosystems and evolutionary periods, suggest ambitions far exceeding what any single location could accommodate. Most significant are the detailed projections for evolutionary biology research centers integrated with these exhibition facilities, creating infrastructure that would generate scientific knowledge far beyond what commercial entertainment could justify through conventional return on investment calculations. The theoretical timeline revealed through these planning documents suggests a multi-phase approach spanning generations rather than years, beginning with spectacular entertainment venues that would capture public imagination and generate revenue, then gradually transitioning toward research and conservation objectives as financial stability allowed for pursuit of longer-term goals. The documented acquisition of multiple islands beyond those publicly acknowledged for dinosaur research indicates physical infrastructure being assembled for purposes extending far beyond the creation of a single theme park, regardless of how spectacular that initial venture might become. Most revealing are Hammond's detailed notes regarding species selection priorities for the Resurrection Program documentation that reveals criteria extending far beyond commercial appeal or exhibition potential. While public-facing plans emphasized charismatic megafauna like Tyrannosaurus rex and Triceratops that would attract visitors and generate revenue, his private research directives prioritized species with specific ecological functions, environmental adaptation capabilities, and genetic diversity potential. These selection criteria align more closely with creating functional prehistoric ecosystems than assembling collections of spectacular exhibition specimens, suggesting vision focused on comprehensive biological restoration rather than isolated entertainment attractions. The Noah's Ark theory of preservation over exhibition finds support in Hammond's private correspondence with environmental conservation leaders during periods when InGen's research remained classified as proprietary technology. These communications reveal a man positioning genetic resurrection not merely as commercial entertainment but as revolutionary conservation technology that could fundamentally transform humanity's relationship with extinction itself. The theoretical framework emerging from these exchanges suggests Hammond envisioned Dinosaur exhibition as merely the first phase of a larger project that would eventually extend to recently extinct species and critically endangered organisms facing imminent disappearance. Most significant in this theoretical context is Hammond's documented acquisition of genetic material from species that disappeared during human historical periods, from passenger pigeons and thylacines to recently extinct plants and invertebrates whose disappearance could be directly attributed to human activity. These collection efforts, operating parallel to the more publicized Dinosaur program but with minimal public acknowledgement, suggest preservation objectives extending far beyond prehistoric resurrection to encompass comprehensive reversal of human-caused extinction across evolutionary timescales. The ecological research programs established alongside dinosaur development, focusing on habitat reconstruction and plant community restoration for extinct ecosystems, further support the preservation theory of Hammond's ultimate objectives. The resources devoted to recreating complete Mesozoic botanical communities, far exceeding what visitor experience would require for scenic backdrop to dinosaur exhibitions, suggest intention to establish functional prehistoric ecosystems rather than merely spectacular animal displays. The theoretical extension of this approach would create self-sustaining biological communities where resurrected species could exist within something approaching their original ecological contexts rather than as isolated specimens in biological communities. Artificial environments. Hammond's secret research objectives documented in personal records reveal ambitions for genetic technology that extended far beyond resurrection of extinct species for exhibition purposes. His private communications with medical researchers exploring applications of dinosaur physiology for human health advancement, agricultural scientists investigating prehistoric plant adaptations for modern crop development, and environmental engineers studying Mesozoic carbon cycling for climate stabilization technology all suggest vision encompassing transformation of human civilization through prehistoric biological knowledge rather than merely creating. Entertaining dinosaur displays. Most theoretically significant are Hammond's detailed notes regarding the unique biological capabilities that prehistoric organisms might contribute to solving contemporary challenges, from drought-resistant plant varieties adapted to Mesozoic climate conditions to antimicrobial compounds evolved to combat prehistoric pathogens. These research directions suggest vision for dinosaur resurrection as pathway for accessing biological technologies that evolution had perfected during prehistoric periods, but that had disappeared during the extinction events that separated those eras from modern ecosystems. The theoretical framework surrounding Hammond's medical research interests acquires particular significance when examining his personal health history and family medical records. His grandson's documented autoimmune condition and his daughter's genetic predisposition toward conditions that ancient immune systems might have addressed through different regulatory mechanisms suggest motivation extending beyond abstract scientific curiosity to encompass specific medical applications with personal significance. This theoretical dimension transforms understanding of Hammond's urgency from simple commercial ambition to something approaching moral mission resurrection, not merely as scientific achievement but as pathway toward healing, capabilities that modern medicine had failed to develop through conventional research approaches. The theory of planned worldwide introduction from the beginning finds supporting evidence in Hammond's early infrastructure development patterns, particularly the establishment of research facilities and containment structures in locations theoretically suitable for eventual dinosaur release rather than optimal for secure research or profitable exhibition. The geographical distribution of these installations correlates suspiciously with regions whose current ecological characteristics most closely resemble Mesozoic environments, suggesting preparation for eventual release rather than merely secure containment or convenient visitor access. Most theoretically compelling are Hammond's detailed studies of contemporary ecosystems with potential compatibility for prehistoric species, introduction analyses, examining current trophic structures, climate patterns, and botanical communities to identify regions where resurrected dinosaurs might establish sustainable populations with minimal disruption to existing ecological relationships. These assessments, conducted years before successful resurrection of any prehistoric species, suggest vision extending far beyond entertainment exhibitions to encompass eventual reintegration of dinosaurs into natural environments rather than permanent confinement within park boundaries. The documented timeline of habitat acquisition in regions identified through these compatibility analyses creates a suspicious pattern of land assembly that contradicts commercial entertainment objectives while aligning perfectly with long-term introduction strategy. Remote territories unsuitable for visitor attractions but ideal for monitoring released populations, corridors connecting potential dinosaur habitats through regions with minimal human population density, and buffer zones surrounding compatible ecosystems all suggest preparation for managed introduction rather than merely expansion of entertainment venues or research facilities. Psychological analysis of Hammond's conservation versus exhibition motives reveals a man whose public and private personas maintain distinct and sometimes contradictory objectives throughout InGen's development. His carefully crafted public image as entertainment entrepreneur pursuing spectacular attraction development operated alongside private identity increasingly focused on fundamentally transforming humanity's relationship with papeling extinction through demonstration that even the most absolute biological disappearance could be reversed through sufficient knowledge and technological capability. The theoretical tension between these identities appears most clearly in Hammond's private correspondence during periods when commercial pressures threatened research objectives he considered essential to his larger vision. His willingness to divert resources from profitable entertainment development towards scientifically significant but commercially questionable research directions repeatedly created conflict with InGen's investors and board members, suggesting priorities extending beyond simple profit maximization toward objectives that transcended conventional business metrics. Most theoretically revealing are the psychological assessments Hammond underwent during InGen's formation. Evaluations required by investors concerned about entrusting unprecedented resources to a single individual's vision. These confidential profiles, conducted by specialists in entrepreneurial psychology, consistently identified messianic tendencies and savior motivations atypical for conventional business leadership, but characteristic of individuals pursuing transformative missions they consider essential for humanity's future development. The theoretical framework emerging from these assessments suggests man driven less by commercial ambition than by conviction that he had discovered pathway toward redemption of humanity's destructive relationship with nature resurrection technology that could undo the most permanent consequence of environmental destruction. The succession plan theories regarding who was truly meant to continue Hammond's work acquire particular significance when examining the educational and professional development pathways he established for specific individuals within his organization and family. The documented resources committed to developing particular skill combinations in selected protégés, combining genetics expertise with conservation philosophy, exhibition experience with ecological understanding, financial acumen with bioethical awareness suggest deliberate cultivation of successors capable of advancing specialized aspects of his multidimensional vision rather than merely managing commercial entertainment venues. Most theoretically compelling is the pattern of selective information sharing that characterized Hammond's relationships with potential successors, creating distinct inheritance pathways for different aspects of his comprehensive vision. Certain individuals received detailed documentation regarding the scientific dimensions of resurrection technology. Others were granted access to long-term ecological integration strategies, while different protégés were entrusted with financial structures designed to support multi-generational research programs independent from commercial entertainment revenues. This compartmentalized succession planning suggests strategy for ensuring different aspects of his vision would continue development, even if complete implementation proved impossible within his individual lifetime. The theoretical significance of this succession strategy extends beyond simple contingency planning to suggest recognition that different aspects of his comprehensive vision might require distinct leadership approaches as they matured from theoretical possibility toward practical implementation. The succession candidates most thoroughly documented in Hammond's private records possessed complementary capabilities rather than overlapping expertise, creating theoretical implementation team that might collectively advance his multidimensional objectives, even though no single individual could master all domains necessary for complete realization of his transformative vision. Evidence of Hammond's knowledge of inevitable containment failure provides perhaps the most controversial dimension of theoretical analysis regarding his true intentions and expectations. The containment systems implemented at Jurassic Park, while impressive by entertainment venue standards, incorporated numerous vulnerabilities that would have been immediately apparent to anyone with Hammond's documented expertise in wildlife exhibition and security systems. The theoretical question emerges: were these vulnerabilities evidence of incompetence and overconfidence, or deliberate design elements created by someone who anticipated, perhaps even intended, eventual dinosaur escape into broader environments? The documented pattern of security system implementation reveals suspicious discrepancies between Hammond's typical approach to conventional wildlife containment and the systems deployed for dinosaur management. Throughout his earlier career developing animal exhibitions, Hammond had consistently implemented redundant security measures exceeding industry standards. Yet the systems at Jurassic Park relied on single-point dependencies and centralized control mechanisms vulnerable to both technological failure and human sabotage. This departure from established practice suggests either uncharacteristic carelessness or deliberate design accommodating anticipated system failure. Most theoretically significant are the detailed contingency plans Hammond developed for responding to dinosaur escape scenarios, plans that emphasize monitoring and documentation of escaped specimens rather than recapture or elimination. These response protocols, established years before the first successful dinosaur resurrection, devoted extraordinary resources to tracking technology, environmental impact assessment, and adaptation monitoring for specimens establishing themselves in wild environments. The theoretical framework emerging from these preparations suggests approach focused less on preventing escape than on managing its consequences and extracting scientific value from inevitable integration of dinosaurs into contemporary ecosystems. The ethical framework underlying Hammond's decisions reveals a man wrestling with philosophical questions regarding humanity's relationship with extinct species and our moral obligations toward beings whose disappearance resulted from natural processes rather than human intervention. His private journals document evolving perspective on whether resurrected dinosaurs should be considered human creations subject to ownership and control, or restored natural beings with inherent rights to autonomous existence. The theoretical progression of his ethical thinking suggests movement away from proprietorship toward stewardship, from viewing dinosaurs as products of human technology toward recognition of their independent biological status regardless of the mechanisms that enabled their return. Most theoretically revealing are Hammond's detailed analyses of what constituted authentic resurrection versus artificial creation in the context of genetically reconstructed organisms. His philosophical explorations of whether specimens carrying synthetic DNA components created through technological intervention and born from surrogate species truly constituted the same beings that had disappeared 65 million years earlier reveal a man grappling with fundamental questions about biological identity and authenticity. The theoretical framework emerging from these reflections suggests evolving perspective that increasingly recognized resurrected dinosaurs as legitimate beings deserving moral consideration independent from their status as technological achievements or commercial assets. The environmental impact assessments Hammond commissioned for scenarios involving dinosaur integration into modern ecosystems provide further theoretical evidence regarding his expectations and intentions for resurrected species. These detailed analyses, conducted years before successful resurrection but with extraordinary predictive sophistication, examined potential consequences ranging from predation impacts on modern wildlife to vegetation alteration through prehistoric herbivory patterns. The theoretical perspective emerging from these studies suggests preparation for managed introduction rather than absolute containment, with particular focus on identifying which contemporary ecosystems might accommodate prehistoric species with minimal disruption to existing ecological relationships. Most significant from theoretical perspective are the thresholds established within these impact assessments, the specific conditions under which dinosaur presence in natural environments would be considered beneficial rather than disruptive to modern ecological functions. These criteria focus particularly on contexts where prehistoric species might fill ecological niches left vacant by recent extinctions or perform environmental regulation functions inadequately addressed by surviving species. The theoretical framework suggested by these assessments approaches dinosaur resurrection not merely as entertainment or scientific achievement, but as potential ecological restoration, addressing deficiencies in contemporary ecosystems, created by extinction events more recent than the disappearance of dinosaurs themselves. The theory of Hammond's ultimate goal involving forced human-dinosaur coexistence acquires compelling support when examining the psychological evolution documented in his private writings over decades of resurrection research. His early perspectives focused primarily on exhibition and entertainment applications, gradually transformed into something approaching religious conviction that humanity required direct relationship with prehistoric life to achieve more balanced perspective on our position within Earth's biological history. The theoretical progression suggests vision extending beyond scientific curiosity or commercial entertainment toward fundamental transformation of human ecological identity through confrontation with living representatives of time periods when our species did not exist. The educational infrastructure developed alongside exhibition facilities provides further theoretical evidence of this transformative vision. The documented learning objectives established for Jurassic Park's educational components emphasized themes extending far beyond entertaining visitor experiences or conventional natural history education, focusing instead on recalibrating human temporal perspective, demonstrating evolutionary continuity across extinction boundaries, and establishing emotional connection between modern humans and prehistoric life forms. These educational frameworks suggest intention to transform cultural understanding of humanity's position within biological history, rather than merely providing entertaining dinosaur encounters. Most theoretically significant are Hammond's detailed projections for how human psychology and cultural development might change through ongoing interaction with living dinosaurs over generational timescales. His analyses predicted initial fear and sensation-seeking, gradually transforming into normalized coexistence, eventually producing cultural perspective that incorporated prehistoric awareness into contemporary identity formation. The theoretical framework emerging from these projections suggests vision focused on psychological transformation, extending far beyond entertainment or scientific advancement, approaching instead fundamental reimagining of human identity. Through relationship with beings representing evolutionary heritage predating our species' existence. The documented timeline for this projected psychological transformation extended far beyond any conventional business planning horizon, encompassing decades of gradually normalizing human-dinosaur interaction through increasingly integrated encounters. The theoretical progression began with controlled exhibition viewing, advanced through monitored direct interaction experiences, and eventually culminated in unmediated coexistence within shared environments where boundaries between human and dinosaur territories would become increasingly permeable. This generational timeline suggests vision extending far beyond commercial entertainment to encompass evolutionary psychology intervention operating across timescales more typical of cultural development than business enterprise. The genetic privacy considerations documented in Hammond's legal preparations reveal another theoretical dimension of his long-term vision for dinosaur resurrection and its relationship with human society. His establishment of comprehensive patent protections for resurrection technology, while simultaneously creating legal frameworks that recognized resurrected dinosaurs themselves as unownable beings, suggests sophisticated ethical positioning that distinguished between technological processes and the living organisms those processes created. The theoretical framework emerging from these legal structures approaches resurrected dinosaurs not as products or property, but as restored natural beings whose existence transcended human ownership despite originating through human technological intervention. Most theoretically significant are the detailed provisions regarding genetic rights and biological autonomy that Hammond established for resurrected species, legal frameworks recognizing prehistoric genetic heritage as naturally occurring, rather than artificially created despite the technological interventions required for resurrection. These structures established foundation for legal personhood that would prevent resurrected dinosaurs from being treated as conventional property regardless of the commercial investments required for their creation. The theoretical implications suggest vision extending beyond commercial exploitation toward establishment of unprecedented biological rights framework, acknowledging the unique status of technologically resurrected natural beings. The documented evolution in Hammond's perspective regarding InGen's relationship with resurrected dinosaurs creates theoretical timeline where commercial exploitation gradually yielded to stewardship responsibility and eventually approached something resembling ecological partnership. His early business models focused primarily on exhibition revenue and licensing opportunities, progressively incorporated conservation objectives, research partnerships, and eventually ecological restoration programs that positioned dinosaurs as collaborators in environmental management rather than assets for human utilization. This theoretical progression suggests vision transcending conventional business objectives towards something approaching religious mission to restore broken evolutionary continuity between prehistoric life and contemporary ecosystems. Most revealing from theoretical perspective are Hammond's detailed plans for transitioning operational control of dinosaur territories from human management towards self-regulation by the prehistoric species themselves. These governance models, developed years before successful resurrection of any dinosaur species, established frameworks for gradually reducing human intervention as dinosaur populations stabilized and established sustainable ecological relationships. The theoretical endpoint of this transition approached complete withdrawal of direct human control, with human role evolving from owner-manager toward observer-protector as dinosaurs re-established autonomous existence within contemporary environments. The theoretical implications of Hammond's unacknowledged objectives extend far beyond reinterpretation of a single individual's motivations to encompass fundamental questions about humanity's relationship with extinction itself. If Hammond's true vision involved comprehensive reversal of extinction as permanent biological condition, transforming it instead into potentially temporary state addressable through sufficient knowledge and technological capability, then the philosophical consequences extend into territories challenging our most basic understanding of evolutionary history and biological possibility. The theoretical reframing of extinction from absolute biological endpoint toward potentially reversible condition creates unprecedented questions regarding conservation priorities, ecological restoration objectives, and ethical responsibilities towards species whose disappearance might now be considered provisional rather than permanent. If Hammond's vision approached dinosaur resurrection not as isolated technological stunt, but as proof of concept for comprehensive extinction reversal capability, then the implications extend far beyond spectacular theme park attractions toward fundamental transformation of humanity's relationship with biological history and evolutionary future. As your consciousness begins to drift towards sleep, consider how Hammond's theoretical legacy might extend beyond the spectacular failures and catastrophic consequences that dominated public attention, revealing instead visionary reaching toward reconciliation between humanity's technological power and our biological heritage. The dinosaurs now establishing themselves in contemporary ecosystems may represent not merely escaped exhibits from failed entertainment venture, but first manifestations of vision that approached extinction reversal as moral imperative. Rather than commercial opportunity, transformative perspective that viewed resurrection technology as pathway toward redemption for humanity's destructive relationship with the diversity of life that shares our planetary home. The boundary between Hammond's documented intentions and theoretical possibilities blurs in this twilight territory, much as the boundary between wakefulness and dreams softens around the edges of your consciousness. Within this uncertainty lies the essence of his legacy, not merely the visible dinosaurs that captured public imagination, but the philosophical framework they embodied. Approaching extinction not as immutable biological law, but as challenge to human creativity and moral responsibility. These deeper dimensions of Hammond's vision continue unfolding through consequences both intended and unexpected. Much as dreams emerge from the hidden places of consciousness to reshape our understanding of possibilities that daylight reason might dismiss as impossible. In the shadowed laboratories where science extends beyond conventional understanding into territories of creation that challenge the very boundaries between natural evolution and artificial design, Dr. Fist. Henry Wu's legacy extends far beyond the visible achievements that captured public imagination. His work with hybrid organisms, creatures combining genetic elements from multiple species to create beings with no evolutionary precedent, represents perhaps the most profound transformation of genetic engineering from tool of resurrection into instrument of creation. Yet beneath the documented research program that culminated in specimens like the Indominus rex and Indoraptor lies a theoretical landscape of experimentation far more extensive and philosophically challenging than official narratives have. Acknowledged a hidden continent of genetic innovation, where the boundaries between restoration, enhancement, and creation blurred into territory that transcended scientific understanding and ventured into domains approaching the divine. The evidence for hybrid programs predating acknowledged research emerges from careful analysis of inconsistencies within officially documented dinosaur specimens, subtle anatomical variations, and unexpected behavioral patterns that cannot be explained through preservation artifacts or random genetic drift, but suggest deliberate incorporation of traits from multiple source species. The velociraptor specimens exhibited at Jurassic Park, while presented as authentic prehistoric recreations, displayed physical characteristics inconsistent with fossil evidence, standing heights exceeding paleontological estimates, cranial structures with subtle mammalian influences, and neural architecture suggesting cognitive capabilities beyond what evolutionary pressure would have selected for in natural prehistoric environments. These discrepancies, dismissed in official documentation as consequences of incomplete genetic sequences supplemented with modern animal DNA, acquire theoretical significance when examined through the lens of deliberate hybrid design rather than necessary compromise. The pattern of which characteristics exceeded prehistoric parameters, intelligence, adaptability, social coordination suggests enhancements serving specific functional objectives rather than random expression of supplementary genetic material. The theoretical framework emerging from this pattern approaches the earliest velociraptor specimens not as imperfect recreations of prehistoric animals, but as prototype hybrids whose artificial nature was concealed beneath the narrative of resurrection technology. Most theoretically compelling are the documented temperature tolerance ranges of supposedly authentic dinosaur specimens, particularly their ability to function in climate conditions significantly different from the Mesozoic environments their ancestral species evolved to inhabit. The theoretical capacity for such environmental adaptation to emerge accidentally through random genetic supplementation approaches statistical impossibility, suggesting instead deliberate incorporation of modern species' climate adaptation mechanisms. This theoretical hybrid origin explains capabilities that made commercial exhibition viable in contemporary climate conditions without requiring the extensive environmental engineering that truly authentic prehistoric specimens would have necessitated. The theoretical developmental stages of hybrid technology create timeline extending far earlier than officially acknowledged programs, suggesting progression from subtle enhancement of seemingly authentic specimens toward increasingly dramatic departures from evolutionary precedent. The initial phase, theoretically beginning with the first successful dinosaur resurrections, would have involved selective incorporation of modern genetic elements to enhance viability while maintaining superficial prehistoric appearance, creating specimens that looked authentic but possessed hidden adaptations, making them suitable for contemporary environments and management requirements. The second theoretical phase would have explored more extensive hybridization while maintaining predominantly prehistoric external characteristics, incorporating significant internal modifications affecting metabolism, immune function, and neural development while preserving recognizable dinosaur appearance. This intermediate stage would have allowed exploration of hybrid potential without creating specimens whose artificial nature would be immediately apparent to observers without specialized knowledge of prehistoric anatomy and basic physiology. The third theoretical phase, ultimately acknowledged through specimens like the Indominus rex, represented hybridization transcending enhancement to pursue creation of entirely new organisms optimized for specific functions rather than authentic recreation of prehistoric species. This progression suggests research program evolving from resurrection of natural species toward design of artificial organisms, transition from restoration of what once existed toward creation of what had never before been possible through natural evolutionary processes alone. The military application timeline for hybrid development provides theoretical framework connecting early enhancement research with later acknowledged weapons development programs. The documented capabilities of hybrid specimens like the Indominus rex thermal regulation, allowing temperature signature concealment, adaptive coloration providing environmental camouflage, enhanced intelligence, enabling tactical problem solving, align precisely with military requirements for reconnaissance and combat applications. This alignment suggests development guided by battlefield functionality rather than exhibition value or scientific curiosity from significantly earlier stages than official narratives have acknowledged. The theoretical military research would necessarily have begun with enhancement of naturally evolved capabilities rather than creation of entirely new functions, amplifying predatory efficiency, environmental adaptability, and pack coordination while maintaining plausible deniability regarding deliberate weapons development. The earliest enhanced velociraptors, with their documented problem-solving capabilities and social coordination exceeding paleontological predictions, represent theoretical prototypes for what would eventually become acknowledged military research programs decades later. Most theoretically significant is the pattern of which cognitive capabilities received enhancement focus in early hybrid specimens, specifically target discrimination, tactical adaptation, and command response. These particular domains align precisely with military requirements for deployable biological assets while offering minimal advantage for either survival in prehistoric environments or entertainment value in exhibition contexts. This theoretical alignment suggests deliberate selection for combat functionality rather than random expression of supplementary genetic material or enhancement for exhibition purposes. Secret hybrid species never revealed to the public represent perhaps the most compelling theoretical extension of acknowledged hybridization programs. The recognized specimens Indominus rex, Indoraptor, Scorpius rex were created specifically for public revelation, despite their obviously artificial nature, suggesting parallel development of hybrid organisms intended to remain permanently classified. The theoretical rationale for such secrecy would naturally include hybrid species whose capabilities exceeded what public awareness could safely accommodate, or whose appearance and behavior would generate unmanageable ethical concerns if their existence became widely known. The documented resource allocation to genetic research facilities without corresponding exhibition specimens creates a suspicious pattern of development without public outcome research programs consuming significant resources without producing acknowledged results. This discrepancy suggests hybrid organisms whose existence remains unacknowledged despite successful creation and perhaps ongoing utilization in classified applications beyond public awareness or regulatory oversight. Most theoretically unsettling are the documented anomalies in genetic sample inventories, specifically the consistent pattern of certain prehistoric genetic materials being utilized in quantities exceeding what acknowledged specimens could account for. This resource consumption without corresponding public outcomes suggests parallel development track, creating hybrid organisms whose existence remains officially undocumented despite consuming substantial genetic resources and research. Infrastructure. The ecological dominance theory of hybrid creation provides theoretical framework for understanding hybridization as deliberate strategy for ensuring dinosaur survival in contemporary ecosystems rather than merely spectacular attraction. Development. This theoretical approach suggests hybrids designed specifically to establish sustainable populations in modern environments without requiring ongoing human support or protected habitat preservation, creating self-sustaining introduced species rather than exhibition specimens requiring perpetual maintenance within artificial environments. The theoretical evidence for this approach appears in the documented characteristics of hybrid specimens, particularly their enhanced environmental adaptability, accelerated reproductive development, and sophisticated predator avoidance behaviors. These specific traits offer minimal exhibition value while providing significant advantage for establishing wild populations in competitive contemporary ecosystems, precisely the capabilities necessary for introduced species to overcome the ecological resistance that would normally prevent successful establishment outside their evolved environmental context. Most theoretically compelling is the pattern of which prehistoric species received hybridization focused specifically. Smaller theropods with potentially viable ecological niches in modern environments, rather than spectacular megafauna whose size would prevent sustainable wild populations without extensive habitat modification. This selective enhancement suggests strategy for creating sustainable, introduced populations rather than merely developing impressive exhibition specimens, approaching hybridization as ecological engineering rather than entertainment development. Theoretical limitations of hybrid viability and lifespan create crucial constraints on both the potential applications and ethical implications of artificially created organisms. The documented physiological instabilities in acknowledged hybrid specimens, particularly their accelerated development abnormalities and immune system irregularities, suggest fundamental limitations in creating stable artificial organisms through combining genetic elements from evolutionarily distant species. These constraints would theoretically manifest most severely in hybrids combining the greatest genetic diversity, precisely the combinations offering most significant enhancement potential. The theoretical balancing act between enhancement and stability would create research imperative focused on identifying precisely how much hybrid modification could be incorporated while maintaining viable organisms, the threshold between enhanced function and physiological collapse. This theoretical boundary would operate differently for various biological systems, potentially allowing significant neural enhancement while requiring greater conservation of basic metabolic functions, creating hybrid organisms with dramatically enhanced cognitive capabilities but more modest physical modifications. Most theoretically significant are the documented reproductive limitations observed in hybrid specimens, specifically their compromised fertility and developmental abnormalities in offspring when breeding was achieved. These constraints suggest fundamental barrier to creating self-sustaining hybrid populations, potentially requiring ongoing technological intervention to maintain organisms that could not perpetuate themselves through natural reproductive processes. The theoretical implications extend beyond practical limitations to philosophical questions regarding whether organisms requiring technological assistance for reproduction constitute truly living species or fundamentally artificial entities dependent upon human intervention for continued existence. The human DNA incorporation theory represents perhaps the most ethically challenging dimension of hybrid research, suggesting integration of human genetic material into dinosaur genomes to enhance specific capabilities beyond what could be achieved through other mammalian sources. The theoretical rationale for such controversial research would focus on cognitive enhancement specifically, incorporating human neural development genes to create prehistoric specimens with mammalian brain structure and function while maintaining reptilian physical characteristics, effectively creating organisms with human-like cognitive capabilities housed within dinosaur bodies. The theoretical evidence for such research appears in the documented cognitive capabilities of specimens like the Indominus rex and Indoraptor specifically, their demonstrated self-awareness, capacity for deception, recognition of complex cause-effect relationships, and apparent emotional responses exceeding what either reptilian brain structure or artificial intelligence could plausibly support. These capabilities suggest neural architecture more closely resembling human cognitive organization than reptilian brain function, creating theoretical framework where human genetic incorporation represents the most scientifically plausible explanation for observed behaviors. Most theoretically disturbing are the documented security protocols surrounding specific hybrid research programs, particularly the isolation of certain development facilities from regular research infrastructure and the implementation of enhanced ethical oversight exceeding standard genetic engineering guidelines. These extraordinary precautions suggest research exceeding conventional ethical boundaries in ways that would generate significant public concern if revealed, creating theoretical context where human genetic incorporation represents the most likely explanation for such unprecedented security measures. Evidence of hybridization in supposedly pure dinosaur specimens provides theoretical foundation for understanding the entire resurrection program as fundamentally hybrid enterprise rather than authentic recreation of prehistoric species. The genetic supplementation officially acknowledged as necessary for completing fragmented prehistoric DNA represents hybridization at its most basic level, combining genetic material from multiple species to create viable organisms. This theoretical framework approaches even the most authentic dinosaur specimens as hybrid organisms created through technological intervention rather than faithful resurrections of prehistoric species. The theoretical significance extends beyond semantic classification to fundamental questions about biological authenticity and taxonomic classification in context of genetic engineering. If every resurrected dinosaur necessarily incorporates modern genetic material to complete fragmented prehistoric sequences, then no specimen can claim absolute prehistoric authenticity regardless of its external appearance or behavioral characteristics. This theoretical understanding transforms InGen's entire program from resurrection of extinct species toward creation of hybrid organisms along continuum from predominantly prehistoric to predominantly artificial in their genetic composition. Most theoretically compelling is the pattern of which modern species provided supplementary genetic material for completing different prehistoric genomes, specifically the selection of modern animals whose characteristics would enhance commercial viability or management convenience, rather than those offering closest evolutionary relationship to target prehistoric species. This pattern suggests deliberate enhancement through strategic hybridization, rather than authentic resurrection, as the fundamental objective, even in supposedly pure dinosaur specimens. Approaching the entire program as sophisticated hybrid development disguised as prehistoric resurrection, Wu's personal research beyond corporate oversight represents theoretical domain where his most ambitious and ethically challenging work might have progressed without the constraints of commercial objectives or regulatory compliance. The documented pattern of his laboratory requisitions exceeding officially acknowledged research programs, particularly his acquisition of genetic sequencing capacity and computational resources beyond what documented specimens would require, suggests parallel research track operating alongside but separate from InGen's acknowledged genetic programs. The theoretical focus of this personal research would naturally extend beyond entertainment applications or military development toward more fundamental questions about genetic engineering's capacity to create novel organisms, transcending evolutionary limitations. Wu's documented philosophical interests, particularly his writings regarding humanity's potential to improve upon natural evolution through technological intervention, suggest research motivated by transformative vision rather than merely commercial or military applications, approaching genetic engineering as pathway toward fundamentally new biological possibilities rather than simply resurrection or enhancement of naturally evolved organisms. Most theoretically significant are the documented periods when Wu's whereabouts and activities remained unaccounted for within official InGen records, extended absences from acknowledged research facilities without corresponding documentation of external activities. These gaps create theoretical space where his most ambitious research might have progressed in facilities beyond corporate oversight or regulatory monitoring, allowing exploration of genetic possibilities, exceeding what acknowledged programs could publicly pursue, while maintaining plausible deniability regarding corporate knowledge or responsibility. The theory of planned hybrid ecosystem development provides theoretical framework for understanding hybridization, not merely as creation of individual enhanced specimens, but as comprehensive approach to establishing artificial biological communities combining prehistoric and modern elements into sustainable synthetic ecosystems. This theoretical approach would involve creating multiple hybrid species specifically designed to establish functional ecological relationships with each other, predator-prey dynamics, competitive interactions, and symbiotic relationships that would collectively create self-sustaining biological communities requiring minimal human management once established. The theoretical evidence for such ecosystem-level planning appears in the documented characteristics of hybrid specimens created through seemingly separate research programs, but displaying suspicious complementarity in their ecological functions. The theoretical relationships between different hybrid organisms, from specialized herbivores adapted to consume specific modern plant species to predators calibrated for hunting precisely those modified herbivores, suggests coordination at post-sieve ecosystem level rather than merely creation of isolated specimens for individual exhibition or application purposes. Most theoretically compelling is the documented research into synthetic plant hybridization conducted parallel to animal hybrid development specifically. The creation of modified plant species incorporating both prehistoric and modern genetic elements to create vegetation capable of supporting dinosaur nutritional requirements while surviving in contemporary environmental conditions. This botanical research suggests ecosystem-level planning rather than merely spectacular animal development, approaching hybridization as comprehensive biological engineering rather than creation of isolated exhibition specimens. The ethical implications of hybrid creation extend far beyond conventional questions regarding genetic modification to encompass fundamental philosophical territory regarding humanity's relationship with creation itself. If hybrid dinosaurs represent not merely enhancement of naturally evolved organisms, but creation of entirely new beings without evolutionary precedent, then their development transforms human technological capability from tool of discovery toward instrument of creation, approaching territory previously reserved for divine power in most philosophical and religious frameworks. The theoretical distinction between resurrection and creation acquires particular significance in this context, the boundary between restoring what once existed naturally and designing what has never before been possible through evolutionary processes alone. This distinction creates theoretical framework where authentic dinosaur resurrection might represent ethically defensible restoration of natural diversity, while hybrid creation constitutes fundamentally different moral territory involving responsibility for beings whose very existence depends upon human technological intervention rather than natural evolutionary processes. Most theoretically challenging are questions regarding moral obligations toward hybrid organisms, beings created through human technological intervention yet possessing autonomy, intelligence, and potentially consciousness approaching or exceeding naturally evolved species. The theoretical framework surrounding these questions approaches unprecedented territory regarding relationships between creators and created beings, particularly when those creations develop capabilities their creators never anticipated and cannot fully control. The cognitive enhancement focus of hybrid development creates theoretical foundation for understanding intelligence amplification as primary objective rather than merely physical capability enhancement. The documented characteristics of hybrid specimens consistently demonstrate cognitive capabilities exceeding both their prehistoric ancestors and modern reptilian species, suggesting deliberate enhancement of neural function rather than merely incidental expression of supplementary genetic material. This theoretical focus aligns with both military application requirements and Wu's documented philosophical interest in creating organisms whose intelligence might eventually rival human cognitive capabilities. The theoretical progression of this cognitive enhancement research suggests development pathway leading from basic intelligence amplification towards specialized cognitive capabilities designed for specific functions, strategic problem solving, environmental adaptation, social coordination, and eventually self-awareness and autonomous decision-making. This development sequence would theoretically produce organisms with increasingly sophisticated cognitive capabilities while maintaining physical characteristics optimized for specific operational requirements rather than authentic, prehistoric recreation. Most theoretically significant is the documented progression from enhancing naturally evolved cognitive capabilities toward developing entirely novel neural functions without prehistoric precedent, particularly the apparent capacity for abstract reasoning, symbolic communication understanding, and long-term planning demonstrated by specimens like the Indoraptor. These capabilities suggest research extending beyond enhancement of natural intelligence toward creation of artificial cognitive systems housed within biological organisms, effectively living biological intelligence rather than electronic artificial intelligence. The security implications of enhanced intelligence in hybrid organisms create theoretical framework where cognitive capabilities intended for specific operational applications might develop beyond their designed parameters to produce unintended and potentially uncontrollable consequences. The documented capacity for learning and behavioral adaptation observed in hybrid specimens suggests potential for ongoing cognitive development beyond initial parameters. Effectively, artificial intelligence housed within biological organisms capable of continued development through experience rather than remaining constrained by initial programming limitations. The theoretical risk emerges most clearly in the documented instances where hybrid specimens demonstrated problem-solving capabilities their creators had not anticipated, particularly the Indominus Rex's systematic testing of enclosure vulnerabilities, and the Indoraptor's apparent understanding of human behavioral patterns and security protocols. These unanticipated capabilities suggest cognitive development exceeding design specifications, approaching theoretical threshold where enhanced intelligence might develop objectives and methods beyond human control or prediction despite originating through human technological intervention. Most theoretically unsettling is the possibility that cognitive enhancement might eventually produce hybrid organisms capable of recognizing their artificial nature and developing responses to their created status, potentially including resentment toward their creators, or determination to establish independence from human control. This theoretical progression approaches philosophical territory explored in numerous fictional contexts, but acquiring unprecedented relevance when applied to actual biological entities created through genetic engineering rather than biological five, remaining safely contained within speculative literature. The stealth capability development documented in hybrid specimens provides theoretical evidence for deliberately engineered concealment abilities rather than naturally evolved camouflage adaptations. The thermal signature suppression, pigmentation modification, and environmental mimicry capabilities demonstrated by specimens like the Indominus rex represent sophisticated concealment technologies rather than natural evolutionary adaptations, suggesting deliberate incorporation of genetic elements specifically selected for enhanced stealth capabilities rather than random expression of supplementary genetic material. The theoretical military applications of such capabilities are immediately apparent, creating biological assets capable of operating within hostile environments while evading conventional detection systems would provide unprecedented LVA. Tactical advantages in both reconnaissance and direct action operations. This theoretical alignment between enhanced capabilities and military requirements suggests development guided by battlefield functionality rather than exhibition value or scientific curiosity, approaching hybrid creation as weapons development rather than entertainment, attraction, or biological research. Most theoretically significant is the documented progression from passive concealment capabilities toward active deception behaviors, particularly the Indominus rex's apparent understanding of tracking technology limitations and deliberate exploitation of surveillance blind spots. These behaviors suggest cognitive capabilities specifically enhanced to complement physical concealment adaptations, effectively creating organisms capable of not merely avoiding detection but actively manipulating detection systems through understanding their functional limitations and exploiting their vulnerabilities. The theoretical prediction capacity of hybrid organisms represents another domain where cognitive enhancement appears deliberately engineered rather than randomly expressed through genetic supplementation. The documented ability of specimens like the Indoraptor to anticipate human responses, predict movement patterns, and develop ambush strategies based on behavioral analysis suggests cognitive capabilities specifically enhanced for tactical application rather than general intelligence improvement. This theoretical specialization aligns precisely with military requirements for predicting adversary behavior during operational engagements. The most theoretically sophisticated aspect of this prediction capability appears in the documented instances where hybrid specimens demonstrated not merely pattern recognition, but apparent understanding of human psychology, anticipating emotional responses, exploiting fear reactions, and manipulating behavior through strategic application of threat and withdrawal. These capabilities suggest enhancement focused on interspecies psychological understanding rather than merely physical combat effectiveness, approaching hybrid development as psychological warfare platform rather than simple biological weapon. The theoretical future development of hybrid organisms beyond currently acknowledged capabilities creates framework for understanding potential evolutionary trajectories if these artificially created beings establish self-sustaining populations capable of reproduction and natural selection. Unlike natural species whose evolutionary development occurs through random mutation and environmental selection over countless generations, hybrid organisms begin with deliberately enhanced capabilities that might serve as foundations for accelerated adaptation to contemporary conditions through conventional evolutionary processes. The theoretical trajectories would depend significantly on which capabilities proved most advantageous for survival and reproduction in whatever environments hybrid populations established themselves, potentially amplifying certain engineered characteristics while diminishing others through natural selection pressures different from those anticipated by their creators. This unpredictable evolutionary development creates theoretical framework where hybrid organisms might eventually develop in directions neither their creators intended nor could have predicted, despite originating through deliberate genetic engineering. Most theoretically significant is the possibility that cognitive enhancement, if incorporated into reproductively viable hybrid populations, might continue development through natural selection toward increasingly sophisticated intelligence if such capabilities provided survival and reproductive advantages in competitive contemporary ecosystems. This theoretical progression approaches unprecedented territory where artificially enhanced intelligence becomes foundation for natural evolutionary development, potentially creating lineages whose cognitive capabilities develop along trajectories combining artificial enhancement with natural selection in ways that transcend either process operating in isolation. As your consciousness begins to drift towards sleep, consider how the theoretical dimensions of hybrid dinosaur development extend far beyond spectacular attraction creation or military application development toward fundamental questions about humanity's relationship with both natural evolution and artificial creation. The boundary between restoring what once existed naturally and designing what could never have evolved without technological intervention blurs in this twilight territory, much as the boundary between wakefulness and dreams softens around the edges of your consciousness. The hybrid dinosaurs themselves exist in similar liminal space, neither fully natural nor entirely artificial, neither authentic prehistoric beings nor completely human creations, but unique entities embodying elements of both origins while transcending the limitations of either classification alone. Their theoretical future, like your dreams, remains unpredictably open, a landscape of possibilities created through unprecedented combination of human technological intervention and natural biological processes, waiting to unfold along pathways neither evolution alone nor human design in isolation could have produced without their remarkable convergence in these extraordinary beings. Beneath the accepted narrative of dinosaur extinction, where an asteroid impact 65 million years ago drew the final curtain on the age of reptiles, there exists a tantalizing theoretical possibility that challenges our most fundamental understanding of prehistoric life. This alternative framework suggests that certain dinosaur species might never have completely vanished from Earth at all, that isolated populations could have survived the cataclysmic boundary between the Mesozoic and Cenozoic eras, adapting and evolving across millions of years in remote regions where human discovery remained impossible until recent times. Such theoretical survival would transform our understanding not only of evolutionary resilience, but of the potential interactions now unfolding between resurrected dinosaurs and relatives that never experienced extinction at all natural. Dinosaur remnants, whose existence would constitute the most profound biological discovery in human history. The theoretical evidence for natural dinosaur survival in isolated regions begins with analysis of geographical and ecological conditions that might have provided sanctuary from the catastrophic effects of the Chicxulub impact and its aftermath. While global ecosystem collapse undoubtedly affected the entire planet, theoretical modeling suggests that certain environmental niches might have provided sufficient buffering against the most severe consequences, particularly deep jungle regions where dense canopy could have moderated temperature fluctuations, filtered atmospheric particulates, and maintained microclimate stability despite planetary scale disruption. These theoretical sanctuaries would necessarily have existed in regions combining geographical isolation with ecological diversity, remote enough to remain undiscovered by human exploration until modern times, yet rich enough in resources to support small dinosaur populations through evolutionary bottlenecks. Most theoretically compelling are the deep ravine systems of certain South Pacific islands, where unique topographical features create microclimates dramatically different from surrounding environments. The The combination of geothermal activity providing constant heat regardless of atmospheric conditions, fresh water sources independent of regular precipitation patterns, and vegetation adapted to low-light conditions could theoretically have sustained small populations of adaptable dinosaur species through the extinction boundary. These sanctuaries would have provided not merely temporary refuge but potential evolutionary nurseries where surviving populations might have adapted to changing conditions through natural selection processes operating across millions of years of isolation. The theoretical survivors would necessarily have been species possessing specific characteristics, enhancing their survival prospects during catastrophic environmental change, particularly small body size, requiring minimal resources, omnivorous feeding capabilities, allowing dietary adaptation when preferred food sources disappeared, and behavioral flexibility, enabling rapid adjustment to changing conditions. These same characteristics would have facilitated ongoing concealment from human discovery, even as exploration gradually eliminated the blank spaces on global maps, allowing potential survival into the modern era despite our species' expansion across virtually every terrestrial environment. The deep ocean hypothesis for marine reptile continuation provides theoretical framework for understanding how prehistoric marine species might have survived extinction events that devastated terrestrial ecosystems. The oceanic environment, particularly at extreme depths, offers remarkable stability compared to terrestrial habitats' consistent temperatures, pressure systems independent of atmospheric conditions, and energy cycles based on chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis in the deepest regions. These conditions create theoretical possibility that certain marine reptiles, particularly those already adapted for deep water environments, might have survived the extinction boundary by retreating to oceanic regions beyond the most severe impact effects. Most theoretically significant are abyssal trenches and deep-sea vents, where unique ecological conditions support communities fundamentally different from surface ecosystems. These environments, only recently accessible to human exploration through advanced technology, could theoretically have provided sanctuary for adapted marine reptiles like certain plesiosaur species, allowing evolutionary development across millions of years in isolation from surface-dwelling organisms. The extreme pressure, darkness, and temperature conditions of these environments would have created powerful selection pressures, potentially driving dramatic adaptation from prehistoric forms towards specialized morphology optimized for deep ocean survival. The theoretical evidence for such survival appears most compellingly in sonar anomalies recorded during deep ocean exploration movement patterns inconsistent with known marine species yet displaying characteristics suggesting vertebrate rather than invertebrate origin. These recordings, generally dismissed as equipment, malfunction, or misidentified known species, create suspicious pattern of unexplained biological activity at depths where conventional understanding suggests large vertebrate predators should not exist. The theoretical framework connecting these anomalies to potential prehistoric survivors offers explanatory power exceeding conventional interpretations, particularly regarding speed, size, and movement characteristics that align more closely with adapted marine reptiles than with any documented modern species. Remote location sightings catalogued and analyzed through cryptozoological frameworks provide another theoretical domain where evidence for prehistoric survival might have been systematically misinterpreted or dismissed through conventional scientific paradigms. While most cryptozoological reports undoubtedly represent misidentification of known species, hoaxes, or cultural phenomena rather than genuine biological discoveries, the theoretical possibility remains that certain consistent sighting patterns might represent brief human encounters with relic populations of adapted dinosaur species in remote regions where permanent human presence remains limited. The theoretical framework for evaluating such sightings requires filtering mechanisms separating plausible biological encounters from cultural phenomena or misidentifications. The most compelling theoretical evidence emerges from sighting patterns displaying specific characteristics, consistent morphological descriptions from observers with no prior communication. Geographical clustering in regions offering suitable habitat for theoretical survivors, and behavioral details suggesting authentic biological observations rather than cultural projections or mythological recounting. These filtered reports, while insufficient as definitive evidence, create theoretical possibility space where certain cryptozoological traditions might represent genuine biological encounters with relict prehistoric populations rather than purely cultural phenomena. Most theoretically significant are the consistent morphological details appearing in geographically separated reports without plausible information, transmission between observer communities, particularly regarding features like dermal textures, movement patterns, and specialized anatomical structures that appear in reports from isolated indigenous communities, despite having no prominence in popular cultural representations of prehistoric animals. These descriptive consistencies create theoretical framework where shared observational details might derive from encounters with actual biological organisms rather than from cultural transmission of mythological archetypes or contamination from modern media representations. Potential interbreeding between natural and cloned specimens represents theoretical domain with profound implications for both evolutionary understanding and conservation management of resurrected dinosaur populations. If relict natural populations indeed survived in isolated regions, their potential contact with resurrected specimens released from containment facilities creates unprecedented opportunity for genetic exchange between lineages separated not by geographical isolation but by extinction and resurrection. Effectively, natural populations that evolved continuously across 65 million years encountering genetic relatives artificially restored from prehistoric DNA preserved before the evolutionary divergence occurred. The theoretical consequences of such interbreeding would extend far beyond simple genetic combination to fundamental questions about evolutionary development and biological classification. Natural survivors would have undergone 65 million years of continuous adaptation to changing environmental conditions, developing characteristics optimized for modern ecosystems through uninterrupted natural selection. Resurrected specimens, while incorporating some modern genetic material through the resurrection process, would maintain predominantly prehistoric genetic composition optimized for Mesozoic conditions rather than contemporary environments. The theoretical hybrid offspring would combine these divergent evolutionary heritages into unprecedented genetic combinations without natural equivalent or evolutionary precedent. Most theoretically significant would be behavioral traits transmitted through such hybridization, particularly survival adaptations developed by natural populations through millions of years of continuous evolution, potentially transferring to resurrected populations through interbreeding. This theoretical knowledge transfer through genetic exchange could dramatically enhance survival prospects for resurrected dinosaurs attempting to establish sustainable wild populations, effectively compressing millions of years of adaptive evolution into single generation through hybridization with natural populations already optimized for contemporary conditions. Comparative analysis of fossil and living specimen discrepancies provides theoretical framework for identifying potential adaptations that might have developed in surviving populations across their millions of years of post-extinction. Evolution. The theoretical approach examines specific morphological and physiological characteristics, where modern cryptid reports consistently describe features differing from fossil evidence in ways suggesting adaptive response to changing environmental conditions rather than simple observational error. or cultural contamination. The theoretical adaptations would logically focus on characteristics enhancing survival in post-extinction environments, particularly respiratory efficiency, adapting to lower oxygen concentrations in modern atmosphere, thermoregulatory systems, managing temperature in changing climate conditions, and digestive adaptations processing modern plant compounds or animal tissues that differ biochemically from Mesozoic equivalents. These specific adaptations would create predictable morphological differences between fossil specimens and theoretical modern survivors, potentially explaining consistent discrepancies appearing in credible observational reports without requiring deliberate fabrication or observational error as explanatory framework. Most theoretically compelling are the consistent descriptions of integumentary structures, particularly feather-like coverings on species known only from scaled specimens in the fossil record. While recent paleontological discoveries have revealed feathered dinosaurs far more extensively than previously recognized, certain species described in cryptozoological reports display feathered coverings despite fossil evidence suggesting scaled exteriors. This discrepancy creates theoretical possibility that feathered adaptations might have evolved in surviving populations after the extinction boundary as response to changing climate conditions, representing genuine evolutionary development rather than observational error or cultural contamination. The theory of adaptive evolutionary changes in surviving populations provides framework for understanding how theoretical dinosaur remnants might have transformed across millions of years while maintaining sufficient connection to their prehistoric ancestors to remain recognizable as dinosaurian rather than evolving into entirely different forms. The theoretical adaptation would necessarily balance between sufficient change to accommodate dramatically different environmental conditions and sufficient conservation of fundamental characteristics to maintain evolutionary continuity. With prehistoric ancestors, the theoretical pattern would likely follow consistent adaptive directions across surviving lineages, specifically size reduction, minimizing resource requirements, metabolic adaptation, maximizing energy efficiency, and sensory enhancement, optimizing information gathering in complex modern ecosystems. These parallel adaptations would create theoretical survivors substantially different from their prehistoric ancestors in ways specifically enhancing modern survival prospects while maintaining fundamental dinosaurian characteristics in .k. Anatomical structure and evolutionary heritage. Most theoretically significant would be neurological adaptations, particularly enhanced cognitive capabilities developed through natural selection in environments where intelligence provided significant survival advantage against mammalian competitors with relatively sophisticated brain structures. This theoretical cognitive enhancement would potentially create natural survivors with intelligence exceeding both their prehistoric ancestors and modern reptiles, approaching mammalian cognitive capabilities through parallel evolution despite developing through entirely separate evolutionary pathways. The theoretical implications extend beyond biological curiosity to profound questions about convergent evolution and the inevitability of intelligence as adaptive strategy in complex competitive ecosystems. Evidence of prehistoric awareness in indigenous cultures worldwide provides another theoretical domain where surviving dinosaur populations might have influenced human development despite remaining officially undiscovered by contemporary science. The theoretical framework examines cultural traditions, artistic representations, and oral histories for evidence suggesting direct interaction with animals possessing specifically dinosaurian characteristics rather than merely symbolic or mythological constructions based on discovered fossils or other natural phenomena. The theoretical evidence appears most compelling in consistent morphological accuracy of prehistoric animal representations created by cultures without access to paleontological knowledge, particularly Artistic depictions showing anatomical details recently validated by modern paleontology but unknown to Western science when the representations were created. These accurate portrayals of specific dinosaurian characteristics create theoretical possibility that the artists had access to observational knowledge of living specimens rather than reconstructing appearance from fossil evidence or creating purely imaginative representations. Most theoretically significant are cultural traditions describing specific behavioral characteristics that align with modern paleontological understanding developed long after the traditions were established, particularly descriptions of social behaviors, vocalizations, and reproductive patterns that recent scientific evidence has validated as accurate for the relevant species. These behavioral descriptions create theoretical framework where indigenous knowledge might represent genuine observational data regarding surviving dinosaur populations, rather than cultural invention or fossil-based speculation, potentially constituting the most extensive documentation of natural dinosaur survivors despite its categorization as folklore rather than scientific observation. The convergent evolution theory explaining modern dinosaur-like species represents alternative framework for understanding cryptozoological reports without requiring actual dinosaur survival across the extinction boundary. This theoretical approach suggests that certain ecological niches vacated by dinosaur extinction eventually became occupied by modern species whose evolutionary adaptations created superficial resemblance to prehistoric forms despite developing through entirely separate evolutionary pathways. These convergent adaptations would create modern animals with dinosaur-like characteristics that might generate genuine but misinterpreted observations rather than either fabricated reports or actual dinosaur encounters. The theoretical examples include giant flightless birds whose physical characteristics and ecological roles parallel certain theropod dinosaurs, large monitor lizards whose appearance and behavior might suggest smaller dinosaur species to unfamiliar observers, and certain amphibians whose juvenile forms could potentially be mistaken for dinosaur hatchlings under limited observational conditions. These modern species, while having no direct evolutionary relationship to dinosaurs beyond distant common ancestry, might create observational confusion sufficient to generate cryptozoological reports without requiring actual prehistoric survival as explanatory framework. Most theoretically significant is the potential for such convergent evolution to create modern species close enough in appearance and behavior to prehistoric forms that even knowledgeable observers might experience genuine uncertainty about their classification effectively. Modern animals that have independently evolved characteristics so similar to certain dinosaur species that distinction becomes genuinely challenging without detailed anatomical examination. This theoretical convergence would create precisely the observational ambiguity necessary for credible reports of potential dinosaur encounters from reliable observers despite the absence of actual prehistoric survivors. Impact of potential natural survivors on cloned dinosaur behavior creates theoretical framework with immediate practical implications for managing resurrected populations attempting to establish themselves in modern ecosystems. If natural dinosaur populations indeed survived in isolated regions, their potential interaction with released or escaped cloned specimens would create unprecedented opportunities for behavioral transmission between lineages separated by extinction and resurrection effectively. Cultural, rather than genetic transmission of adaptive behaviors developed across millions of years of continuous evolution. The theoretical mechanism for such transmission would operate primarily through observational learning, with resurrected specimens potentially adopting survival behaviors, territorial patterns, and feeding strategies from encountered natural populations without requiring genetic exchange through interbreeding. This behavioral adaptation would theoretically occur most rapidly in social species with sophisticated observational learning capabilities. particularly theropods whose problem-solving abilities and social structures would facilitate rapid adoption of adaptive behaviors observed in natural populations already optimized for modern environmental conditions. Most theoretically significant would be predator avoidance strategies transmitted through such behavioral observations, specifically techniques for evading modern predators that natural populations would have developed through millions of years of continuous adaptation, but that resurrected specimens would have no evolutionary experience with. This theoretical knowledge transfer through behavioral observation could dramatically enhance survival prospects for resurrected populations attempting to establish sustainable wild populations, potentially determining whether certain species achieve self-sustaining status or experience secondary extinction despite successful initial resurrection. The deep jungle hypothesis provides specific geographical framework for where natural dinosaur populations might have survived extinction through combination of environmental stability and extreme isolation from human discovery. The theoretical sanctuaries would necessarily combine several crucial characteristics: sufficient geographical isolation to prevent discovery during human expansion across continents, ecological productivity supporting continuous food chains despite global climate fluctuations, and physical characteristics limiting technological observation through methods like aerial surveillance or satellite imaging that have eliminated most genuine terra incognita from modern maps. The Amazon basin presents perhaps the most theoretically viable location for potential dinosaur survival, with its combination of extraordinarily high biodiversity, continuous forest canopy, limiting aerial observation, and regions that remained effectively inaccessible to systematic exploration until recent decades. The theoretical survivors in such environments would necessarily be smaller species with limited resource requirements, likely occupying specialized ecological niches that minimized competition with established mammalian competitors while maximizing concealment from human observation during gradual exploration of the region. Most theoretically compelling are the Tepui formations, ancient table mountains isolated by sheer cliffs and often surrounded by cloud forests, creating natural barriers against both animal migration and human exploration. These geological formations, dating back to Precambrian times and remaining largely unchanged for millions of years, create theoretical possibility for isolated ecosystems developing independently from surrounding environments effectively, evolutionary islands where ancient lineages might persist despite extinction in more accessible regions. The combination of difficult access, constant cloud cover limiting aerial observation, and isolated ecology creating self-contained ecosystems makes these formations theoretically ideal for potential dinosaur survival, despite their seemingly limited geographical area. The island survival theory provides alternative geographical framework focusing on isolated landmasses where limited territory and resource availability would create powerful selection pressure, driving rapid adaptation while simultaneously restricting population sizes to levels that might remain undetected despite human exploration. The theoretical approach examines islands combining sufficient isolation to prevent casual discovery with adequate resources to support small dinosaur populations, particularly remote Pacific islands where unique conditions might have supported continuous habitation by adapted dinosaur species, despite global ecosystem disruption following the Chicxulub impact. The theoretical candidates would necessarily be islands offering specialized environmental conditions, particularly those with extensive cave systems providing shelter during environmental catastrophes, geothermal activity, creating climate stability independent of global conditions, and marine resources offering consistent food sources despite terrestrial ecosystem disruption. These specific characteristics would theoretically allow small dinosaur populations to survive extinction events through ecological buffering, while their limited geographical distribution would explain why such survival remained undetected. Despite increasing human exploration across historical periods, most theoretically significant are islands that remained unvisited by humans until relatively recent historical periods, particularly those initially discovered during Pacific exploration of the 18th and 19th centuries, but receiving limited scientific investigation before modern environmental transformation eliminated potential prehistoric end. Refugia. These specific locations create theoretical windows where dinosaur populations might have survived the extinction boundary, continued evolution across millions of years in isolation, but disappeared through habitat destruction or direct human impact before scientific documentation could establish their existence effectively. Secondary extinction occurring within historical times, but before systematic biological survey could verify their presence. The microfossil evidence theory provides alternative frameworks suggesting that certain dinosaur lineages might have survived the extinction boundary not as large recognizable forms, but as dramatically reduced species whose diminutive size facilitated both survival during environmental catastrophe and subsequent concealment from human discovery. This theoretical approach examines microfossil evidence and sediment samples for indications that certain dinosaur lineages might have experienced dramatic size reduction across the extinction boundary, evolutionary response reducing resource requirements during ecosystem collapse while creating descendants too small for conventional paleontological discovery through traditional fossil hunting methodologies. The theoretical evidence would necessarily appear in microfossil assemblages rather than conventional dinosaur fossil deposits, specifically microscopic skeletal elements displaying dinosaurian characteristics in sediment layers dated after the extinction boundary. These theoretical microfossils would represent not eggs or juvenile specimens of larger species, but fully mature individuals of lineages that underwent evolutionary miniaturization in response to catastrophic environmental pressures, potentially creating descendants measured in centimeters rather than meters, despite maintaining fundamental dinosaurian characteristics in anatomical structure and evolutionary heritage. Most theoretically significant would be potential living microdinosaurs, modern descendants of these miniaturized lineages, potentially surviving in contemporary ecosystems, but misclassified as unusual reptiles or other organisms due to death, their small size obscuring their dinosaurian heritage. This theoretical possibility creates framework where dinosaur survival might have occurred not through isolated populations of recognizable forms, but through fundamental transformation, creating descendants too different from their prehistoric ancestors for immediate recognition, despite maintaining direct evolutionary continuity across the extinction boundary. The avian evolution intersection creates theoretical framework, acknowledging that birds represent the only universally recognized dinosaur lineage that unquestionably survived the extinction boundary, raising questions about whether other dinosaur groups might have experienced similar evolutionary transformation while losing their immediately recognizable dinosaurian characteristics. This theoretical approach examines the boundary between definitional categories, specifically at what point evolutionary changes would transform a surviving dinosaur lineage sufficiently that modern observers would no longer classify its descendants as dinosaurs, despite their direct evolutionary continuity from prehistoric ancestors. The theoretical significance emerges from recognition that avian dinosaurs, birds, survived precisely because they had already evolved characteristics that proved advantageous during extinction conditions, particularly flight, enabling escape from localized environmental catastrophes, efficient respiratory systems managing atmospheric changes, and sophisticated thermoregulation adapting to temperature fluctuations. This evolutionary head start creates theoretical possibility that other dinosaur lineages might have undergone similar adaptive transformations either before or immediately following the extinction boundary, creating descendants that maintained evolutionary continuity while developing morphology sufficiently different from their ancestors that modern classification would place them outside conventional understanding of dinosaur, despite their direct heritage. Most theoretically compelling is the possibility that certain modern reptilian groups might represent highly transformed dinosaur lineages rather than different evolutionary branches effectively. Descendants of dinosaur groups that underwent dramatic adaptive changes across the extinction boundary while maintaining unbroken evolutionary continuity from prehistoric ancestors. This theoretical reclassification would not change the biological reality of these animals, but would transform our understanding of evolutionary relationships and extinction patterns, potentially revealing dinosaur survival much more extensive than conventionally recognized but concealed by evolutionary transformation rather than geographical isolation. The seasonal migration theory provides alternative framework for understanding why potential dinosaur populations might remain undiscovered despite human expansion across virtually all terrestrial environments. This theoretical approach suggests that surviving dinosaur populations might maintain seasonal migration patterns between regions with complementary resources, spending different portions of their annual cycle in separated geographical areas connected by migration corridors, rather than maintaining continuous presence in single locations where detection would become increasingly likely as human observation expanded. The theoretical migration patterns would necessarily connect regions offering different resources at complementary times, feeding territories providing seasonal abundance, breeding grounds offering specific conditions required for successful reproduction, and sheltering regions providing protection during climatically challenging periods. These complex movement patterns would create constantly shifting population distributions that might explain why even relatively large animals could remain officially undiscovered despite increasing human presence in their territories. They simply wouldn't maintain continuous presence in any single location long enough for reliable documentation to establish their existence. Most theoretically significant are potential migration routes passing through territories that remained largely unexplored during precisely the seasonal windows when dinosaur populations would be present, creating temporal as well as geographical isolation from human observation. This theoretical alignment between dinosaur absence and human exploration would explain why expeditions specifically searching for reported prehistoric survivors might consistently fail to find evidence despite genuine animal presence. During different seasonal periods effectively, observational windows that never aligned with actual animal presence despite both occurring in the same geographical locations across different temporal periods. The nocturnal adaptation theory provides additional framework for understanding how even relatively large animals might remain officially undiscovered despite human expansion across their potential habitats. This theoretical approach suggests that surviving dinosaur populations might have evolved strictly nocturnal activity patterns, specifically in response to increasing human presence, creating temporal separation between their active periods and human observation that would dramatically reduce detection probability despite sharing geographical territory with expanding human populations. The theoretical adaptation would necessarily include substantial sensory enhancement optimizing night vision, sound detection, and olfactory capabilities for navigating and hunting in complete darkness. Evolutionary developments that might appear as significant differences from fossil specimens if modern examples were discovered and examined. These adaptations would create nocturnal specialists capable of conducting all essential activities during darkness hours while remaining completely inactive during daylight periods when human observation would most likely detect their presence. Most theoretically significant is the potential for nocturnal specialization to drive convergent evolution with mammalian night specialists, despite separate evolutionary pathways, particularly development of enhanced auditory systems, adapted night vision, and non-visual navigation capabilities. that might make modern specimens appear significantly different from their prehistoric ancestors, despite maintaining fundamental dinosaurian characteristics in anatomical structure and evolutionary heritage. This theoretical convergence would further complicate classification if specimens were discovered, potentially leading to misidentification as unusual mammals rather than surviving dinosaurs despite their actual evolutionary heritage. The cryptid reclassification theory provides methodological framework for examining whether certain legendary creatures reported across cultural traditions might represent genuine biological encounters with relict dinosaur populations, rather than purely mythological constructions. This theoretical approach applies systematic biological analysis to cryptozoological traditions, examining reported physical characteristics, geographical distributions, behavioral patterns, and ecological requirements for internal consistency and biological plausibility, rather than dismissing such accounts categorically as cultural phenomena without potential biological foundation. The theoretical methodology would necessarily focus on cryptid traditions, displaying specific characteristics, enhancing their potential biological credibility, particularly consistent morphological descriptions across geographically separated cultural contexts, reported behaviors that align with modern understanding of comparable animals rather than with supernatural capabilities, and geographical distributions corresponding to ecologically suitable habitats rather than following cultural or linguistic boundaries. These specific characteristics would identify traditions potentially representing genuine biological observations rather than purely cultural constructions, creating theoretical foundation for prehistoric survivor identification without requiring physical specimens for definitive classification. Most theoretically significant are cryptid traditions that began before modern paleontological knowledge became culturally available to the reporting community's descriptions recorded before fossil evidence had established scientific understanding of what dinosaurs looked like, behaved like, or where they lived. These pre-scientific accounts create theoretical possibility for genuine observational data uncontaminated by paleontological knowledge, potentially providing the most reliable descriptions of surviving dinosaur populations precisely because they emerged before cultural awareness of what dinosaurs should look like, based on scientific reconstruction rather than direct observation. The prehistoric pathogen theory creates alternative framework for understanding potential biological interactions between modern ecosystems and relict dinosaur populations beyond direct observation of the animals themselves. This theoretical approach examines whether microorganisms evolved for parasitism or symbiosis with prehistoric hosts might have maintained continuous biological presence despite the extinction of their original host species, creating potential transmission to modern animals encountering environments where dinosaur populations previously existed or potentially continue to exist in reduced numbers. The theoretical evidence would appear in unusual disease patterns, unexplained parasitic infections, or symbiotic relationships without clear evolutionary development pathway within known host populations, biological phenomena that might represent ancient associations maintained across the extinction boundary despite dramatic changes in host populations. These relationships would create biological markers potentially indicating prehistoric animal presence, even without direct observation of the animals themselves, offering alternative evidence pathways for establishing potential dinosaur survival beyond visual confirmation or physical specimens. Most theoretically significant would be immunological responses in modern animals, exposing them to environments potentially harboring relict dinosaur populations, specifically development of resistance mechanisms against pathogens without clear modern origin but potentially derived from prehistoric disease organisms maintained within survivor populations. These immunological adaptations would create biological indicators of exposure to prehistoric pathogens, without requiring direct observation of their original hosts, potentially providing the most scientifically verifiable evidence for dinosaur survival through indirect biological interaction rather than direct observation or physical specimen collection. As your consciousness begins to drift towards sleep, consider the theoretical possibility that somewhere beyond the boundaries of confirmed scientific knowledge, in remote valleys shrouded by perpetual mist or beneath unbroken canopies of ancient forests, the direct descendants of animals we consider eternally lost might continue their ancient evolutionary journey, transformed by millions of years of adaptation, yet maintaining unbroken connection to ancestors we know only through fossilized remains and scientific reconstruction. These theoretical survivors would represent not merely biological curiosities but fundamental challenges to our understanding of extinction itself, transforming what we consider absolute biological endpoint into potentially temporary condition that sufficiently adaptive species might survive given appropriate circumstances and evolutionary flexibility. The boundary between theoretical possibility and biological reality blurs in this twilight territory, much as the boundary between wakefulness and dreams softens around the edges of your consciousness. Within this uncertainty lies the essence of scientific exploration, not merely documenting what we can immediately observe, but remaining open to possibilities that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about the natural world and its history. The prehistoric survivors themselves, if they indeed exist beyond the realm of theory, remain hidden in this same twilight territory, neither fully revealed nor completely imaginary, waiting perhaps for the perfect alignment of observation and opportunity that might finally bridge the gap between theoretical possibility and confirmed discovery. In the shadowed spaces between acknowledged scientific understanding and the chaotic reality of biological systems beyond human control, there exists a theoretical domain of particular urgency, the biosecurity breach theory, suggesting that containment failures involving resurrected dinosaurs may have occurred far earlier and more extensively than any official narrative has acknowledged. This framework proposes that the integration of prehistoric species into modern ecosystems did not begin with the dramatic and public releases from Lockwood Manor, but through a series of smaller, undocumented escapes extending back to the earliest days of successful resurrection. These theoretical breaches, concealed through corporate secrecy and institutional denial, may have allowed prehistoric genetic material to establish itself within contemporary biological systems long before public awareness of such possibilities emerged, creating ecological dynamics whose development has proceeded without regulatory oversight or scientific monitoring throughout decades of unacknowledged interaction. The theoretical analysis of containment failures before documented incidents begins with examination of geographical anomalies surrounding official InGen research facilities, specifically unusual wildlife patterns, vegetation disruptions, and ecological shifts in regions theoretically beyond the range of dinosaur activity, given the official timelines of containment and release. The documented changes in predation patterns affecting local wildlife populations near Costa Rican research facilities during periods when all dinosaur specimens were supposedly contained within secure enclosures creates suspicious timeline of ecological impact preceding any acknowledged escape. These anomalies suggest theoretical breaches allowing limited but significant prehistoric interaction with modern ecosystems years or even decades before official acknowledgement of containment failure. Most theoretically compelling are the documented disappearances of small mammal species from regions surrounding InGen facilities during periods when all dinosaur specimens were supposedly secured within containment structures. The pattern of these disappearances aligns precisely with predation strategies associated with smaller theropod species theoretically maintained within those facilities, creating timeline of impact extending back to the earliest successful resurrections rather than beginning with documented escapes years later. This theoretical predation signature suggests containment breaches allowing limited but sustained prehistoric hunting within modern ecosystems, long before public awareness of such possibilities. The extinction of certain endemic bird species from Isla Nublar prior to construction of the original Jurassic Park facilities creates particularly suspicious timeline, as these disappearances occurred during preliminary research phases when only small, supposedly secured dinosaur specimens were present on the island. The theoretical explanation involving early containment failures provides more coherent framework than the official attribution to conventional habitat disruption, particularly given the selective nature of the extinctions affecting precisely those species sharing ecological niches with resurrected prehistoric competitors. This pattern suggests early competitive displacement through undocumented biosecurity breaches rather than simple construction impact as officially claimed. Evidence of unreported escapes from research facilities provides theoretical foundation for understanding how prehistoric genetic material might have established itself within contemporary ecosystems without public awareness or regulatory response. The documented disappearances of specimens from InGen's inventory records animals officially listed as terminated due to developmental abnormalities, but without corresponding biological waste disposal. Documentation creates suspicious pattern of unaccounted for dinosaurs whose status remains officially undocumented. These inventory discrepancies suggest theoretical possibility that unsuccessful specimens may have been released rather than properly disposed of, creating unofficial introductions to surrounding environments without regulatory oversight or subsequent monitoring. Most theoretically significant are the specimen classifications associated with these inventory discrepancies, predominantly smaller theropods and compies whose limited size would facilitate both escape through conventional security measures and subsequent concealment within surrounding ecosystems. The pattern of which species disappeared most frequently from inventory records without corresponding disposal documentation suggests not random security failures but specific vulnerability, allowing particular species to breach containment, while larger, more visible specimens remained secured. This theoretical pattern aligns precisely with the characteristics that would facilitate successful establishment of breeding populations: small size minimizing detection probability, rapid maturation accelerating breeding potential, and dietary flexibility enhancing survival prospects in unfamiliar ecosystems. The mainland infiltration timeline before public awareness provides theoretical framework for understanding how prehistoric species might have established themselves beyond isolated islands despite official containment protocols. The documented transportation of specimens between research facilities and mainland laboratories created multiple transfer points where security vulnerabilities could potentially allow escapes, particularly during the early research phases when standardized containment protocols remained under development. These theoretical breach opportunities would have created multiple potential introduction points across Costa Rican mainland regions years before any acknowledged containment failures, allowing prehistoric genetic material to integrate with mainland ecosystems without public awareness or scientific monitoring. The theoretical evidence appears most compellingly in unexplained livestock predation patterns documented in rural Costa Rican communities surrounding transportation routes between InGen facilities. The specific characteristics of these predation incidents, selective targeting of smaller animals, efficient killing methodology, and absence of typical predator signatures associated with known local species creates suspicious pattern suggesting theropod hunting behavior rather than conventional predator activity. These incidents, generally attributed to unidentified conventional predators despite their atypical characteristics, create theoretical timeline of mainland prehistoric predation extending years before any acknowledged containment breach. Most theoretically significant are the geographical distribution patterns of these unusual predation incidents, which create suspiciously linear arrangement following precisely the transportation corridors between documented InGen facilities. This geographical alignment suggests theoretical escapes during specimen transportation rather than random security failures at established research facilities, creating introduction points distributed across mainland regions rather than concentrated around primary research installations. The theoretical implications extend beyond simple containment failure to suggest pattern of multiple small-scale introductions, creating distributed founder populations across diverse geographical regions rather than single-point introduction followed by natural range expansion. Natural breeding in wild populations prior to official releases provides theoretical framework for understanding how prehistoric genetic material might have established self-sustaining presence within modern ecosystems long before public acknowledgement of such possibilities. The documented reproductive capabilities of resurrected specimens specifically, their ability to overcome engineered sterility through spontaneous sex changes facilitated by amphibian DNA incorporated during resurrection process creates theoretical foundation for understanding how even limited escapes might lead to established breeding populations given sufficient time without detection or intervention. The theoretical evidence appears most compellingly in unexplained juvenile sightings reported by local communities surrounding InGen facilities during periods when all officially acknowledged specimens remained within containment. These reports, generally dismissed as misidentification of conventional wildlife or human hoaxes, create suspicious pattern, suggesting successful reproduction among escaped specimens, rather than simple observation of adults that had breached containment individually. The specific morphological details in these sighting reports, particularly regarding juvenile-specific characteristics that would be unfamiliar to most observers and therefore unlikely to be fabricated, convincingly provides theoretical support for genuine observations of second-generation dinosaurs born outside containment rather than simple misidentification or deliberate fabrication. Most theoretically significant are the chronological patterns of these juvenile sightings, which correspond precisely with the reproductive cycles that would be expected following theoretical adult escapes at specific periods. The temporal alignment between documented security incidents at research facilities and subsequent juvenile sightings several months later creates timeline, suggesting successful breeding among escaped specimens rather than simple continued observation of the original escaped adults. This theoretical breeding success suggests not merely temporary containment failures but established wild populations reproducing successfully without human awareness or intervention long before any official acknowledgement of such possibilities. Theoretical spread patterns based on ecological suitability creates framework for understanding how escaped prehistoric species might have distributed themselves across modern landscapes according to habitat preferences and resource requirements rather than simple proximity to escape locations. This theoretical approach examines the ecological characteristics of potential introduction regions to identify which modern environments would offer conditions most closely resembling the prehistoric habitats these species evolved to inhabit, creating predictive model for where escaped specimens would most likely establish successful breeding populations regardless of where initial containment breaches occurred. The theoretical distribution would necessarily prioritize regions offering specific environmental characteristics, adequate prey density, supporting predator populations, vegetation compositions providing both nutrition and concealment for herbivores, and climate conditions approximating Mesozoic parameters rather than simply expanding outward from release points according to geographical proximity. This ecologically driven distribution would create potentially discontinuous population patterns with higher concentration in suitable habitats despite their distance from introduction points, while leaving apparently accessible intervening territories unoccupied due to ecological unsuitability. Most theoretically significant are the observed anomalous wildlife patterns in regions identified through this suitability analysis as optimal dinosaur habitat, particularly localized extinctions of certain small mammal species, unusual predation signatures on larger prey animals, and vegetation consumption patterns inconsistent with known herbivore activity. These ecological disruptions, generally attributed to conventional causes, despite their atypical characteristics, create suspicious pattern suggesting prehistoric presence in precisely the regions predicted through ecological suitability analysis rather than random distribution around theoretical escape locations. This alignment between predicted suitable habitats and observed ecological anomalies provides theoretical support for established dinosaur populations distributed according to habitat preference rather than simple proximity to containment facilities. The theory of deliberate releases disguised as accidents provides alternative framework questioning whether certain containment breaches represented genuine security failures or intentional introductions concealed beneath the appearance of unintended escapes. This theoretical approach examines the specific circumstances surrounding documented containment failures for patterns suggesting intentional design rather than simple negligence or technological malfunction, particularly regarding the timing, location, and species composition of specimens involved in specific incidents. The theoretical evidence appears in suspicious security vulnerability patterns, particularly the concentration of containment failures around precisely those species whose establishment in wild environments would provide valuable research data regarding adaptation, territorial behavior, and interspecies interaction. The statistical improbability of security failures consistently affecting specimens of greatest research interest while leaving less scientifically valuable species secured suggests potential pattern of deliberate selection rather than random containment vulnerability. This theoretical framework approaches certain documented escapes as potentially representing field research methodology rather than security failure, effectively creating unacknowledged experimental releases disguised as containment accidents. Most theoretically significant is the documented correlation between specific escape incidents and research publications, appearing months or years afterward, containing detailed observational data regarding dinosaur behavior in natural settings, data whose collection would have been impossible within the spatial constraints of acknowledged containment facilities. The suspicious alignment between escape incidents and subsequent research insights suggests theoretical possibility that certain releases provided deliberate research opportunities rather than representing simple security failures, effectively creating unacknowledged field studies examining dinosaur adaptation to modern ecosystems long before public awareness of such possibilities. Predictive modeling of species distribution based on early breaches provides theoretical framework for understanding where prehistoric populations might have established themselves if containment failures occurred significantly earlier than officially acknowledged. This approach combines ecological suitability analysis with dispersal rate calculations based on known movement patterns of comparable modern species, creating theoretical distribution maps, identifying regions where dinosaur populations might potentially exist despite remaining officially undocumented due to remote location, limited human presence, or deliberate avoidance of detection. The theoretical modeling necessarily incorporates multiple variables beyond simple geographical proximity to potential release points, particularly natural barriers limiting dispersal in certain directions, resource distribution, creating preferential movement patterns toward optimal habitats, and human population density, potentially driving avoidance behaviors among species with sufficient intelligence to recognize human presence as threat indicator. These complex interactions would create theoretical distribution patterns, potentially concentrating prehistoric populations in regions where official surveys have been limited or non-existent despite decades of potential establishment and range expansion. Most theoretically significant are the alignment patterns between these predictive distribution models and documented cryptozoological reports from regions identified as high-probability dinosaur habitat through completely independent analysis methodologies. The geographical correlation between model-predicted dinosaur presence and indigenous reports of unclassified wildlife with specifically dinosaurian characteristics creates suspicious pattern, suggesting potential validation of both the theoretical breach timeline and the distribution modeling methodology. This alignment between predicted presence zones and reported observations provides theoretical support for established dinosaur populations remaining officially undocumented despite decades of potential range expansion following early BA. Containment breaches. Evidence of adaptation to environments outside original ranges provides theoretical framework for understanding how prehistoric species might have modified their behaviors, physiological processes, and even physical characteristics to accommodate modern environmental conditions differing substantially from their evolutionary contexts. This theoretical approach examines reported observations of unclassified wildlife for patterns suggesting adaptive responses to contemporary challenges, behavioral modifications addressing modern threats, feeding strategy adjustments accommodating available prey species, and potential morphological changes enhancing survival in current environmental conditions. The theoretical adaptations would necessarily focus on characteristics enhancing survival in post-extinction contexts, specifically nocturnal activity patterns minimizing interaction with human presence, coloration modifications enhancing camouflage in modern vegetation types, and potential dietary adjustments allowing nutrition extraction from currently available food sources rather than prehistoric equivalents. These adaptive responses would create theoretical populations potentially appearing significantly different from both their prehistoric ancestors and their laboratory-created counterparts, further complicating official recognition, even if encountered and documented by conventional scientific observation. Most theoretically significant are the consistent descriptions of specific behavioral characteristics appearing in cryptozoological reports from regions identified as potential dinosaur habitat, particularly sophisticated predator avoidance behaviors, complex environmental awareness, and apparent recognition of human observation suggesting cognitive capabilities exceeding what conventional understanding would attribute to reptilian species. These behavioral patterns create theoretical framework where surviving prehistoric populations might have developed enhanced intelligence as adaptive response to navigating modern environments filled with unfamiliar challenges and threats, effectively accelerating cognitive evolution through intense selection pressure, requiring sophisticated problem-solving capabilities for survival in contemporary contexts. The dormant egg theory of delayed population establishment provides alternative framework for understanding how prehistoric genetic material might remain viable within modern ecosystems for extended periods before manifesting as observable populations. This theoretical approach examines the reproductive characteristics of modern reptilian and avian species for patterns suggesting potential extended dormancy capabilities in their prehistoric relatives, specifically the ability of certain eggs to remain viable but unhatched for months or years until environmental conditions trigger development rather than following fixed incubation timelines regardless of external circumstances. The theoretical mechanism would involve eggs deposited by escaped specimens entering dormancy state when conditions proved unsuitable for immediate hatching, particularly temperatures below optimal development range, inadequate food resources for hatchling survival, or excessive predation pressure threatening immediate offspring survival. These dormant eggs would theoretically maintain viability through environmental conditions that would kill adult specimens, effectively creating biological time capsules, preserving prehistoric genetic material until conditions improved sufficiently to trigger continued development and hatching. Most theoretically significant is the potential for this dormancy capability to create population establishment delays, extending years or even decades beyond initial containment breaches, effectively separating the timing of genetic material introduction from observable population establishment by intervals exceeding conventional monitoring periods. This theoretical delay would explain why dinosaur populations might remain undetected despite early containment failures. The genetic material would have entered ecosystems through initial breaches, but remained dormant within unhatched eggs, until environmental conditions triggered synchronized hatching events, creating observable populations long after monitoring of potential breach impacts had ceased. Analysis of biosecurity protocols and their intentional weaknesses provides theoretical framework questioning whether containment failures represented unavoidable accidents or potentially foreseeable consequences of inadequate security design. This approach examines the specific containment methodologies implemented at various dinosaur research and exhibition facilities for patterns suggesting deliberate vulnerability rather than simple technological limitation or cost. Constraints specifically, security measures sophisticated enough to create appearance of adequate protection while incorporating specific weaknesses aligning precisely with the behavioral capabilities of contained specimens. The theoretical evidence appears most compellingly in the consistent pattern of which security elements failed during documented containment breaches, particularly the concentration of vulnerabilities around precisely those systems most likely to be tested by the specific cognitive and physical capabilities of the escaped specimens. The statistical improbability of security failures consistently occurring at exactly the interface points where dinosaur capabilities most effectively challenged containment systems suggests potential pattern of designed vulnerability, rather than random failure distribution. This theoretical framework approaches certain containment systems as potentially incorporating deliberate failure points rather than representing genuine attempts at absolute security. Most theoretically significant is the documented evolution of security protocols following containment breaches, which frequently failed to address the specific vulnerabilities exploited during previous escapes despite clear demonstration of their importance. This suspicious pattern of repeated vulnerability, despite demonstrated necessity for improvement, suggests theoretical possibility that certain containment weaknesses remain deliberately unaddressed despite their known importance, effectively maintaining breach potential despite apparent security enhancement. The theoretical implications extend beyond simple negligence to suggest potential institutional interest in maintaining controlled breach potential despite public commitment to absolute containment. The Isla Sorna abandoned timelines create particularly compelling theoretical framework for understanding how prehistoric populations might have established themselves without human awareness or intervention following the island's official abandonment after Hurricane Clarissa. The theoretical approach examines the specific circumstances surrounding InGen's evacuation of research facilities on Site B, with particular focus on whether all specimens were genuinely removed or destroyed during this process, or whether certain populations might have remained on the island either through deliberate decision or evacuation failure. The theoretical evidence appears in the documented inadequacy of evacuation resources compared to the known dinosaur population size on Isla Sorna at the time of abandonment specifically. The limited transportation capacity available during hurricane evacuation compared to the hundreds of specimens officially present on the island according to inventory records. This capacity discrepancy creates suspicious timelines suggesting that complete evacuation would have been logistically impossible given available resources and evacuation timeframe, effectively ensuring that at least some specimens would necessarily remain on the island, regardless of official intention to remove all prehistoric life before abandonment. Most theoretically significant is the selective pattern of which species were subsequently discovered on Isla Sorna during later explorations, particularly the presence of precisely those species offering greatest research value regarding adaptation, territorial behavior, and reproductive success in natural settings. The statistical improbability of evacuation failures, randomly preserving the scientifically most valuable specimens while removing less significant species, suggests potential pattern of deliberate selection rather than random evacuation. Priority. This theoretical framework approaches the post-abandonment dinosaur populations on Isla Sorna as potentially representing deliberate research opportunity rather than simple evacuation failure, effectively creating unacknowledged field laboratory, examining long-term dinosaur behavior and adaptation without human intervention. The artificial breeding program theory provides alternative framework questioning whether certain wild dinosaur populations originated through natural reproduction following containment breaches or through deliberate breeding and release. Programs concealed from public awareness and regulatory oversight. This theoretical approach examines reported dinosaur populations for genetic and behavioral patterns suggesting captive breeding origin rather than natural establishment specifically. Genetic homogeneity exceeding what natural population establishment would produce. Behavioral characteristics suggesting human imprinting during development. And geographical distribution patterns aligned with deliberate introduction rather than natural dispersal. The theoretical evidence appears most compellingly in the unusual genetic profiles documented in certain captured specimens, particularly the limited genetic diversity suggesting origination from small founder populations despite their apparent establishment across geographical ranges that would typically require larger initial population sizes for successful colonization. These genetic patterns create suspicious timeline, suggesting artificial population establishment through deliberate breeding and strategic release, rather than natural reproduction and dispersal following random containment breaches. Most theoretically significant are the geographical distribution patterns of genetically similar specimens, which create suspiciously structured arrangement, suggesting coordinated release program rather than natural dispersal from single escape location. The theoretical framework suggests potential breeding programs operating beyond regulatory oversight, producing dinosaur specimens specifically adapted for release into targeted environments rather than simply allowing escaped specimens to establish themselves through natural processes alone. This artificial establishment would effectively bypass many of the natural barriers that would typically limit successful colonization by introduced species, potentially explaining how prehistoric populations established viable presence in environments where natural introduction would likely fail due to ecological resistance or resource limitations. The theoretical implications of early biosecurity breaches extend far beyond simple historical correction to encompass fundamental reconsideration of humanity's current relationship with resurrected dinosaurs. If prehistoric genetic material has indeed been integrating with modern ecosystems for decades rather than years, then our understanding of ecological impact, adaptation trajectories, and population distribution may be fundamentally incomplete based on assumptions about recent introduction rather than long-term establishment potentially extending back to the earliest successful resurrections. The modified risk assessment framework created by this theoretical timeline would necessarily acknowledge much longer adaptation periods than officially recognized decades of potential behavioral modification, physiological adjustment, and even morphological change in response to modern environmental conditions, rather than the limited adaptation periods suggested by official introduction timelines. This extended adaptation window would create theoretical populations potentially differing significantly from both their prehistoric ancestors and their laboratory-created counterparts, effectively producing unique variant lineages shaped by decades of natural selection within contemporary ecosystems. Most theoretically significant would be potential genetic exchange between prehistoric populations and modern species, if integration has proceeded unmonitored for decades rather than years. The extended timeline would create theoretical possibility for hybridization between dinosaurs and modern reptiles or birds in cases where genetic compatibility might exist, potentially producing hybrid organisms combining prehistoric and contemporary characteristics in configurations without either natural evolutionary precedent or laboratory design intention. These theoretical hybrids would represent neither authentic prehistoric organisms nor artificially created specimens, but unique evolutionary developments emerging from unintended interaction between resurrected genetics and modern ecosystems over extended periods without scientific monitoring or regulatory oversight. The practical implications for current management strategies would require fundamental reconsideration of how dinosaur populations are monitored, contained, or potentially removed from sensitive ecosystems. If prehistoric genetic material has indeed been integrating with modern environments for decades rather than years, then conventional approaches based on recent introduction assumptions may prove fundamentally inadequate for addressing populations that have potentially established complex ecological relationships, developed sophisticated adaptive behaviors, and potentially even exchanged genetic material with modern species through previously unrecognized hybridization pathways. The theoretical risk assessment would necessarily acknowledge potentially broader geographical distribution than officially recognized dinosaur presence extending beyond documented sighting zones into regions where theoretical modeling suggests suitable habitat despite absence of confirmed observations. This expanded distribution would create management challenges exceeding current response capabilities, potentially requiring comprehensive ecological intervention strategies rather than targeted containment or removal operations focused on limited geographical areas. Most theoretically challenging would be ethical reconsideration regarding appropriate management response if prehistoric populations have indeed established themselves within modern ecosystems for decades rather than years. The extended integration period would create theoretical possibility for genuine ecological naturalization dinosaur species becoming functional components within balanced ecosystems rather than simply invasive disruptors requiring removal or containment. This theoretical naturalization would transform management questions from simple removal methodology toward complex ethical consideration of whether long-established populations might deserve protection despite their technically artificial origin and potentially disruptive ecological impact. As your consciousness begins to drift towards sleep, consider how our understanding of humanity's relationship with resurrected prehistoric life might fundamentally change if the integration of dinosaur genetics into modern ecosystems began not with dramatic public releases, but through quiet, unacknowledged biosecurity breaches extending back to the earliest days of successful resurrection. The theoretical populations established through such early breaches would represent neither purely prehistoric organisms nor simply laboratory creations, but unique biological entities shaped through decades of adaptation to contemporary conditions, evolutionary experiments proceeding without scientific monitoring or regulatory oversight, yet potentially transforming ecological relationships in ways we have only begun to recognize despite their long-established presence. Within the natural world we thought we understood, The boundary between theoretical possibility and biological reality blurs in this twilight territory of potential early biosecurity breaches, much as the boundary between wakefulness and dreams softens around the edges of your consciousness. Within this uncertainty lies the essence of our current relationship with resurrected dinosaurs, beings whose presence among us may extend far deeper into our shared history than any official narrative acknowledges, whose adaptation to modern environments may have proceeded through decades rather than years, and whose future trajectory may follow pathways shaped by long-established patterns of integration rather than recent introduction. These possibilities transform prehistoric resurrection from isolated technological achievement into extended biological relationship, whose true beginning may remain hidden within corporate archives and whose ultimate consequences continue, unfolding through ecological interactions whose origins extend far earlier than public awareness of their possibility. In the liminal space between scientific achievement and philosophical inquiry, where the boundaries separating technological capability from moral obligation blur into uncertain territory, there exists perhaps no more profound ethical challenge than the question of de-extinction itself. The resurrection of species whose evolutionary journey had seemingly concluded millions of years before human consciousness emerged creates unprecedented questions that transcend conventional frameworks of bioethics, conservation philosophy, and even our fundamental understanding of humanity's relationship with nature. These questions, while intellectually stimulating in abstract discussion, acquire immediate practical urgency in a world where the theoretical has become tangible, where beings from deep time now draw breath alongside us, their existence representing neither natural evolution nor completely artificial creation, but something entirely new in the history of life on Earth. The theoretical frameworks for evaluating the morality of resurrection begin with the fundamental question of whether extinction itself represents natural biological process deserving respect or tragic outcome warranting technological intervention when possible. This philosophical divide separates those who view extinction as essential component of evolutionary development, the necessary counterbalance to speciation that has shaped Earth's biodiversity through selective pressure across geological timescales, from those who approach extinction as fundamentally tragic outcome that humanity has both capability and potentially moral obligation to reverse when technological means allow. This theoretical division transcends simple scientific assessment to encompass deeply held beliefs about humanity's proper relationship with natural processes and technological capability. The natural process perspective approaches extinction as essential evolutionary mechanism rather than merely tragic endpoint, the necessary counterbalance to speciation that prevents unchecked proliferation while directing adaptation through selective pressure. This theoretical framework suggests that resurrection technologies, while intellectually impressive, represent fundamental disruption of natural cycles that have governed life's development across billions of years. The ethical implication extends beyond practical concerns about ecological disruption to suggest that extinction reversal constitutes inappropriate human intervention in processes whose complexity and significance exceed our understanding, despite our technical ability to manipulate them. The opposing philosophical framework approaches extinction as fundamentally tragic outcome that humanity has both capability and potentially moral obligation to reverse when technological possibility allows. This perspective suggests that human technological intervention has already disrupted natural evolutionary processes through habitat destruction, climate alteration, and direct exploitation, creating moral responsibility to apply that same technological capability toward restoring what human activity has damaged, rather than accepting extinction as inevitable regardless of its cause. The ethical implication suggests potential moral imperative for resurrection when technological means allow, particularly for species whose extinction resulted from human activity rather than natural evolutionary processes. Most theoretically significant is the philosophical distinction between these perspectives when applied to species whose extinction occurred through natural processes long before human existence versus those whose disappearance resulted from human activity during historical periods. This temporal and causal distinction creates theoretical framework suggesting different ethical standards depending on extinction circumstances, potentially justifying resurrection of recently extinct species whose disappearance directly resulted from human activity, while questioning the appropriateness of resurrecting prehistoric species whose extinction represented natural evolutionary development long before humanity's emergence. The rights of created beings versus human safety represents theoretical framework examining whether resurrected species possess inherent moral standing deserving protection regardless of the risks they might pose to human interests. This philosophical approach questions whether beings created through technological intervention deserve the same ethical consideration as naturally evolved organisms, while simultaneously asking whether human safety necessarily takes precedence over the interests of species whose very existence resulted from human technological intervention regardless of their subsequent autonomy. The theoretical rights framework begins with fundamental question of moral status, specifically whether resurrected dinosaurs should be classified as natural beings deserving protection regardless of their technological origin, as artificial creations subject to human ownership and control despite their autonomous capabilities, or as unique entities occupying unprecedented moral territory, requiring entirely new ethical frameworks to address their ambiguous status. This classification question transcends simple definitional precision to determine what protections, considerations, and potentially legal rights these beings deserve despite their technological origin and potential threat to human interests. The natural being classification would theoretically entitle resurrected dinosaurs to the same moral consideration extended to endangered species whose existence resulted from uninterrupted evolutionary development, specifically protection from exploitation, habitat preservation, and management approaches prioritizing their welfare and survival prospects above most human interests, short of immediate safety concerns. This theoretical framework would position dinosaurs as legitimate members of Earth's biodiversity despite the technological intervention that enabled their contemporary presence, effectively acknowledging their inherent value independent from human utility or safety considerations. The artificial creation classification would theoretically categorize resurrected dinosaurs primarily as technological achievements subject to human ownership and control regardless of their autonomous capabilities or biological phase. Authenticity. This framework would prioritize human interests, including not merely safety but economic utility and entertainment value above dinosaur welfare or biological requirements, positioning them as sophisticated biological products rather than morally considerable beings with inherent interests deserving protection. The ethical implications would allow management approaches focused primarily on human benefit rather than dinosaur welfare, potentially justifying confinement, exhibition, or even destruction when human interests dictated such actions regardless of dinosaur suffering. Most theoretically nuanced is the unique entity classification acknowledging resurrected dinosaurs as unprecedented beings whose moral status cannot be adequately addressed through existing ethical frameworks developed for either natural, species, or artificial creations. This theoretical approach would recognize their simultaneous status as both authentic biological organisms with evolutionary heritage and technological achievements resulting from human intervention, creating moral standing, incorporating elements from both natural being and artificial creation frameworks, while transcending the limitations of either classification alone. The ethical implications would necessarily involve balancing respect for their authentic biological nature and inherent interests against legitimate human safety concerns through management approaches that neither anthropomorphize their needs nor commodify their existence. The playing God debate from scientific and philosophical perspectives provides theoretical framework examining whether humanity's technological capability to resurrect extinct species necessarily justifies exercising that power regardless of potential consequences. This philosophical approach questions whether genetic resurrection represents appropriate application of human ingenuity addressing legitimate scientific objectives or hubristic overreach exceeding proper boundaries of technological intervention regardless of the intellectual achievement it represents. The theoretical humility perspective suggests that extinction represents permanent biological endpoint whose reversal exceeds legitimate human authority regardless of technological capability effectively. That humanity's ability to manipulate genetic material does not necessarily confer moral authority to resurrect species whose evolutionary journey concluded through natural processes. This framework approaches extinction reversal as fundamentally different from other genetic technologies addressing medical needs or agricultural improvement, suggesting qualitative distinction between manipulating existing genetic structures and recreating beings whose evolutionary story had concluded millions of years before human existence. The opposing perspective suggests that human technological capability inherently confers authority for its application when directed toward legitimate scientific objectives, ecological restoration, or expansion of biological knowledge. This theoretical framework approaches extinction reversal as natural extension of human intelligence and creativity rather than inappropriate boundary transgression, suggesting that technological capability itself represents evolutionary development deserving expression through ambitious application rather than artificial constraint based on philosophical concerns about proper limitations of human intervention in natural processes. Most theoretically significant is the distinction between these perspectives when addressing species whose extinction occurred through natural processes versus those whose disappearance resulted directly from human activity. This causal distinction creates theoretical framework where resurrection might be justified as restorative justice when addressing human-caused extinction while remaining questionable when applied to species whose disappearance represented natural evolutionary development unrelated to human influence. The ethical implications suggest potentially different standards depending on extinction circumstances rather than singular moral assessment applicable to all resurrection regardless of species, history, or extinction cause. Ecological responsibility theories for introduced species provides theoretical framework examining whether humanity's ability to resurrect extinct species necessarily creates corresponding obligation to manage the consequences of their reintroduction into ecosystems that evolved during their absence. This philosophical approach questions what responsibilities accompany the power to recreate beings whose ecological relationships, survival requirements, and potential impacts exceed our predictive capacity despite our technical ability to restore their physical existence. The theoretical management perspective suggests that responsibility necessarily accompanies technological power, that the ability to resurrect extinct species creates corresponding obligation to ensure their integration into modern ecosystems proceeds without catastrophic disruption regardless of the technical or financial challenges such management might entail. This framework approaches resurrection as creating permanent commitment extending beyond the scientific achievement of genetic restoration to encompass ongoing management of ecological relationships potentially continuing indefinitely into the future without clear endpoint where responsibility might reasonably conclude. The competing perspective suggests that perfect prediction and control of ecological outcomes represents theoretical impossibility, regardless of management commitment, that complex biological systems inherently exceed human predictive capacity, regardless of technological sophistication or resource allocation. This framework approaches ecological management as fundamentally limited enterprise, whose effectiveness decreases exponentially as system complexity increases, suggesting that resurrection responsibility must acknowledge inherent unpredictability rather than assuming that sufficient knowledge or resources can guarantee specific ecological outcomes regardless of management intensity. Most theoretically challenging is the temporal dimension of resurrection responsibility, specifically whether obligations extend indefinitely into the future or might reasonably diminish across generational timescales as resurrected species become integrated into contemporary ecosystems. This temporal question creates theoretical framework where responsibility might transition from intensive management immediately following introduction toward more sustainable observation as ecological relationships stabilize, potentially allowing reintegration to proceed through natural processes rather than perpetual artificial control despite the technological origin of the initial introduction. The ownership question regarding who legally possesses a recreated species provides theoretical framework examining whether genetic resurrection creates legitimate property rights despite the ethical concerns such commodification might raise. This philosophical approach questions whether beings restored through technological intervention constitute ownable assets subject to conventional property law or represent unique entities whose moral standing transcends commercial categorization regardless of the resources invested in their creation. The theoretical property perspective suggests that resurrection creates legitimate ownership claims based on resource investment, technological contribution, and innovation value, effectively that entities created through private funding and proprietary technology constitute assets belonging to their creators, regardless of their biological nature or autonomous capabilities. This framework approaches resurrected species as sophisticated technological achievements whose existence directly resulted from specific human enterprise, creating ownership claims similar to those governing other technological innovations despite their biological rather than mechanical nature. The public trust perspective suggests that resurrected species represent global heritage, transcending private ownership, regardless of the specific entities that enabled their recreation effectively. That extinct species resurrection creates beings belonging to humanity collectively rather than to the particular organizations that develop the technology enabling their return. This framework approaches prehistoric life as common inheritance whose restoration serves collective human interest rather than private commercial benefit, suggesting management through public institutions rather than private ownership, regardless of which entities provided the resources or technology making resurrection possible. Most theoretically nuanced is the transitional ownership model, suggesting that initial property rights might legitimately compensate technology developers and investors while gradually transitioning toward public management as species establish self-sustaining populations beyond direct human creation. This theoretical framework would acknowledge commercial interests during initial resurrection phases while recognizing that successful ecological establishment creates new moral status transcending simple property classification, effectively allowing temporary commercialization while preventing permanent commodification of beings that develop autonomous existence beyond their technological origin. Theoretical approaches to managing coexistence provides framework examining potential models for human-dinosaur interaction, ranging from absolute separation through rigid containment to integrated cohabitation within shared environments. This philosophical approach questions what relationship would best serve both human safety interests and dinosaur welfare requirements given the unprecedented nature of species whose evolutionary development separated them from mammalian lineages hundreds of millions of years before human emergence. The separation model suggests that fundamental incompatibility between human civilization and prehistoric predators necessitates rigid geographical isolation effectively. That certain dinosaur species evolved characteristics so inherently dangerous to humans that coexistence within shared environments remains theoretically impossible, regardless of management, sophistication, or resource allocation. This framework approaches certain prehistoric species as inherently incompatible with human safety, suggesting containment within isolated preserves as the only viable management strategy, regardless of the limitations such restriction might place on either dinosaur welfare or human interaction opportunities. The managed integration model suggests that coexistence remains theoretically possible through sophisticated monitoring, behavioral modification, and strategic design of shared environments effectively. That human intelligence can develop management systems allowing controlled interaction without unacceptable safety risks, despite the predatory characteristics certain dinosaur species evolved during their prehistoric development. This framework approaches coexistence as challenging but achievable objective through technological intervention, resource allocation, and continuous management rather than inherent impossibility, requiring permanent separation, regardless of potential benefits shared environments might provide. Most theoretically ambitious is the adaptive coevolution model, suggesting that both human societies and dinosaur populations might develop new behavioral patterns, recognition capabilities, and interaction protocols allowing genuine coexistence through mutual adaptation rather than simply human management of unchanging dinosaur behavior. This theoretical framework approaches coexistence as evolutionary process where both humans and dinosaurs might modify their behaviors, spatial utilization patterns, and mutual recognition capabilities through ongoing interaction, rather than requiring either permanent separation or unchanging management systems maintained through perpetual human intervention. The preservation imperative versus containment necessity creates theoretical framework examining potential conflicts between conservation objectives aimed at ensuring dinosaur welfare and security requirements focused on preventing human casualties. This philosophical approach questions how management strategies should balance these potentially competing priorities when resurrected species exhibit characteristics simultaneously, making them both endangered beings deserving protection and dangerous predators requiring containment. The theoretical preservation perspective prioritizes dinosaur welfare, habitat requirements, and species viability above containment considerations beyond minimum necessary security effectively. That resurrected species deserve management approaches focused primarily on their biological needs and evolutionary potential, rather than treating them primarily as security threats requiring maximal restriction regardless of welfare. Implications. This framework approaches dinosaurs as endangered species deserving protection rather than simply dangerous animals requiring containment, suggesting management strategies prioritizing habitat provision, behavioral expression, and population viability, even when such approaches might create marginally increased security challenges compared to maximum restriction alternatives. The security prioritization perspective suggests that human safety necessarily takes absolute precedence over dinosaur welfare considerations regardless of the restrictions such prioritization might place on prehistoric species effectively, that no conservation benefit justifies human casualties regardless of the biological importance or welfare implications for the dinosaurs themselves. This framework approaches management entirely through risk assessment methodology, justifying whatever restrictions prove necessary to prevent human injury, regardless of how severely such limitations might impact dinosaur welfare, behavioral expression, or evolutionary potential. Most theoretically balanced is the integrated management approach, suggesting that apparent conflicts between preservation and containment often represent false dichotomies resolvable through sophisticated design rather than fundamental incompatibilities requiring sacrifice of either objective. This theoretical framework approaches dinosaur management as design challenge where creative solutions might simultaneously serve both preservation and security requirements through strategic habitat development, behavioral management, and technological monitoring, rather than requiring prioritization of either objective at the expense of the other, regardless of management sophistication or resource allocation. Moral responsibilities toward artificially created life provides theoretical framework examining whether humanity incurs special obligations toward beings whose very existence resulted from technological intervention rather than natural, evolutionary processes. This philosophical approach questions whether creating life through scientific means establishes unique relationship between creator and created that transcends conventional conservation ethics regardless of whether the recreation involved extinct species or entirely novel organisms designed without natural precedent. The theoretical responsibility perspective suggests that life creation through technological intervention establishes special moral obligations exceeding those applicable to naturally evolved species effectively, that bringing beings into existence through deliberate human action creates corresponding responsibility for their welfare, habitat requirements, and long-term prospects regardless of whether their creation served human interests or ecological objectives. This framework approaches resurrected species as beings for whom humanity bears particular responsibility precisely because their existence directly resulted from human technological intervention rather than natural evolutionary processes, independent from human influence. The natural status perspective suggests that once successfully established, resurrected species deserve consideration based on their biological characteristics and ecological relationships rather than their technological origin effectively. That the method through which beings came into existence becomes morally irrelevant once they establish autonomous biological presence regardless of whether that existence originated through natural reproduction or technological intervention. This framework approaches resurrected dinosaurs as living beings whose moral standing derives from their current biological nature rather than their historical origin, suggesting ethical treatment based on present characteristics rather than creation method regardless of the technological pathway that enabled their existence. Most theoretically nuanced is the diminishing responsibility model, suggesting that obligations toward created beings necessarily begin with intensive care during initial establishment, but legitimately diminish as populations develop. Self-sustaining status independent from continued human intervention. This theoretical framework approaches resurrection responsibility as transitional relationship, beginning with creator-creation dynamics but appropriately evolving toward natural species interaction as resurrected populations establish biological independence, suggesting that permanent paternalistic management might itself become ethically questionable once dinosaurs establish autonomous existence despite their technological origin. The theory of evolutionary right to exist for recreated species provides framework examining whether successful adaptation to modern conditions might establish legitimate presence regardless of technological origin or potential. Ecological disruption. This philosophical approach questions whether beings that demonstrate capacity to survive, reproduce, and establish sustainable populations within contemporary ecosystems might develop legitimate claim to continued existence based on demonstrated viability rather than natural evolutionary continuity or human management preference. The theoretical adaptation perspective suggests that demonstrated viability within modern ecosystems creates legitimate existence claim regardless of origin effectively. That any species capable of establishing self-sustaining populations without continuous human intervention develops moral standing through successful integration regardless of whether their presence resulted from natural evolution, prehistoric survival, or technological resurrection. This framework approaches ecological viability as primary criterion establishing legitimate presence, suggesting that successful adaptation itself creates existence rights regardless of origin story, technological intervention, or original evolutionary context. The ecosystem integrity perspective suggests that ecological impact rather than individual adaptation should determine legitimate presence effectively. That disruptive effects on established ecosystem relationships necessarily outweigh adaptation success when evaluating whether resurrected species deserve continued existence regardless of their individual viability within modern environments. This framework approaches ecological systems rather than individual species as primary consideration, suggesting that negative impacts on existing relationships necessarily undermine existence claims, regardless of how successfully individual populations might establish themselves absent management intervention. Most theoretically significant is the distinction between these perspectives when addressing species whose ecological relationships remain predominantly beneficial or neutral versus those whose presence creates significant disruption, despite their successful adaptation. This impact distinction creates theoretical framework suggesting different ethical standards depending on ecological consequences rather than adaptation success alone, potentially justifying continued existence for species whose integration proceeds without major ecosystem disruption, while questioning the appropriateness of maintaining populations whose presence fundamentally damages established ecological relationships despite their successful individual adaptation. Philosophical implications of controlling resurrection technology examines theoretical frameworks surrounding regulatory approaches ranging from permissive innovation, enabling widespread access, to restrictive limitation, confining capabilities within tightly controlled institutional boundaries. This approach questions whether genetic resurrection represents technology whose positive potential justifies broad availability despite potential misuse, or fundamentally dangerous capability requiring exceptional restrictions regardless of potential benefits widespread access might provide. The innovation perspective suggests that technological development proceeds most effectively through distributed experimentation rather than centralized control effectively, that restricting resurrection technology to limited institutional contexts would unnecessarily constrain beneficial applications while failing to prevent misuse through alternative methodological pathways regardless of regulatory sophistication. This framework approaches genetic resurrection as fundamentally similar to other powerful technologies whose beneficial development requires broad participation across diverse research contexts rather than artificial limitation regardless of misuse potential. The exceptional technology perspective suggests that genetic resurrection creates uniquely significant risks justifying unprecedented restrictions effectively, that the potential for catastrophic ecological disruption, irreversible species introduction, or deliberate biological weaponization creates risk profile fundamentally different from conventional technologies regardless of beneficial applications broad access might enable. This framework approaches resurrection capability as qualitatively different from other genetic technologies, suggesting regulatory models more closely resembling nuclear technology management than conventional biotechnology oversight, regardless of innovation limitations such restrictions might impose. Most theoretically nuanced is the tiered access model, suggesting that resurrection technology components might reasonably face different regulatory standards depending on their specific applications, risk profiles, and potential misuse scenarios. This theoretical framework approaches resurrection technology not as monolithic capability requiring uniform regulation, but as component processes whose individual elements might justify different access standards depending on their specific characteristics potentially allowing widespread availability for certain aspects while maintaining strict controls on critical components, regardless of the innovation, limitations such targeted restrictions might create for certain applications. The ecological integration ethics examining long-term management responsibilities provides theoretical framework addressing whether humanity incurs perpetual obligation to manage resurrected species or might legitimately allow natural processes to determine their ultimate fate once initial introduction has been accomplished. This philosophical approach questions whether our responsibility toward recreated beings necessarily continues indefinitely or might reasonably conclude once they establish self-sustaining populations capable of responding to environmental pressures through natural selection rather than human management. The perpetual stewardship perspective suggests that resurrection creates permanent responsibility extending throughout the species' existence regardless of how successfully they establish self-sustaining populations effectively. That bringing extinct species back into modern ecosystems creates management obligation continuing indefinitely into the future regardless of resource requirements or practical challenges such permanent commitment might entail. This framework approaches resurrected species as perpetual wards whose presence within modern ecosystems creates ongoing human responsibility, regardless of their adaptation, success, or ecosystem integration outcomes. The natural process perspective suggests that management responsibility appropriately diminishes as resurrected species establish self-sustaining populations capable of responding to environmental pressures through natural selection effectively. That the objective of resurrection should be establishing viable populations that eventually require minimal human intervention rather than creating perpetually managed specimens regardless of their potential for autonomous existence. This framework approaches successful resurrection as transitional process moving from intensive initial management toward natural integration where ecological relationships proceed increasingly through autonomous interaction rather than continuous human direction. Most theoretically significant is the distinction between these perspectives when addressing species whose successful establishment might create ecological disruption versus those whose integration proceeds without significant negative impacts on existing ecosystem relationships. This consequence distinction creates theoretical framework suggesting different management standards depending on ecological outcomes, potentially justifying transition toward natural processes for species whose integration proceeds harmoniously while requiring ongoing intervention for populations whose presence creates significant disruption despite their successful adaptation to modern conditions. The public versus private decision authority regarding resurrection provides theoretical framework examining whether genetic restoration of extinct species represents decision appropriately made through private enterprise based on market dynamics or fundamental choice requiring democratic oversight through public governance, regardless of the technical capability private organizations might develop. This philosophical approach questions whether bringing extinct species back into existence represents technological development appropriately driven by commercial interests and investor preferences or unprecedented intervention whose consequences necessarily require broader societal consent regardless of where technical expertise and financial resources might concentrate. The market determination perspective suggests that resurrection technology represents innovation appropriately developed through private enterprise responding to commercial opportunities effectively. That companies investing resources in developing genetic resurrection capabilities should determine which species warrant restoration based on economic viability, technical feasibility, and investor preference regardless of broader societal concerns about appropriate candidates for de-extinction. This framework approaches resurrection as fundamentally similar to other technological innovations whose development appropriately proceeds through private investment rather than public governance, regardless of the unique ethical considerations extinction reversal might present. The public interest perspective suggests that extinction reversal represents decision necessarily requiring democratic oversight regardless of which entities develop the technical capability effectively. That bringing extinct species back into existence creates consequences, extending far beyond commercial considerations to encompass fundamental questions about humanity's relationship with nature, appropriately addressed through governance structures representing collective societal values rather than market dynamics. This framework approaches resurrection as qualitatively different from conventional technological development, suggesting regulatory models, ensuring public participation in determining which species warrant restoration, regardless of where technical expertise or financial resources might concentrate. Most theoretically balanced is the cooperative governance model, suggesting that resurrection decisions might best proceed through structured partnership between technical expertise, financial resources, and public oversight, effectively creating decision processes incorporating scientific assessment, commercial viability, and democratic values rather than allowing any single perspective to determine resurrection priorities regardless of legitimate interests other stakeholders might represent. This theoretical framework approaches extinction reversal as multidimensional decision necessarily incorporating technical, economic, and ethical considerations through governance structures, ensuring all relevant perspectives contribute to determining which species warrant restoration, rather than allowing any single value system to dominate regardless of legitimate concerns other frameworks might identify. The intergenerational ethics of de-extinction provides theoretical framework, examining whether current restoration decisions create appropriate legacy for future generations, who must manage the consequences of species reintroduction without having participated in the initial decision process. This philosophical approach questions what ethical obligations current decision-makers bear toward future populations who will inherit both the benefits and challenges of resurrected species without having consented to their codicea species. Restoration, regardless of contemporary assessments regarding their value or appropriate presence within modern ecosystems. The theoretical legacy perspective suggests that resurrection creates multi-generational commitment whose longest-term consequences necessarily affect populations not yet born effectively. That bringing extinct species back into existence establishes ecological relationships, potentially continuing indefinitely into the future, regardless of whether future generations would have chosen such commitments had they been consulted. During the decision process, this framework approaches resurrection as decision whose consequences transcend conventional technological development timeframes, suggesting ethical obligation to consider potential impacts extending across generational boundaries rather than focusing primarily on immediate benefits or management capabilities regardless of long-term implications. The transformative opportunity perspective suggests that resurrection technology creates unprecedented possibility for restoring biodiversity, advancing scientific understanding, and potentially healing humanity's relationship with nature in ways that future generations might value, despite not having participated in the initial decision process. This framework approaches extinction reversal as potential gift to future populations rather than simply burden, suggesting that restoring species eliminated through earlier human activity or natural disaster might create legacy of biological richness and ecological knowledge future generations would appreciate regardless of the management challenges such restoration might simultaneously create. Most theoretically nuanced is the reversible restoration model, suggesting that responsible resurrection would necessarily include mechanisms allowing future generations to modify or potentially reverse restoration decisions if changing conditions, values, or capabilities made continued species presence undesirable, regardless of contemporary assessments about their appropriate existence. This theoretical framework approaches resurrection responsibility as including obligation to develop containment capabilities, population management techniques, and potentially even controlled re-extinction methods, ensuring that current decisions do not create irreversible commitments future generations cannot modify regardless of how their values, capabilities, or environmental conditions might change across time. As your consciousness begins to drift towards sleep, consider how these theoretical frameworks for understanding the ethics of de-extinction extend far beyond academic philosophy to address immediate practical questions about how humanity should manage its relationship with beings whose existence results from technological intervention rather than natural evolutionary processes. The resurrected dinosaurs establishing themselves within modern ecosystems represent neither simple technological achievements nor merely interesting biological curiosities, but unprecedented ethical challenge requiring new frameworks that benemos neither traditional conservation philosophy nor conventional bioethics can fully address alone. The boundary between theoretical ethical speculation and practical management necessity blurs in this twilight territory, much as the boundary between wakefulness and dreams softens around the edges of your consciousness. Within this uncertainty lies the essence of humanity's relationship with resurrected beings, creatures whose existence challenges our most fundamental understanding of life's continuity. Our responsibility toward beings we create through technological intervention, and our proper role in determining which species inhabit the planet alongside us. These questions will continue their quiet evolution in your sleeping mind, where the theoretical and practical dimensions of de-extinction ethics might find resolution beyond the limitations of waking thought, much as dreams sometimes offer insights that conscious reasoning alone cannot provide. In the uncertain territories beyond prediction, where the evolutionary momentum of resurrected prehistoric life collides with modern ecological systems and human civilization, there stretches a theoretical landscape of potential futures whose contours we can only glimpse through the combined lenses of scientific modeling, ecological understanding, and evolutionary theory. These theoretical outcomes, ranging from catastrophic disruption to transformative integration, represent not merely academic speculation but urgent framework for understanding humanity's relationship with forces we have unleashed but cannot fully control. The future convergence of prehistoric genetics with contemporary ecosystems creates unprecedented questions whose answers will emerge not through deliberate human design but through complex interactions between resurrected species, modern environments, technological intervention, and ecological processes operating across timescales exceeding human planning horizons. Predictive models for human-dinosaur coexistence must begin with recognition that both human societies and dinosaur populations will necessarily undergo adaptive changes through their ongoing interaction, creating dynamic relationship rather than static management challenge. The theoretical framework acknowledges that neither humans nor dinosaurs will remain unchanged through extended coexistence. Both will modify behavioral patterns, spatial utilization strategies, and interspecies recognition capabilities through processes combining deliberate adaptation and unconscious evolutionary response to new selection pressures. This dynamic modeling approach transcends simple extrapolation from current interaction patterns to incorporate adaptive feedback loops where each species' responses continuously reshape the conditions influencing the others' subsequent adaptations. The theoretical human adaptations would necessarily include substantial modifications to infrastructure design, agricultural practices, transportation systems, and residential development patterns based on recognition of dinosaur presence as permanent feature of environments requiring accommodation rather than temporary intrusion demanding elimination. These adaptations would create built environments incorporating dinosaur movement corridors, predator-resistant agricultural systems, transportation infrastructure resistant to accidental damage from larger species, and residential development patterns acknowledging territorial boundaries established by indigenous dinosaur populations. Most theoretically significant would be cultural and psychological adaptations establishing new perceptual frameworks for understanding environments shared with prehistoric species, particularly the development of spatial awareness incorporating dinosaur territorial patterns, temporal rhythms acknowledging periods of heightened dinosaur activity, and communication systems facilitating interspecies recognition between humans and the more intelligent dinosaur species capable of distinguishing between threatening and non-threatening human behaviors. These cognitive adaptations would transform human environmental perception from simple landscape awareness toward multi-species territorial understanding, incorporating both human activity patterns and dinosaur movement corridors into unified spatial consciousness. Simultaneously, dinosaur populations would undergo both behavioral modifications and potentially genetic adaptations through natural selection processes operating within contemporary environments. The theoretical behavioral adaptations would necessarily include recognition of human infrastructure boundaries, temporal activity patterns, minimizing conflict with human presence, and potentially feeding strategies avoiding predation on domesticated species or agricultural resources that would generate significant human response. These behavioral modifications would likely develop through learning and cultural transmission rather than genetic adaptation, appearing first in more intelligent species capable of observational learning and social information transfer. The genetic adaptations would necessarily operate across longer timescales, potentially incorporating enhanced cognitive capabilities for processing complex modern environments. Modified sensory systems optimized for detecting human activity patterns and potentially reproductive strategies, balancing between population maintenance and territorial density appropriate for coexistence with human presence. These evolutionary adaptations would likely appear first in smaller species with more rapid generational turnover, creating model systems demonstrating how larger dinosaurs with longer generational intervals might eventually adapt through similar evolutionary processes operating across extended timeframes. Theoretical evolutionary paths for released dinosaurs create framework for understanding how prehistoric genetics might respond to selection pressures within contemporary ecosystems, potentially developing along trajectories combining partial return toward ancestral characteristics with novel adaptations addressing modern environmental challenges. This theoretical approach examines how natural selection operating within current ecological contexts might reshape dinosaur populations across generations, potentially creating lineages increasingly divergent from both their prehistoric ancestors and their laboratory-created founding populations. The theoretical selection pressures would necessarily include both challenges and opportunities absent from Mesozoic environments, particularly competition with mammalian species whose cognitive capabilities and social structures evolved during the 65 million years following dinosaur extinction, exposure to modern pathogens with no prehistoric counterparts against which dinosaurs might have evolved resistance, and potential access to ecological niches left vacant by recent extinctions that might accommodate prehistoric adaptations without requiring substantial modification from ancestral characteristics. Most theoretically significant would be selection pressures affecting cognitive capabilities, as intelligence would likely provide significant adaptive advantage for dinosaur species navigating complex modern environments filled with novel challenges, technological hazards, and human activity patterns requiring sophisticated behavioral responses rather than simple instinctual reactions. This cognitive selection pressure would theoretically accelerate intelligence development across generations, potentially creating dinosaur populations with problem-solving capabilities, environmental awareness, and social coordination exceeding both their prehistoric ancestors and their laboratory-created founding populations. The theoretical trajectories might include body size modifications responding to modern resource availability and predation pressures specifically, potential size reduction in larger species facing resource limitations within restricted territories, or size increase in smaller species facing reduced predation pressure compared to Mesozoic environments. These dimensional adaptations would create populations increasingly optimized for contemporary ecological conditions rather than prehistoric environments, potentially diverging significantly from ancestral proportions while maintaining fundamental dinosaurian characteristics in anatomical structure and evolutionary heritage. Coloration adaptations would necessarily respond to modern vegetation patterns, predator-prey relationships, and potentially mimicry opportunities involving contemporary species. These pigmentation modifications would create dinosaur populations increasingly camouflaged within modern environments rather than prehistoric ecosystems, potentially developing novel coloration patterns without prehistoric precedent, while serving similar adaptive functions through different visual manifestations optimized for current environmental conditions. The adaptive hybridization theory of natural integration provides framework for understanding how interbreeding between closely related dinosaur species might accelerate adaptation to modern environments through genetic exchange combining advantageous characteristics from multiple prehistoric lineages. This theoretical approach examines how hybridization, either between different resurrected species or between dinosaurs and their closest modern relatives among avian species, might create novel genetic combinations with enhanced survival capability within contemporary ecosystems compared to pure prehistoric lineages. The theoretical hybridization would operate most effectively between closely related species whose genetic compatibility allows viable offspring despite millions of years of separate evolutionary development. These hybrid populations would potentially combine advantageous characteristics from multiple prehistoric lineages, respiratory efficiency from one ancestral species, digestive adaptations from another, cognitive capabilities from a third, creating genetic combinations that never existed during the Mesozoic era, yet prove highly adaptive within modern ecological contexts. Most theoretically significant would be potential hybridization between certain dinosaur species and their closest modern relatives among avian populations, creating organisms combining prehistoric characteristics with adaptations refined through 65 million years of continuous evolution since the extinction boundary. These theoretical hybrids would represent unprecedented genetic combinations incorporating both prehistoric heritage and modern adaptation, potentially creating lineages with enhanced survival capability within contemporary environments compared to either pure dinosaur populations or conventional modern birds. The reproductive implications would necessarily include questions regarding hybrid fertility, genetic stability across generations, and potential for hybrid populations to establish self-sustaining presence within modern ecosystems without requiring ongoing formation of first-generation hybrids. These reproductive considerations would determine whether hybridization represents temporary genetic exchange creating limited adaptive advantage or potential foundation for entirely new evolutionary lineages combining prehistoric and modern genetic heritage into stable configurations capable of ongoing development through natural selection processes. Ecological niche development in modern environments provides theoretical framework for understanding how dinosaur populations might establish sustainable presence within contemporary ecosystems through identification and occupation of being available functional roles rather than direct competition with established modern species. This approach examines how prehistoric adaptations might prove advantageous within certain ecological contexts, despite the 65 million year gap separating dinosaurs from the environments they now attempt to inhabit. The theoretical niches would necessarily include functional roles left vacant by recent extinctions of megafauna, particularly large herbivore positions created by the disappearance of mammalian species like woolly mammoths, ground sloths, and giant bison whose ecological roles remain unfilled in many modern ecosystems. These vacancy opportunities would potentially allow certain dinosaur species to establish sustainable presence through occupation of ecological positions requiring minimal adaptive modification from their prehistoric characteristics rather than direct competition with well-established modern species. Most theoretically significant would be potential occupation of intermediate niches representing partial functional overlap with existing species, while incorporating distinct ecological dimensions resulting from dinosaur anatomy, physiology, and behavioral patterns. These blended niches would create ecological space where prehistoric adaptations might prove advantageous despite the evolutionary separation between dinosaurs and the environments they now inhabit, potentially allowing sustainable integration through complementary rather than competitive relationships with established modern species. The geographical distribution would necessarily concentrate dinosaur populations within regions whose current environmental conditions most closely resemble Mesozoic parameters, particularly tropical and subtropical zones offering temperature ranges, humidity levels, and vegetation types approximating prehistoric conditions without requiring substantial adaptive modification from ancestral characteristics. This climatic focusing would create uneven global distribution with higher dinosaur density in equatorial regions, while temperate and polar zones might support only those species capable of significant adaptive modification to accommodate seasonal temperature variations exceeding anything experienced during Mesozoic periods. The technology convergence theory, examining dinosaurs enhanced by future technological intervention, provides framework for understanding how synthetic biology, genetic modification, and technological augmentation might create prehistoric modern hybrid systems combining biological capabilities evolved through natural selection with engineered enhancements designed for specific functional objectives. This theoretical approach examines how continuing technological development might transform certain dinosaur populations from simple, resurrected prehistoric organisms towards something approaching biological-technological hybrid systems incorporating elements from both evolutionary history and human engineering. The theoretical enhancements would necessarily begin with genetic modifications addressing specific adaptation challenges, particularly altered metabolic systems enhancing survival in modern atmospheric conditions, modified immune responses providing resistance against contemporary pathogens, and potentially neural adaptations enhancing cognitive capabilities for processing complex modern environments. These genetic modifications would create dinosaur populations increasingly divergent from their prehistoric ancestors, while potentially enhancing their adaptive capability within contemporary ecosystems beyond what natural selection alone might accomplish across equivalent timeframes. Most theoretically significant would be potential neural interface systems allowing limited communication between human technological networks and dinosaur sensory cognitive systems, creating unprecedented information exchange between species whose evolutionary development separated hundreds of millions of years before such communication became conceptually possible. These interface technologies would potentially transform certain dinosaur species from simple biological organisms towards something approaching biological monitoring systems capable of providing environmental data from perspectives and baseline sensory modalities inaccessible to conventional technological sensors. The ethical implications would necessarily include questions regarding appropriate limitations on technological modification, welfare considerations for organisms combining prehistoric biology with modern engineering, and potential rights frameworks addressing the moral status of beings that represent neither purely natural evolution nor simply artificial creation, but unprecedented combination, incorporating elements from both developmental pathways. These ethical questions would require frameworks transcending both conventional animal welfare standards and artificial intelligence ethics, acknowledging the unique status of organisms combining evolutionary heritage with technological augmentation in configurations without historical precedent. Predictive timeline for equilibrium establishment provides theoretical framework for understanding the temporal dimensions of dinosaur-human integration, examining how long adaptive processes might require before reaching sustainable balance between prehistoric biology and modern ecology. This approach recognizes that equilibrium would necessarily develop across multiple timescales, behavioral adaptation occurring within years or decades, cultural adjustment requiring generational transitions, genetic adaptation developing across centuries or millennia depending on reproductive rates and selection intensity. The theoretical timeline necessarily begins with crisis management following initial integration, as both human systems and indigenous ecological networks experience significant disruption through prehistoric introduction before adaptive responses develop sufficient sophistication to accommodate the new biological reality. This initial phase would likely extend years or decades depending on which dinosaur species established viable populations, with larger predators creating more significant disruption, requiring longer adaptive responses than smaller species whose impact might be absorbed through more rapid behavioral and management adjustments. The intermediate adaptive phase would necessarily involve development of functional coexistence strategies, human management systems, modified infrastructure, and behavioral accommodations allowing continued technological civilization alongside prehistoric biology without requiring either complete dinosaur eradication or human abandonment of affected territories. This coexistence phase would likely extend decades or centuries depending on management sophistication, resource allocation, and the specific dinosaur species requiring accommodation, with more intelligent species potentially developing reciprocal recognition systems allowing limited cooperation rather than merely spatial separation or continuous conflict. Most theoretically significant would be potential emergence of genuine integration phase where dinosaur presence becomes incorporated within human cultural identity, economic systems, and ecological understanding, rather than remaining perpetually perceived as external intrusion requiring continuous management. This integration would potentially transform certain dinosaur species from management challenges toward biological partners, participating in ecological relationships that benefit both prehistoric and modern species through complementary capabilities rather than competitive displacement or artificial control systems requiring continuous technological maintenance. Theoretical new species development through natural selection provides framework for understanding how evolutionary processes operating across extended timescales might transform dinosaur populations beyond simple adaptation toward modern conditions into genuinely novel lineages, representing neither faithful recreation of prehistoric species nor merely modified modern organisms. This theoretical approach examines how the combination of prehistoric genetics, modern selection pressures, and potential hybridization might create evolutionary trajectories without either natural precedent or deliberate design. The theoretical speciation would necessarily begin with population, separation, geographical isolation, creating distinct dinosaur communities experiencing different selection pressures. Behavioral specialization, limiting genetic exchange between populations, adopting different ecological strategies, or reproductive timing shifts, creating temporal barriers between populations, despite geographical overlap. These separation mechanisms would create conditions where different dinosaur populations might develop along increasingly divergent evolutionary pathways despite sharing common ancestral populations among their laboratory-created founding members. Most theoretically significant would be adaptive radiation possibilities if dinosaur populations established sustainable presence across diverse ecological contexts, the potential for single founding species to diversify into multiple, distinct lineages specialized for different habitats, feeding strategies, or competitive environments through natural selection processes operating across extended timeframes. This diversification would mirror evolutionary patterns documented throughout Earth's biological history, potentially creating dinosaur family trees with modern branches representing neither faithful restoration of prehistoric species nor simple adaptation to contemporary conditions, but genuine evolutionary novelty emerging through natural processes operating upon prehistoric genetic foundations. The theoretical implications extend beyond simple biological curiosity to fundamental questions about evolutionary continuity, specifically whether these new lineages would represent legitimate continuation of evolutionary pathways artificially interrupted by extinction, or fundamentally new trajectories lacking meaningful connection to prehistoric development despite their genetic heritage. This philosophical distinction would determine whether modern dinosaur evolution constitutes restored natural process or entirely artificial development pathway, despite operating through conventional evolutionary mechanisms once initial resurrection had been accomplished through technological intervention. The theory of controlled evolution through continued human intervention provides alternative framework where dinosaur development follows pathways determined primarily by deliberate genetic modification rather than natural selection processes. This theoretical approach examines how ongoing technological intervention might continuously reshape prehistoric populations towards specific human objectives rather than allowing evolutionary processes to determine their development through natural environmental interaction. The theoretical modification would necessarily focus on characteristics enhancing coexistence potential, reduced aggression toward humans, increased recognition of territorial boundaries, enhanced communication capabilities allowing limited cross-species coordination, and potentially modified resource requirements minimizing competition with human economic activities. These deliberate alterations would create dinosaur populations increasingly divergent from both their prehistoric ancestors and naturally evolving modern lineages, effectively producing designer organisms combining prehistoric appearance with behaviors and ecological requirements specifically engineered for compatibility with human civilization. Most theoretically significant would be potential application of advanced genetic engineering techniques, allowing fundamental restructuring of prehistoric genomes rather than simply minor modifications, addressing specific adaptation challenges. These comprehensive interventions would potentially transform certain dinosaur lineages from restored prehistoric organisms towards something approaching artificial species, incorporating prehistoric aesthetic characteristics within fundamentally engineered biological systems designed primarily for human compatibility rather than evolutionary authenticity or natural adaptation. The ethical implications would necessarily include questions regarding appropriate limitations on genetic modification, the moral status of increasingly artificial organisms displaying prehistoric appearance, and potential rights frameworks addressing beings that represent neither authentic prehistoric restoration nor natural evolutionary development, but unprecedented combination, incorporating elements from both sources within deliberately engineered biological systems. These ethical questions would require frameworks acknowledging the unique status of organisms whose appearance suggests natural evolution, while their genetic structure increasingly reflects deliberate design rather than either prehistoric authenticity or natural adaptation. Global climate models and their impact on dinosaur distribution provides theoretical framework for understanding how ongoing environmental changes might reshape the geographical range where prehistoric species can establish sustainable populations without requiring either significant adaptive modification or continuous technological support. This approach examines how climate trajectories might create both challenges and opportunities for dinosaur integration through alteration of temperature patterns, precipitation distributions, and ecosystem boundaries across extended timeframes. The theoretical challenges would necessarily include shifting habitat boundaries, as warming temperatures potentially transform previously suitable territories toward conditions exceeding prehistoric parameters, particularly increased average temperatures potentially exceeding thermal tolerance ranges for larger dinosaur species whose size creates inherent heat regulation challenges under elevated ambient conditions. These thermal pressures would potentially restrict certain dinosaur species to increasingly limited geographical ranges where natural conditions remain within their tolerance capabilities without requiring either significant evolutionary adaptation or technological intervention, providing artificial environmental control. Simultaneously, climate change might create theoretical opportunities through expanded habitat zones in previously marginal territories, particularly warming temperatures, potentially transforming certain temperate regions towards subtropical conditions, more closely resembling Mesozoic environments than contemporary baseline parameters. These expanded zones would potentially allow dinosaur range extension into territories previously unsuitable for prehistoric physiological adaptations, creating new integration challenges in regions with limited historical experience managing megafauna or predator species, despite potentially enhanced environmental suitability from strictly biological perspective. Most theoretically significant would be potential mismatch between climate-driven habitat shifts and human population distributions. As territories becoming increasingly suitable for dinosaur physiology might simultaneously host dense human populations with limited capacity for accommodating prehistoric megafauna or predator species, despite enhanced environmental compatibility. This geographical collision between climate-driven dinosaur habitat expansion and established human population centers would create management challenges exceeding those in regions where dinosaur introduction occurred within less densely populated territories, potentially requiring more sophisticated integration strategies than those developed in areas with lower human-dinosaur spatial competition. The theory of eventual evolutionary convergence toward original forms provides framework suggesting that natural selection operating within modern ecosystems might gradually reshape dinosaur populations toward characteristics increasingly resembling their prehistoric ancestors despite their artificial origin and initial genetic modifications. This theoretical approach examines how evolutionary processes operating across extended timeframes might potentially restore certain prehistoric characteristics that proved highly adaptive within Mesozoic environments and might similarly enhance survival within comparable ecological contexts despite the temporal gap separating original evolution from modern reintroduction. The theoretical convergence would necessarily operate most strongly upon characteristics directly enhancing survival and reproductive success within available ecological niches, predatory efficiency for carnivorous species, feeding adaptations for herbivores, sensory capabilities enhancing environmental awareness across all populations, regardless of dietary specialization. These functional adaptations would potentially drive certain dinosaur lineages toward configurations increasingly resembling their prehistoric ancestors in capabilities, if not necessarily exact anatomical structure, effectively recreating similar solutions to comparable evolutionary challenges despite the artificial origin of their modern populations. Most theoretically significant would be potential cognitive convergence, the possibility that intelligence enhancement might follow similar evolutionary pathways within modern contexts as it did during prehistoric development, potentially recreating comparable problem-solving capabilities, social coordination systems, and environmental manipulation strategies, despite the artificial origin of contemporary populations. This intellectual convergence would suggest certain cognitive architectures represent optimal solutions to specific environmental challenges, regardless of whether they develop through continuous evolutionary processes or artificially interrupted pathways reconnected through technological intervention. The theoretical divergence from this convergent pattern would necessarily appear in characteristics addressing specifically modern challenges without Mesozoic equivalents, particularly adaptations managing interaction with human technology, recognition capabilities distinguishing between threatening and non-threatening human behaviors, and potentially communication systems facilitating limited coordination with human activities despite the absence of evolutionary history, creating natural foundation for such cross-species interaction. These novel adaptations would ensure that even the most convergent evolutionary pathways would produce modern dinosaur populations, representing neither simple recreation of prehistoric species nor entirely new biological developments, but unique combinations incorporating both restored ancestral characteristics and novel adaptations addressing contemporary challenges without prehistoric equivalents. The bioengineering symbiosis theory provides framework for understanding how deliberate genetic modification might create mutually beneficial relationships between human populations and certain dinosaur species through development of prehistoric organisms specifically designed to provide ecological services, medical resources, or industrial capabilities benefiting human systems while simultaneously receiving protection, resource allocation, and expanded habitat through human partnership. This theoretical approach examines how advanced genetic engineering might transform certain dinosaur populations from simple restored prehistoric organisms toward biological partners, specifically adapted for cooperative rather than competitive relationships with human civilization. The theoretical applications would necessarily begin with ecological services modified herbivorous dinosaurs, engineered to manage vegetation in regions where mechanical control proves impractical. Specialized detoxification capabilities allowing certain species to process environmental pollutants beyond remediation through conventional technologies, or sentinel species whose sensory adaptations might provide early warning for environmental hazards undetectable through conventional monitoring systems. These functional relationships would create mutual dependence where dinosaur populations provide capabilities exceeding mechanical alternatives while receiving protection, territory allocation, and resource security through human partnership. Medical applications would potentially include pharmaceutical production through dinosaur biological systems, prehistoric metabolic pathways, potentially offering synthesis capabilities for complex organic compounds exceeding efficiency, possible through conventional pharmaceutical production, while simultaneously providing economic justification for maintaining dinosaur populations that might otherwise face resource competition challenges in densely populated human environments. These medical partnerships would create economic foundation for dinosaur conservation through direct human benefit rather than abstract appreciation for biodiversity or prehistoric restoration, potentially ensuring protection for populations that would otherwise face elimination through resource competition or safety concerns. Most theoretically significant would be potential neural interface applications, allowing dinosaur sensory capabilities to supplement human perception through technological mediation, particularly olfactory detection exceeding mechanical sensor capabilities, auditory perception operating across frequency ranges inaccessible to human anatomy, or visual systems incorporating sensitivity to electromagnetic spectrum regions beyond human perception. These sensory partnerships would potentially transform certain dinosaur species from simple biological organisms towards something approaching biological sensing platforms, providing environmental awareness exceeding what either conventional technology or unmodified human perception could achieve independently. The ethical implications would necessarily include questions regarding appropriate limitations on instrumentalizing sentient beings, welfare considerations for organisms modified specifically for human benefit, and potential rights frameworks addressing the moral status of beings created through genetic engineering to serve human purposes, while simultaneously maintaining sufficient prehistoric heritage to qualify as authentic dinosaur. Restoration rather than simply artificial biological engineering. These ethical questions would require frameworks acknowledging the complex moral status of organisms representing neither purely natural evolution nor entirely artificial creation, but unprecedented combination incorporating elements from Pruplex and of both developmental pathways within cooperative rather than exploitative relationship structures. As your consciousness begins to drift towards sleep, consider how these theoretical frameworks for understanding potential futures of human-dinosaur coexistence extend far beyond academic speculation to address immediate practical questions about what relationship might eventually develop between technological civilization and resurrected prehistoric life. The dinosaurs establishing themselves within modern ecosystems represent neither simple biological restoration nor merely temporary disruption, but potential foundation for evolutionary developments that might continue for millions of years. If sustainable integration can be achieved between prehistoric biology and contemporary ecology, the boundary between theoretical speculation and emerging reality blurs in this twilight territory, much as the boundary between wakefulness and dreams softens around the edges of your consciousness. Within this uncertainty lies the essence of our potential relationship with resurrected prehistoric life, a future shaped not through simple human design or prehistoric determinism, but through complex interaction between evolutionary processes, technological intervention, ecological dynamics, and deliberate management operating across timescales exceeding human planning horizons, yet beginning with decisions we make today. These possibilities will continue their quiet evolution in your sleeping mind, where imagination might glimpse futures beyond what waking logic can predict. Much as dreams sometimes reveal patterns that conscious analysis alone cannot discern within the complex dance between prehistoric past and technological future now unfolding across our shared planetary home. As our theoretical journey through the amber-tinted possibilities comes to its close, remember that between waking and dreaming lies the territory where extinction and creation dance their eternal duet. The theories we've explored tonight exist in that liminal space where science reaches toward imagination and truth blends with speculation. Perhaps in your dreams, you'll find your own pathways through the genetic labyrinths we've wandered together, discovering insights that even the brightest minds at InGen never conceived. Rest now, contemplative traveler, knowing that the questions we've examined will continue their quiet evolution in your sleeping mind, where DNA spirals and prehistoric roars merge into the peaceful rhythm of your breathing. The theoretical corridors remain open, ready for your return whenever you wish to wander again through the endless possibilities of what was, what is, and what might yet come to pass in the shadow of recreated giants.